Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 4 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's going to be an exciting day. The waves are a little bit bigger. The wind's backed off a little bit. I'm here with Axel Carota. Axel, you had a surf this morning. How was it?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's definitely the best day of the waiting period we've had so far, and should be a sick day of waves.
And what's the call this morning?
We'll be starting with the remaining heats of 96 and then going into heats 1 to 8 of men's 64.
And you've got a really good crew here with you. You'll be supporting quite a few this morning. When's your heat?
I'll be the second last heat of the day. We got Kobe Clements out first heat, and then Zave Bryce later on. Should be good.
Awesome. Thanks for having a chat, Axel. We'll send it through to Paul and Di in the booth.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome, everybody. The Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're ready to rip in. Evans alongside Di Wacko, mate. How you feeling?
Good morning. We are on live now.
Yeah, mate. It's the good news is the waves look cooking.
The wind just backs off really good, and waves looking fire this morning.
Ruler edge lines. There's some nice rights there breaking into the channel. Some less going across as well. Looks like we're set up for a good day, and it was absolutely howling yesterday. A pretty good call to call it, because it was pretty much just gale force, just ripping across the lineup. But right now, for the moment, a bit of cross shore, but pretty clean, and some really fun-looking conditions.
So clean. I was watching hole this morning. It was some few great waves coming through, so many opportunities. Probably it's gonna be great days to watch all the actions.
Can't wait for it. How good's that feeling? You come around the corner, you get your first glimpse of the ocean, you see good-looking waves out there. It's going to be fun for everyone in the water. Having a look at Kobe Clements from Australia, Kairi Nora of Japan, Harley Walters from Australia, Max Grayling also from Australia. 4 surfers, only 2 can stay alive in competition.
Right. So we have one Japanese surfer here. He's from Osaka in Japan, but now he lives in Chiba, and where I call Japanese Gold Coast, because all the professional surfers tend to move to Chiba area for surfing. And now Kairi lives with his family. Actually, his old sister is ex-professional surfer in Japan.
Chiba Chiba, y'all. Do you know that song?
Nah.
It's a banger, mate. I'll play it for you after. A hip-hop classic from the early 80s. 25 on the clock for these 4. And everyone just really fired up and ready to go here. And I think if you were next heats when we called it yesterday, I think you'd be pretty stoked that it's looking much, much better out there this morning. So glimpses of the squad watching on and everyone just getting dialed in. In terms of manoeuvres this morning, bit of lip to hit, some carving on the face, that kind of stuff. We saw some good turns go down in the free surf this morning.
Definitely a lot of good turns, airs, even big carves, big laybacks. So pretty much it's up for everything, maneuvers. And here on the screen, Kairi Nora is very focused.
And overall, Japanese squad so far, how's everyone feeling? What's the vibes in that crew? I know you've been hanging out with them a bit. How's everybody doing?
Well, everyone's just trying to figure out we're gonna surf yesterday, but definitely they're just on point, focused, very excited to surf their heat.
Yeah, I suppose this stage of things, we've still got a lot of event left to go, so you can't win it in the opening days of the week. You can, of course, get knocked out. We like to see the smiling faces and the positive energy from the free surfers back in. The lineup's cleared. We're still waiting for a wave to come through here, so a quiet opening minute and a half or so as everyone's just taking their positions. No priority assigned at the beginning of the heat. Who's going to catch a wave?
No takers yet so far in this heat. Sure, there's going to be a lot of waves coming into the lineup.
You get down there early this morning, mate? Did you come and have a free surf? What did you do?
I just watched everyone's actions because it was very packed.
What time did you get down?
I would say 6:15.
Love your dedication, bro. Love it. The early birds down here watching the waves come in at beautiful Jinzun Harbor on the southeast coast of the island of Taiwan, Taitung County. And once again, it is just a dreamy part of the coast as you're checking the waves and driving up and down, scoping out the scenery and the vibes. Getting ready here for a big day competition on the qualifying series of QS 5000 back in Taiwan once again. And still with plenty of the comp yet to go. So more questions than answers currently. I think today will be a really significant day. We're going to whittle down the field quite a bit. Looks like might have a first bit of action here, mate.
Wow,
Wave coming through.
Wave are coming through now. Few lines on the horizon, but no one's on it. Wow. Here's a pack of competitors just watching their mates' heats, maybe. Well, paddling is going on the lineup.
Yeah, scramble to get out the back and get in position for this thing. So still without a wave ridden. And right now, everyone in motion in the lineup, but not actually on a wave. So once again, we'll just let these ones roll underneath our competitors. And I think those waves showing really why no takers. They sort of flattered to deceive a bit, stood up on the outside and looked all right.
Yeah,
and then just went soft.
Looked all right, but like being very selective because they're probably being for a free surf and they know, there's much better waves coming through.
Morning energy in the locker room, everyone getting their boards prepped, getting waxed up, most importantly, getting psyched. Here we go, live action with Noro.
ノロカイリ選手1本目のライディングになります。さあ一発目大きなカービングから素晴らしい場所に2発目当ててきます。これはラストセクションも出てきましたね。これはしっかりと決めてきました。Well, that was a great first wave of the day from Kyrie Noro. Really loved 3-turn combinations. Let's have a look at it again. Sets up the bottom turn. Nice off the top. That's much better maneuver right there. And here he gets a finish. He didn't push nothing really hard, but still it was a great combination surfing from, Kyrie.
Yeah, really good way to open up there. Nice speed, wasn't it, throughout the ride, and crucially on that finishing turn you mentioned, that fourth maneuver, just making sure he clicks it and rides out clean, which he did. Numbers in, 3-5 for him.
All right, 3-5. That's, that's not a massive score yet, but still good way to start his heat.
Threes have definitely been the magic numbers so far throughout this event. We've had lots of them. They've been keeper scores through some heats. Let's see if that changes throughout the day. We're anticipating those scores to head north at some point, hopefully some point soon. That'll be just a reflection of performances and also the quality available out there in the water. Having a look at a clean line, little slip underneath, still 19.5 to go.
Well, few lines on the horizon. Probably this is going to be a good exchange. ノロカイリ選手の1本目のライディング、こちら 3.50 をマークしました。残り時間がすでに6分を経過し、19分になるところ。
Some more lines standing up here. And we got a paddle. Looks like, here we go, it's Harley Walters. Backhand from him. Nice and smooth. And whippy in the pocket. Doesn't get the finishing banger turn, but some clean work done out the back.
Right. Making sure to kick out early to gain the first priority right there. But at the back, Kobe Clement up and riding on backhand. It's great two-turn combo. Little bit foamy wave, but still gets a finish. Nice and clean. It's a great surfing from Kobe Clement again. It was a kind of foamy wave, but still he managed to put 2 solid turns in the end.
Yeah, good physical commitment from him, really winding into those backhand turns. Just enjoying the fact that he's got involved in this. So we're still waiting for Grayling to make a move. Max with priority out the back in green. He's been the more patient thus far. Everyone else will have a number assigned soon. That's Kobe Clements making his way out the back. Here goes Max Grayling, the goofy, as he pumps off the bottom and drives and then carves on a rail in a nice steep pocket. Once again, throwing off plenty of spray. And then a quick whippy snap tags the closeout as well to finish. So Let's see where this one goes numbers-wise. He'll head back out as well. So everyone with a wave locked in.
Right. Well, everyone's on the first wave, and you can tell the surf is improving a lot compared to yesterday. Managed to put a couple turns in. Hurley was up again. So we are still waiting for the last of everyone's score.
$17 on the clock here, little line approaching, standing up outside, and no takers in position for that particular wave number for Harley, the 267. And we'll get something dropped for Kobe Clements soon. It'll be a decent mid-ranger when that comes in. Get another look here. This was Harley.
The first wave really loved the first and the second and push more power into it, but decided to kick out early. But this first ride of Kobe comes in 4.50. Really love the last the 2 turns combo here. Comes in 4.50. This is the last of Max. Really, put the turns in the right section. And this wave comes in 3.67.
Yeah, number in for the second wave there of Harley Walters, a 3.37. So another pretty modest score for him, but that 4.5 for Kobe Clements, the best of the action so far, particularly the finish. I think you identified that closeout term. We just gave it a little bit of extra. Is that Hiroto Arai?
Yes, on screen this is Hiroto Arai preparing for his next heat coming up. Heat number 6. We have Hiroto Arai, Marijab, Dan Thomas, and Rui Horikoshi, 2 Australians taking on 2 Japanese.
Yeah, how's Hiroto going? I haven't seen much of him for a couple of years. He was in Europe quite a lot, a few years back,
definitely.
competing, and one of those always like super stylish guys who's always on the good waves. How's he doing? How's he surfing?
He's been great. He just become a new dad currently. Oh wow! How's the first big carving straight into the final section? That was a great wave. And here he is, Max up and riding. Really loved the first time, but unfortunately he couldn't quite come around a section. I really loved it. Hurley's last wave.
Bomb set that one, around like double the size of the other waves that we've seen, maybe with the exception of Kobe Clements' first wave, but so much more energy, and you see the impact that the turns make on that bigger water with more energy. There's another look at Kobe on the forehand here, going right.
Floats a section, kicked the tail high up, but unfortunately he went down, but really loved the curve, the smooth, clean, and straight into the last section. That was a great surfing from Hurley, and here is Max up and riding. Huge first attack, but unfortunately he got caught behind a little bit.
It's going to be the case, I think, of some of those big ones. They're going to be pretty quick, so it's going to be a question for our surfers, how hard to hit it, where exactly, how many turns to try and get in. You get up into the lips, going to look impressive, but you stick around up there too long, the wave might run away.
This is our next guy, Riki Horikoshi. He's also a professional surfer as well as sub-professional surfer. But the last of White Hurley comes in 5.50. That is a single highest score in this so far. Now Hurley is in the lead. Kobe is in second. Max needing 3.04 to go into the second. Kyrie needing 3.21 going to the second with 30 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, pretty much halfway point. And then when we get a second wave in for Noro, we'll have a legit situation with everyone with at least 2 waves. At the moment, he's still on 1 wave, but Harley Walters with that 5.5, an important wave for him. Just tapping into the juice, really finding that bit of quality, that extra size. And then his turns as a result could be much bigger as well. So nice combo from him.
Yeah, so pretty much you need big 2 turns and then you get 5s and 6. That's pretty much, judges are telling you guys. So
Yeah, I also think you just saw from that set, I think that explains why everyone was so patient at the beginning of the heat, because they really want to wait for the bombs rather than going in between us. Meanwhile, backhand attack here from Grayling down. This is Harley Walters'
Wow.
big carve on the face, and then committing again with the rail, just jamming back in the pocket. And he'll keep swinging through to an inside. He'll go a little slopey through here. A couple of redirects from him. Don't think he'll threaten the 5-5 there. But 3-3-7, the backup. Maybe he'll attack that. Here's Kobe Clements with a bit of foam on the face, but a steeper section. And he'll just wait patiently and gets plenty of board through the lip for that backhand finish. That was nice and dynamic.
Right. Really like the both of red and white wave. It's a great wave, especially. Yes, let's have a look at it again. Kobe's last wave, a little bit, foamy wave, but still he navigated super well. They get to finish, so 2-turn combo. That was great surfing from Kobe, and one behind. It's Hurley up and riding. I'm really big fan of his, carve, really smooth, clean. But like you said, unfortunately, after this first section, wave didn't offer too much for him, but still, probably it's going to be his good backup score, close to that.
Yeah, nice rail work there from Harley. Just think score-wise, those kind of turns on the face, your number's always going to be kept relatively modest.
The last of white comes in 3-3-3, just below the backup score 3-7, so he's not extending his lead yet, but still he's in the lead. So 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So Kyrie, the last of Kyrie comes in 0.37, so he used his priority to get a one way, but doesn't look like a good wave. And now he's still holding on to the second priority with 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Harley Walters with the lead hit from Kobe Clements. Kobe's last wave, that 3-4-7. Sort of similar really to his first one, particularly that final turn. Bit of an echo from his opening score of the 4-5 in that backhand weaponry from him. Good enough currently for second place, but just thinking about priority with Max and second prior with Kyrie. So those two, it's all with them really. Ball's in their court, so to speak. Their next wave, I think they'll want to answer back, get something on the board and just get involved here, because at this stage, time's going to go pretty quick, and always a case if you get a lull right now, then all of a sudden you're getting down towards that 5 minute to go or something. So an important time to try and catch something and apply a bit of pressure. Let's just hope this swell continues to pulse. Looks like we've got lines again here, Dai.
A few lines. The lineup here is Hurley up and riding again. Backhand attack, nice float section. Looking for the section, and wow, big air reverse.
Love that. Super cash. Not much wind up to it as well. Doesn't telegraph it, just super smooth. Check the style from him. I like this setup turn. He's always looking down the line. When he does that first maneuver, he's seen this ramp, and it just cooperates beautifully for him. And he just stomps that and makes it look super clean. That was really cool.
That was really cool. As soon as he stood up, he was just looking for the ramp. But here is ノロカイリ選手、これはすぐさまプルアウトします。That was a really quick in and out from Kyrie Nora. So probably Hurley Walters, he's in a good rhythm with the ocean at the moment. He's getting all those great looking waves, and now he's in the air game. He makes it. So kind of curious what score he's going to get for the last wave.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think he's going to be getting rewarded here for that.
Definitely.
Innovation and progression, and just showing us that spark that we know about, that he's got, that he delivers. Finding that opportunity crucially. Remember, he didn't have priority, so just snaffling that opportunity. I love the way that in his mind, instantly, as soon as he got to his feet, that first little setup, turn in the lip, he's always looking at that ramp down the line. So not thinking about kind of surfing safety or doing like multiple turns and just kind of nursing it. He's always thinking about going big, which is entertaining. It looks good. Sure. And we're going to see potentially a high score of the heat. It will come in just under, actually, 5-1-7. But it's a good backup for him. His numbers head up, 10-6-7 now out of 20 for Harley Walters. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Last wave comes in 5-1-7. Now he's hitting double digit, 10.67, which we don't, we haven't seen many the last couple of days.
Yeah, good numbers from him. Good confidence as well. We're really just showing how he's adaptable out in the ocean, able to just take opportunities and surf. Like he's enjoying himself. It's good to watch. He's good enough for the lead at the moment. He's advancing alongside Kobe Clements. Still 6.5 for surfers chasing to do something about that. Names like Max Grayling and Kylie Norro are the ones chasing numbers at the moment. Kylie's just got that small, a decimal throwaway, so it doesn't really have a total locked in at the moment. But he's got fourth priority. That last wave from him, we saw him paddling to that left. It looked great, but I think that sums up what can happen here at this wave. You do see these lines and you think, oh, this is a good one, and you do your bottom turn, the wave will just kind of fade a bit. So it's all about picking the ones that don't do that, I guess.
Definitely. But today's like, kind of cross offshore, and you can't kind of tell which wave you should take. So probably from, until like yesterday, you gotta have go on every opportunity you get. But today probably you can be just waiting and for the right ones, because it's so clean today, and it's kind of not obvious, but it's easier to go on the right ones.
5.5 on the clock. It's still Walters and Clements at the moment. Max Grayling with that priority. He's had it for a little while now. Let's think about his number, 4-3-1. You need a score like that. In most heats, you're thinking getting a 4, it's not a big number. From averages, as you mentioned, that we've seen throughout the rounds here, actually, that's reasonably significant. What kind of wave exactly is Max looking for here? Well, do you know what? Hold that thought, because here goes live action with Harley Walters. And again, wow, a dynamic layback just rakes those fins and that tail through the lip. Goes down on it though, but he looks free and liberated.
Right, he's not wasting any sections. He's just hitting sections so hard. But he seems so relaxed and doesn't rush anything, just free surfing probably. Well, definitely, because he's in the lead with a 10.67. That's a pretty safe place to be right now. Just under 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But for Max, probably looking for the set and do one single turn or 2 turns combo. That will give him, requirement of 4-3-1. So probably if I were him, I would sit and I would wait for the bigger ones.
All right, some more lines standing up. 4 on the clock here. Look at this, multiple lines from out the back. So we've got maybe 4 or 5 waves coming through. Here we go. First paddle is with Max Grayling. He uses that priority. What's he got here? Nice steep section. That was a good turn. Loads of spray. Again, another one. And he tries to squeeze in a last hit. He'll just about hang on to that. Don't think there's real points in that third maneuver, but the combo of the first 2 was really cool.
It was really cool, throwing buckets of sprays. But for the second time, could have waited for the last sections to hit, but still was a great surfing. And here is Kobe up and riding, but went down. Just under 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Now Kyrie holds on to the first priority, needing 4.48.
Yeah, he needs to get going here. We've not seen much from him, have we? Had that 1-3 at the beginning of the heat, the 3-5, and then nothing since then. So he really needs to fire up here and get involved. Find himself a bit of energy. I think maybe that last left that he got just sort of baffled him a little bit. And he's thinking, okay, don't get... Yeah, we'll see where this goes. We'll see where this goes numbers-wise from him, but we'll need another wave to stay in competition here. 2 on the clock. We'll wait for the panel to lock in with that. They're taking their time with it. They're having a look. Final couple of minutes here to lock in with that. They're taking their time with it. They're having a look. Final couple of minutes here. It's still Harley Walters leading alongside Kobe Clements. Priority. The surf out of Japan is leading alongside Kobe Clements. Priority. The surf out of Japan, Kylie Noro. We'll need to try and find something here for sure. Number's going to come in for Max. It's looking good. It doesn't. He needs 3.85 now to advance.
That was close, just not enough. 4.13 now, needing 3.85 with 1 minute and 24 seconds remaining. But I think there's another chance out there because so many waves coming through into the lineup. Well, 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. This is a tense moment for red, green, blue. Probably Hurley is sitting really safe place right now, I would say. Now Kobe is just paddling towards Max. Try to use priority. Max is on the way, but I don't think it'll be his requirement of 3.85. You have 40 seconds remaining. Kobe up and riding again. He needs to be at a 3.47 with this one. Gets a finish. Great combination at the back. Kyrie was on it, but unfortunately he goes down.
He's having a nightmare, mate. He's having a shocker. He just cannot find a wave, can he?
No.
He waited a long time for that. So some nice backhand turns again there from Kobe. And looking to just try and fend off any late charges in this one. And again, that star where he gets super low and just drives that board hard. And it's paid off so far to the tune of a second place position in this. Meanwhile, what's happening here? Here goes Kylie.
野呂カイリ選手、この波乗ってきますが、2発目で惜しくもこけてしまいました。
For that number to drop in, we'll bring you that when we come back from break. More live action from the Taiwan Open. Special guests coming in the studio too. Stay tuned.
Geez, this guy surfs good. I reckon he doesn't get the props that he deserves. He's so solid. He absolutely rips. He's got a couple of pretty good, wins under his belt. He absolutely rips. He's got a couple of pretty good, wins under his belt. Things like the single fin up at Burleigh. But, as far as just like high performance, foundation surfing, just fully goes at it. He's a real danger man.
Yeah, Matty Job from up at Burley there. Mate, if you're local at that joint, you're local anywhere.
True. And this looks like Dom Thomas getting the fins up and over. What do you know about Dom, fellas? Oh, hang on. Horikoshi upside down. Yeah, it's so nice to see a bit of opportunity. The waves look so clean, man. I got here down here this morning. I was like, yes, it's on.
Yeah, we're definitely stoked rocking up here this morning. Me and Jarvie got up for the early.
First one's out.
First out this morning. And yeah, there's definitely some good waves.
Sick. Well, that was a nice backside snap. Hiroto Arai. So what do you think, fellas? Like, this is a dual, what do you call it? It's dual sanctioned
Dual
event. So
sanction.
we've got the Asian tour and the Australasian Oceanic region combining. Do you like it? Do you like getting to see sort of what's going on in other regions?
It's pretty sick. Like, I feel like it's cool to like get out of your region, get to surf in like a semi-international event, and just see what other talents out there. It kind of pushes us to surf better, and hopefully pushes those guys to surf better as well. So yeah, it's pretty sick, I reckon.
And yeah, it's a pretty nice wave. Just a good solid start here from Dom. And he'll get out. Plenty of waves, man. Like the wind swell, you're just constantly getting opportunities.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. There's kind of like 3 main peaks out there, and you can kind of just move around under prio and do stuff like that. Go for big punch. You get so much opportunity. So it's pretty sick spot for a competition. Oh,
There's Matt. He just bobbles a bit there.
looks like
Tell
he's
us
up
about the
early.
break here, boys. Like, there's kind of 3 main sections, or maybe even 4. You've got the sort of rip bowl right just as you paddle out. Then that has a bit of a peak situation that can go into a left that breaks into the other peak. And then you got the long running left down the beach. What's your favourite section out there, Lenny?
I'd say the middle peak's definitely the best, like probably the most opportunity. But then like the right to the north side of it's like runs for longer. So it's kind of just take your pick, really.
Kind of, it gets pretty chaotic out there in the free surf. Just kind of people flying everywhere, people running into each other left and right. But yeah, it's definitely a lot going on.
Yeah, there's good opportunity everywhere on this little zone. So
Yeah.
take your pick, really.
Yeah, it seems to me that a lot of the guys who have that air arsenal love sitting on the second peak and getting the right into the left. Kind of get a couple of little scoopy bowl sections, and if you're lucky, a bit of a punchy end section.
Yeah, that middle peak definitely offers like the biggest end section, and the ones on the either side are kind of tapering, but definitely a lot of opportunity on each of the peaks.
Jarvis, Challenger Series, brother, how was it?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Like, that was my second years on the Challenger, and pretty good experience, and got my best result this year, so I was frothing and keen to get back on there next year and give it another crack to try
Unreal,
qualify.
man. How hard is it? Like, give us an idea, because Lennox Smith, Jarvis Earl, World Junior Champ, and what have you won recently, mate?
I've just won nothing. Mate, I'm in the booth. This is a win for me, so yeah, just happy to be here with the lads.
Well done, mate. Now, you're on your way, 22nd on the regional queue. Is this where you wanted to be at this time of the year, or were you hoping to be a bit further up?
Dom.
Whoa.
Far out, mate. I'm speechless. That was something else. What do you reckon, Jarv score?
I reckon that's going to be a pretty solid score. He
Let's
hit
have
a
a look at
solid
this replay.
section
Walk us
here.
through it.
Solid section and just straight into the flats.
That's as good as it gets, is it?
That's like kind of stuff you can do. I don't know if he had priority then, but he must have been doing that stuff under priority, and it's gone huge and pulled it off. So
You think he's been practicing that on the trampolines at home? You'd think so with that type of rotation.
He kind of almost had 0 speed. He just managed to huck that perfect little click off the coping there. Straight to the flats. You guys do much trampoline work?
Yeah, we get up at the HPC a fair bit. I try to get on the trampoline up there when Dane Henry's not on it, but yeah, I just try and do my best on there. I'm not much of a tramp guy. I actually broke my arm on a tramp when I was younger, so I'm kind of scared of it.
PTSD.
Yeah, so every time I get on there, if I feel a double bounce coming, I'm kind of...
Is that how you broke your arm? Someone double bounced you?
double bounce.
Who was it?
I don't know, but it was at like this tramp place. I was trying to do a slam dunk on the basketball hoop, missed the hoop and straight on my arm.
Oh, no, mate. That's heavy.
Yeah, so that was crickets.
So let's see what Dom nails for this next score. It was a nice full rotor. Greased the landing, no bobbles, no laybacks.
Just got it done.
What's the deal these days, fellas? Like, I mean, if you lay back, are you just chucking it away or do you persevere?
I'm not much of an air guy. This is more a question for Jarvis.
Nah, I reckon if you're in competition and you're laying back, like, you're better off just trying to milk it and get out there and see what the judges reward it. But yeah, Hiroto Arai just slapped that thing three times.
That was 3 really nice turns. Love that little tail release out of the top, and Horikoshi staying busy here as well. What are you thinking? Throw a score at that air for us.
Well, I'm going to go 6.3.
I'm going to go 8.
Really?
Yeah, big full ray into the flats. I reckon it's going excellent.
I seen Harley do a nice air the heat before, and he only got a 5, so I'm just questioning what the judges are kind of looking at. But, you know.
Look at this wave, though. This is just beautiful surfing, isn't it?
Oh, how's the spray he gets off that? It's just, mate, that is textbook.
Hiroto Arai, he looks like he's just right at home in these sorts of conditions. Must be frustrating when you travel all the way to the other side of the world, boys, and you get sort of, a tricky day like day one. The wind was up. Both you guys luckily seeded into the later draws, but you would have had friends surfing in those heats. How tough is it to be around someone when they've coming all this way and sort of getting knocked?
Yeah, you definitely feel for them guys for sure. Like, if they had conditions like this, it would have been a total different story. But yeah, sometimes you just got to scrap through and get that one
nicely done.
Yeah, Dom's kind of on a heater at the moment after that punt.
That was a really good wave. And out the back, Matty Job currently holding down second with pocket 3s. Got a nice little power turn there, delays the bottom turn, whacks up the Nuna. Just a little out of rhythm on that one. Still waiting on this score. Dom Thomas, judges really having a good think about it.
Here he goes on the replay.
Dom's little 3-turner.
There's so many waves being ridden.
So many waves, just non-stop.
That was sick.
Gets the finner for the finish.
A little bit hung up. That might affect the score a little bit, but he'll be waiting to hear what he got for that full rotor he done a couple minutes ago.
Crack. What do you reckon, fellas? Do you like getting, on a day like this where it's looking really fun? Do you like sitting around all day waiting for your heat, or are you just going, mate, this is torture, get me out there?
Yeah, it's kind of hard because the wind usually comes up here from the right side, blowing into the right. So you're kind of wanting an earlier heat for sure. So yeah, definitely itching to get out there. I'll be like one of the last heats of the day, which is kind of heavy, but like I said before, you just got to get it done.
I'm going to be first heat tomorrow, so I'm just cruising, taking it all in, watching the boys and watching Leno later. I'll be cheering him on. So
sweet. Yeah, how's the camaraderie on this regional queue? You're surfing pretty much against guys you've surfed against your whole life in some cases. In other cases, you're surfing against like a couple of heroes. Are you all a tight bunch, or do you sort of move off into your little cliques and stink eye each other if you see each other down the Conne side?
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of stink eyes going down. If we cross paths on the motos, there's a little bit of stink eye getting thrown around. But we're all pretty good mates. We're obviously all grown up in Australia, surfing with each other. So it's a pretty tight crew, but there's, I don't know, what do you reckon, Jarvis?
There's a couple of rivalries in there for
there's
sure.
Definitely some
there's
rivalries.
Definitely some good rivalries, but you get to know everyone just doing all these competitions, so everyone's like pretty sick and everyone kind of gets along.
Oh, Matty's slipped down into third on the back of that score that came in for Dom Thomas. Now, I think the air
still hasn't dropped.
So many waves being ridden. The judges, so what they're doing, even though the scores don't lock in, they've written it all down on their sheet. So they punch it all in when there's a little break of the action. So they're not missing nothing. They'll probably go back, check a few replays too, just to double check that they were feeling what they saw. And that'll all go in pretty soon. But 11 minutes to go. And here we go. Horikoshi again off the bottom. a little speed float, carves his way back and gets a good finish.
Yeah, that was well read, that one. I wonder if Dom's... Yeah, 6.33. I said 6.3. I'm on the money. Get me up there. WSL if you need a judge.
We'll go from the commentary booth to the panel for Leno.
I'll get up there after this interview.
I was talking to Drew Starling yesterday. She said, watching the so many heats, the different ways people compete. Some people like to, build a heat with a really strong strategy. Other people like to just paddle out there and just see what comes at them. How would you describe yourselves?
Sometimes I feel if I had to sit there, I'm kind of just out there in no man's land. So I usually just like to get a good start and get my feet in the wax. What about you, Jav?
Kind of depends on the conditions, but when there's like a lot of opportunity like this, I kind of just like get the ball rolling, get a bit of momentum and throw a bit of risk or, just keep moving kind of.
Hey, if you see Jarvis in the free surf, he's non-stop out there, just snaking everyone. Most loved and hated man to walk on the Jinzun rocks.
That's it, mate. The smiling assassin.
Mate, try not to look at him. You get blinded by his teeth. And his necklace. If you get the chance, go up and have a feel of the necklace. He won't bite.
That is classic. Boys. So, third on the rankings at the moment. You got any plans for the regional queue, mate? You want to try and take this thing out, or are you just sort of cruising here and using it as practice for next year's Challenger Series?
Yeah, well, obviously, I kind of enter every event with the goal of trying to win. So, obviously here to try and get the win. But, just trying to get another result and solidify my spot for the Challenger next year and get some experience competing in the process. So I love competing and I've been loving it this year, so I'd love to get some heats going and put some good totals down. So looking forward to getting my campaign started.
Good on you, man. World Junior Champ, as we said earlier, a former winner here in Taiwan, so racking up some good results, getting some, losing a lot of space in that trophy cabinet, mate. Pretty mad.
You should see his room. Mate, that thing is a full-on shining armour of trophies.
I only got one trophy when I was a grommet. Best wipeout. It was heavy. I was still proud of it, though, because, at least you got one.
Yeah, no, that's good.
And what's your plans, Lennox? Tell us a little bit. Whoa, how's that, weird board slide?
Big fin drift.
Horikoshi there. Yeah, what's your plans for the tail end of the year and going into next year, mate?
Hopefully get a good result here. That'll be nice, as this is the last event of the year. And it's a 5-star, so it'd be good to get a result and then see what happens next year. But keen to do a couple trips and just play it by ear, I guess.
Yeah, mate.
Just go with the flow. But definitely trying to qualify for the Changers for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, this year the regional queue's been firing, mate. Cruey was cooking, Nias was cooking, Cloud9's been cooking. It's a great place to sort of get your toe in the water and get that experience of A, travelling, B, competing when you're overseas, all that sort of thing. Pretty invaluable, really.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how good it is. Like, you look at this QS compared to the Challengers and you're kind of wondering what they're doing, really. What are your thoughts on it, Jav? You've been on the Changers, going from this to sloppy Brazil. What's the kind of difference?
The Asia region's definitely one of the best regions on the QS for waves wise. Just look at the waves we've had this year and it's been pretty pumping. And then the Challenger Series has some good waves as well, but I reckon for sure the Asia region smoked him with scoring.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's a tricky one. The level of surfing that goes up, the experience that you come up against when you're on the Challenger Series, it's a whole different ball game, isn't it, Jarvis? You paddle out and you might think, I remember Leo Muniz from when I was a Grom, and then he just absolutely canes you with just, pure power and flawless strategy. There's Nishi there with the red hair. He won the South Korean wave pool event last year that we went to. It was sick. Cool pool too. Hopefully that comes back onto the Asian queue. 6 minutes to go, and it is Dom Thomas out in front. So a 6.33 for the, was that for the air or was for that?
That's for the air.
That was for the
6.3.
air, wow.
Yeah.
So the judges loving it. And it's Matty Job and Horikoshi who have the work to do here.
Matty needs a 6.27 to bump up into second. I reckon he just needs a nice run and right to get that Burley experience showcased. If he can do that, it'll be sweet, but it's just a matter of doing.
Lennox, what was your highlight from the year, mate? Nias?
Yeah, Nias was good. I was actually in the heat with Zave when he got 210, so that kind of sucked. I actually thought I was going to drown as well. My first wave I got absolutely belted on and got swept the whole way into the bay. I was palling out, watching Zave get 10s. It was kind of just like, oh no, this is...
Yeah, well, some days you're the statue and some days you're the pigeon, mate.
Yeah.
Seems like you were the statue in that heat.
Zave was a statue in every wave that he taught. Standing that stiff in him.
That was amazing. A perfect heat for Xavier Huxtable at Nias. What's been your highlights from the past couple of years, Jarvis? Obviously, winning the World Junior title is a huge one, but, since then?
I don't know. I've just been really enjoying competing and...
Oh my God.
What's this?
Big 4-0.
Tom Thomas, absolutely filth, and that's
gonna better his back up for sure.
Right, so his previous one was a 6.3. I'm calling...
That one's going to go a bit higher.
Yeah.
We'll watch the replay.
His last one had no speed. This one, he really loads it up,
More
clicks
loft.
that, and that is incredible. That could go right up. This could be our first truly excellent ride of this event.
Yeah, I'm feeling 7.83.
7.83. I think it'll go way north of 8.
You reckon?
I reckon. That's excellent, man. That was a big, lofty punt. He had that much hang time.
He was hanging up there, eh? That was hanging.
It was more loft. I'm going to call
He got a
into the
6.33. That's a
range.
full point better than his last one, and at least I would say 2 points better.
That's filth. That one was for the hometown. I felt that one.
What do you know about Dom, boys? Give us a bit of a rundown. What sort of character is he?
Well, Jarvis, what sort of characters, Dom?
Stayed with him in the same place as him in now, so got to know him a bit better.
Yeah.
Kind of cruisy guy. Yeah, I don't know.
Look, there was a bit of an incident in the surf the other day. Dom wrote Jarvis's necklace off and he wasn't happy.
Yeah, so this is where the beefs really begin on the regional queue. You don't have a crack at someone's necklace. That is just underhanded.
Especially this bloke, mate.
It's a no-go. And doesn't he know that you're in the commentary box? You can tear him up right now.
Mate,
Not that you would. He's on fire, isn't he?
After that last dare, Jarvy's quiet.
8.17.
8.17.
It drops, and that is an excellent score for Dom Thomas, who is really putting daylight between him and the rest of the field here. Hiroto Arai, still in second, has priority on the next wave. Matty Job, third, looking for a 6.27 to advance. So he actually needs to put the foot to the gas. And this guy, Horikoshi, he is coming fourth at the moment, a 6.4. This is a nice wave.
Finish.
Steep, gets a nice carve. This is starting to look good for the surfer in green as he comes through. Will he get a punchy little finish? It's a bit of a foam climb, but solid surfing for the man in green. This is just basically victory lap stuff for here as Dom goes to click the backside air. That was a spectacular move.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets right there for sure. Clicked it perfect. Now he's just having fun out there. But yeah, he's a replay of green. He needs a 6.4.
What do you think, Jarvis? It's sort of lacking a bit of sting. I feel like the first two turns, they kind of needed to have a little bit more punch. There was a really nice swoop in there, but even the last turn, just a little bit out. I don't know, is there 6.5 in that?
It was a well put together wave. Like, he got some nice turns done. I think the second turn was probably the highlight of that one, but it kind of just fizzled on the end and didn't give him that major finish that he was probably looking for the 6.4. But I think it's definitely going to better his exchange either way. So might make his requirement a bit smaller, which is just a good thing going into the last minute.
When you get a wave like that and you're paddling back out, do you think you go, oh, maybe not enough, I've got to rip back out there?
Sometimes, like, I feel like most surfers have a pretty good sense of, like, what score they're going to get roughly, but you never really know with surfing. Sometimes things look way bigger than what you thought, or maybe they look smaller than what you thought. So, yeah, you never really know, but you get a pretty good idea after surfing more heats and getting more experience competing, I think.
40 seconds to go. It is all about Dom Thomas. One of you guys going to take care of the post-heat interview?
Yeah.
Good on you, Lenny. I think we're going to send you down there.
I think Jarvis should take care of this, mate. Maybe smooth things out.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
probably
not a
be
bad
good.
idea. That's not a bad idea.
Smooth things out.
We'll get you down there, Jarvis, and you can
I'll
find
do the
out
post-heat interview
what he was
for him.
thinking. He clicked that air. That is highlight of the event so far. Josh Kerr put on a pretty amazing performance. What about Kersey, boys? Like,
He's one spot behind you, I think. I think he's fourth. You're third. He's fourth. He's coming for you.
He's
mate.
coming
he is
for me.
coming.
He wants it more than anyone. I promise.
All right, we're going to count this one out. So it looks like congratulations here to Dom Thomas and Hiroto Arai. Horikoshi does move up into third, and Matty Job unfortunately eliminated. He got a kind of a nice one at the start, but couldn't find a backup. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more from the Taiwan Open of Surfing in just a moment. Thanks, Jarvis. Thanks, Lenny.
Thanks for having us, Borno.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. We are into round of 96, heat 7. We have 4 Japanese surfers in this heat, so probably I'm gonna do all this heat in Japanese. それではこのヒートには4名のサーファーが日本人サーファーがクレジットされているということで、このヒートだけ日本語でお送りします。そして本日2名のゲストサーファーに、来てもらいました。脇田沙羅選手、そして岩見天使選手、ウェルカム。
お願いします。
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
早速このヒート、ホワイトの稲葉選手、そして須田選手がかなり決めてきていますが、このブースに入るの初めてですか、2人は？
初めてです。
はい、僕も初めてです。
寒くてビビりました。
機械製品が多いので、かなりここは寒いですよね。
そうなんです、ね。
外28度ぐらいあるんですが、今僕らがここを話しているブース内は21度です。さあ、そんな初めての場所だと思うんですが、今日まあいろいろ話す前にインタビューがあるそうなので、So we're gonna go to over Jarvis with the last heat winner.
Alright, we're down here. Dom Thomas, winner of the last heat. Mate, Dom, how does it feel? 2 big 4-8s in that heat. What are you thinking? Run us through it.
Oh, look, I was just trying to take a book as page out of your book, mate, and just go to the area and have some fun, and it works, so I'm happy.
Yeah, it's always good to get the event started with a win like that. What are your plans for the next round? Will you be on later today?
Yeah, I think so. If they're running heats 1 to 8, I'm pretty sure I'll be on heat 6, so just get back to the place, get back into the zone and do it all again, I guess.
How have you been liking your time here in Taiwan? Have you been getting around adventuring or just grinding out the comp bank and throwing some mad punts down?
We went to the Rivermouth Wave one time and it was super fun, and then me and a couple of boys I'm staying with went and explored the massive river up the stream, and it was pretty sick. So been adventuring a little bit, but mainly sticking to the comp bank.
Yeah, so run us through when you did that big punt. We just want to hear what you were thinking.
Oh, to be honest, I wasn't thinking too much of it. I seen the section and I had some speed, and I was like, oh well, I may as well try it.
Well done, Dom. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
ありがとう、ジャーベス。ではヒートの方に戻っていきましょう。こちらのヒート、ゼッケンレッドに須田清志郎、ブルーに萩田太一、ホワイトに稲葉レオ、グリーンに岡野蓮という選手がクレジットされていますが、このメンバーだと2人はトラベル一緒にしたりとかする人はいるんですか？
ゼッケンレッドの須田清志郎選手は、今年の、クルイニアスの2戦は一緒に旅しましたね。
そのトラベルするときってまず遠征ですけど、どうやって決めていくんですか、メンバー2人は。バイブス。
京志郎君の場合もめっちゃ仲いいんで、もうスナップチャットで「京ちゃん一緒に行く?」みたいな感じでそしたらもう行こうよってなって、それで
基本的にはスナップチャットで連絡を取ってですねここで岡野蓮選手一発目大きなターン入れてきました。そして2発目もストレートアップの綺麗なターン、ここで少し波がなくなってしまいましたが、いいターンをしてきました。スコアの方ですが、須田選手の1本目 2.0、 稲葉選手の1本目 4.0、 岡野選手1本目 0.93、 そして 4.07。 脇田選手はどういうふうにトラベルするときのバディを決めていくんですか？
でも QS だったら大体1人なので、自由に行った場所で一緒にご飯行こうよとかいろいろ誘って、
なんかいつも誰かと一緒にいるような、特に2人一緒にいるようなイメージだったんですけど、特に一緒に行こうねみたいな話ではなく、現地で
そうですね、
スナップチャットで連絡取りながらみたいな
そんな感じで
天使どこ飯行くのみたいな
ちなみに昨日は2人はどこ行ったんですか、ご飯は。
昨日は別々で行って、サラは昨日ベトナム料理でしょ。
ベトナム料理食べに行きました。
台湾でベトナム料理食べて、ヨミ選手は何食べたんですか？
僕はもう昨日昼に肉まん3つとカルボナーラ食べちゃってお腹いっぱいすぎてそれで夜はコンビニで軽く済ませました。
さあ、そういったところでこのヒート残り時間18分となりましたが、今日のコンディション非常に、素晴らしいコンディションとなっています。さあ、ここで須田清志郎選手アップ、カービングターン、これでしっかりとつないできます。さあ、ここから少し波がとろくなるセクションをどう攻略していくかがキーとなります。さあ、これはつながってきそうです。しっかりとフィニッシュが出てきたところに大きなリッピングを入れてきましたが、少しノーズが刺さってしまいました。今思わずという嫁選手声聞こえましたが、
いや、このセクションすごい難しいので、僕もすごい分かるというか、
どう難しいんですか？
やっぱ波が開いてってどんどんパワーレスになっていく中で、最後フィニッシュのこっち側ちょっと力が強いので、いきなり押されるというか、それで板がスタックしちゃうっていうのはよく、もう本当よくあります、このポイントは。
じゃあもうそのという思わずの声だったんですね。さあ、こちらリプレイになります。脇田選手は台湾、去年もちろんウィンというところでかなり得意なのかなというふうに思うんですが、レフト行きますか、それともライト行きますか？
できればライト行きたいです。
できれば
はいけど、去年もそうだったんですけど、結構セミでずっとライト狙ってて、けどもうライト全然なくて、で天使に指示されて、レフト行けって言われて、レフト行ったら逆転できたので。
じゃあもう天使のその一声で、
それはどうかなと思うんですけど認めたくないけどでもそうですね、だからレフトも視野に入れていきたいなとは思ってます。
じゃあレフト、ライトともにポテンシャルがあるということなんですが、ああいうセクションはどうやって2人は切り抜けるというか、 ナビゲートしていくんですか？いきなりとろくなるじゃないですか、ここって。本当に今見選手が言った通り、ああいう時にこう気をつけてる点って何なんですか？
うちはなんかオーバーパワーしないって感じですね。
波に合わせて、
まあ、僕も一緒です。はい、
やっぱそこはそうですよね、
はい、
波に合わせて
とにかくパワーゾーンキープで、こうあんま力入れすぎないように。
でもなんかこう陸から見てると、これ絶対インサイドつながらないなって分かる波があったりとか、これはインサイドまでつながるなっていうのがすごい分かりやすく見えるんですけど、海の中入っているとこれはつながってこれはつながらないっていう判断はやっぱ難しいんですか？乗る前の判断っていうのは。
このポイントかなり難しいと思います。はい、
じゃあもう見た目は全部いい波に見えるみたいな。
もう全部入り方は一緒に見えて、でもちょっとなんかこう先にいるかもみたいな感じで乗ると出てきたみたいな。はい、
ここでのなんかこの GO-TO ストラテジーというか、もう良さそうと思ったら行くべきなのか、どうですか2人は？
僕の場合はそうですね、もうこれって思ったら行ってみるっていう感じでやってます。はい、
さあここでブルーの萩田選手、プライオリティを使ってテイクオフしてきます。大きなカービングターンからスプレーを2発目しっかり上げてきます。3発目もカービング入れてくる。さあここですね、しっかりとフィニッシュが入るか。入りました。これはいい波になってきたブルーの萩田太一選手、残り時間が15分を切ってきました。残り時間が15分で、このヒートかなり、乗る本数が少ないように見えるんですが、2人はガンガン乗っていくタイプですかの話の前にちょっとリプレイをもう一度見てほしいんですが、脇田選手、このライディング見てみてパッと意見があったらどうですか？
パッと意見ですか？でもセカンド結構綺麗にレール入っててよかったかなって思います。
やっぱりこうスプレーを上げるというか、レールをしっかりと最後まで引っ張っていってターンをするっていうのはバックサイドで心がけることなんですか？
まあそうですね、こう多分レールが入ってた方がスプレーも飛ぶと思うし、こう自分は結構スタイル重視なので、スタイル良くなければメイクしてもあんまかっこよくないなって思ってるので、まあそうですね、レールが入ったターンを自分はしていきたいなって思ってます。
どういうのがスタイルってなりますか？その前に岡野蓮選手、ここはエアを攻めていきますが少し前に出てこれなかった脇田選手の中のスタイルがあるのスタイルっていうのはどのあたりが一番重要視してますか？
でもやっぱ内股、
はい、後ろ膝
です
隣で岩見選手が思わず笑ってしまいますが膝の形は重要ですよね。そう考えると2人とも後ろ膝すっごい入ってますよね。岩見選手もめちゃめちゃこう入ってるイメージがあるし、やっぱそこは気にしているところですか？岩見選手も。そうですね、
なんかもともと僕のちっちゃい頃からのスタイルがこう入ってる感じなので、まあそのまま大きくなったっていう感じなんですけど
残り時間が13分になってきたところで、先ほどと同じようにまだレッド、ブルー、ホワイトは1本、そして2本のライディング、グリーンの岡野蓮選手のみ4本となっていますが、どうなんですかね、このコンディションだともうちょっと波に乗った方がいいんじゃない？自分たちがもし見てる側でアドバイスする側だったらもうちょっと乗りなよってアドバイスするのか、そのまま待ちなよ、どっちになると思いますか？
僕だったらこのポイントだったらすごいやっぱスローでいい波乗れる確率すごい、低いというかこう来る本数が少ないので、僕だったらこう待って 2,3 本いい波乗って、そこで確実に決めて6点台7点台2本出して上がりたいなっていうふうにはずっと思ってました。
脇田選手はいかがですか？
ポテンシャルのない波は行かなくていいなって思うんですけど、そのある程度ポテンシャルがある波だったらこうやっぱり男子のサーフィンとかだったら、サーフィンで点数出せる人も全然いると思うので、
確かに
こう乗って自分でこう点数をビルドアップするのもありなのかなって思います。
ここで ブースの中でも2つに分かれましたね、戦法が。さあここで乗ってきたのは稲葉レオ選手、一発目フローターからの最後のセクションを大きく攻めていきました。これが2本目のライディングになります。約10分ほどですかね、待ったようなところでこの波にテイクオフしてきたのが稲葉レオ選手。2人は今後の予定というか、年内 QS5000 中国がなくなってしまったということで大きな大会はこれが最後だと思うんですが、こちら稲葉レオ選手ですね。これ非常に大きなターンでした。稲葉レオ選手らしいというか、かなりキャラクターのある当て込み方だったなと思います。年内はこの後はどういうふうに過ごすんですか？海外遠征に行くのか、もしくは戻って千葉に戻るのか。
僕は今のところ何も決めてなくて、とりあえず、日本でちょっとゆっくりオフシーズン過ごして、しっかりトレーニング積んで、で年明けハワイだったりオーストラリアだったりっていうふうに
じゃあ年明けからですね。
はい。
脇田選手の予定はあるん
自
ですか？
分は台湾終わったら、どっかトリップ行きたいなと思って、まだどこかは決まってないんですけど。
それは国内、国外？
国外です。国外にCS で仲良くなった子たちとちょっとトリップ行きたいなと思って、そうですね、
フリーサーフィンのトリップ
連絡取ってます。
楽しみですね、それも。
楽しみ
さあ次のヒートの選手が準備をし始めています。残り時間9分40秒にも間もなくなるところで、ここで稲葉レオ選手の2本目のライディングで 3.77 がスコアされていきました。岩見選手、先ほどトレーニングをこの後していくというふうに言ってましたが、どんなトレーニングをされてるんですか？ここで須田選手テイクオフしていきました。クイックなカービングターンから、ここで一発縦のアプローチ、そして立て続けに3アクション入れてきました。これもいい波になってきました。1本目で 2.0、2本目で 2.27 とまだ大きなスコアをしていないところで、残り9分というところでしっかりとしたライディングをしてきたのが須崎八郎選手。後ろでは岡野蓮選手がアップしています。さあこの選手1人だけたくさん波に乗っていて、スコアを脇田選手が言っているようにビルドアップしていくような、そんな戦法を取っています。はい、ちょっと話が外れましたが、トレーニングはどういうトレーニングを普段されてるんですか？
今はもう本当ウェイトとかは持たずに、とにかく自重で基礎をしっかりどんどん作っていくっていう感じで、でやっぱ冬の冬季トレーニングとかになってくると1日2ラウンドトレーニングしたりとか、もうその来年の1年のベースをその1ヶ月で作るっていう感じなので、もう僕にとってすごい辛い時期が始まるなって感じです。
じゃあ本当に1ヶ月とかでまとめてトレーニングして、あとの残りはもうほぼサーフィンに集中するっていうようなイメージなんですかね。
はい、そんな感じ
でもウェイトを持たずにしっかり体を作るってなると、自重っていうことじゃないですか。かなり量と回数とかをやらないと追い込めないですよね、自重だから。
いやかなりハードです。もう週3で1日2ラウンドトレーニングとかする日もあるので、もう筋肉痛じゃない日はないです。
そうなると体調管理ってすごい大変になってくると思うんですけど、一番気にかけてるところは何ですか？
やっぱもう免疫力は常に高めておかないといけないのと、あと食はもうしっかり食べるようにしてます。3食
しっかりと3食とって、エネルギーをつけて、トレーニングしているということですね。脇田選手はオフシーズンはトレーニングされるんですか？
そうですね、天使と同じトレーナーさんで、
こ
の間もこの間も合同トレして、うちだけ死にました
なんか1回インスタのストーリーとかですごい面白いこけ方してるのを脇田選手が見たんですけど、あれがそのトレーニングです。
そうですそうです。うちだけ死んでるっていう
まあでも僕と同じ量やってるんで、すごいなと思って見てますけど、
もうほぼ同じメニューで同じクリアしていくっていう、
ウェイトとかちょっと違ったりするんですけど、
いや
質は違うけど、
ちょっとバトルが始まりそうなので、ここでこの話はちょっとやめにしておきましょう。 さあ残り時間が6分30秒になったところ、このヒート非常にゆっくり経過しているように感じますが、残り時間6分というところで今このシチュエーションを見たときに、例えば2人が3位4位のポジション、須田選手もしくは萩田選手の場合、どういった作戦切り替えるというか考えが頭の中に巡ってますか？
僕だったら今やっぱ4点と 3.77 でレオ君が1番なので、やっぱその、萩田選手の場合だったら 3.9、ヒートで3番目にスコアを持ってるので、僕だったらちょっと手前で、もうどんどん 3.5 から4点台を作りに行く波を探しつつ乗っていくと思います。
萩田選手はいかがですか？
うちだったら待ちますみんなロースコアなので、自分がもし手前でプライオリティを使って乗ってっちゃったら、後に来たセットですぐ逆転されてしまうスコアになっているので、自分だったらもうギリギリのギリギリまで待って最後の最後で逆転します。
じゃあもう
時間とかもちゃんと見て、3分とかで逆転しちゃうとその残りが余っちゃうので、ギリギリのギリギリで逆転したいですね。
じゃあもう焦るとかではなく、早く逆転したいとかではなく、時間も考えながら最後にもう逆転する時間を与えないと。
そうですね。
横でちょっと頭を抱えてた岩見選手、これはもうどういう意見ですか？
プライオリティ見てなかった
ですなかなかこうやって画面上でプライオリティ見ることないですからね。
そうですね。
ちゃんと普段はビーチにしっかり色があって、順番が分かると思うんですが、やっぱり相手のスコアっていうのはヒート中もう全部把握してますか、2人とも？
そうですね。
計算してます。
でもちろん自分が何を持っていてっていうのは、絶対考えているとは思うんですが、やはり相手のポイントもしっかり考えて、自分の置かれたシチュエーションも考えて、3番4番でももう焦らずということですね。じゃあすぐ逆転しようというよりは、その後のヒートの成り行きも考えながらプライオリティを使って波を探していくということを、なんか2人がヒート中これやっちゃうんだよねっていうような、なんかあるんですか？験担ぎではないけど
ルーティン的ななんですか？
ルーティンとまで言わなくてもいいけど、なんかたまにこれやっちゃうみたいな。例えばなんかミック・ファニングだったら手を合わせて回して集中させるとか、それすごくフォーカスするための何かですけど、何かありますか？
僕の場合なんかすごいスピリチュアル系なんですけど、この聖火丹田のところに大体いつも僕が緊張しててなかなか決められない時って、ここに気が集まってないというか、で分散しちゃってるので、それを一箇所に集めようとなんていうんですかね、深呼吸しながら。
そういうイメージでいたんですね。沖でずっと沖を見てる瞬間、すごく僕見るんですよ、スクリーンで。その瞬間それやってるんですか？
その時はもうほぼ半目でこっちに気を落とすぞっていうイメージで、そうすると本当に自分の中ですごい安定するというか、気持ちも全て安定するので、それは結構やっちゃいます。
インフォメーションありがとうございます。次スクリーンで見たらそれ言います。さあここで1位の稲葉選手、大きなリッピング、大きなスプレーを出してきました。そしてここもレイバックターンでしっかりフィニッシュしていきました。これはもうさすがというような、演技でした。稲葉レオ選手、脇田選手はありますか、何か？
うち結構独り言多くての中で
独り言あるんですね。
自問自答してますね
例えばこのシチュエーションで3番4番だったらどんなことをボソボソと言ってるんですか？
いやもう多分座りながら相手選手が、外国の方だったら日本語で多分喋ってるんですけど、日本人だったら英語で喋ってて、日本語だったら普通になんか来るっしょみたいな残り何分だろうみたいな感じでずっと喋ってます、一人で。
それは自分自身に対してというよりは逆に相手に何かしらのプレッシャーを与えたいなみたいなのもあるんですか？
そういう時も勝ってればそういう時ですね。勝ってて喋ってたらそういう時ですけど、負けてて喋ってたらシンプルな独り言です。
シンプルな独り言もあるんですね。
はい。
でちょっとそれも僕次スクリーン見ながら今多分これは勝ってるから話してるんだろうなっていうのを 代わりにここで話します。こんなこと言ってんだろうなっていうのを、
韓国のウェーブプールの時にあれ結構マンオマンだと順番が結構長いじゃないですか、その時に待ってる時になんか喋ってて、自分で笑っちゃってで笑って振り返ったのがスクリーンに映ってて、それを見てジシーとかに超笑われてて、超恥ずかしかったです
もしかしたら僕も見てたかもしれないですね。韓国いたんで、それはもう自分自身に笑ってしまったということなんですね。じゃあ今回もそれがもしかしたら見れるかもしれないということで、今ライブをご覧の皆様ぜひそこも注目してみてください。さあそんな話をしてたらもう残り時間50秒というところで、現在第1位に稲葉選手、第2位岡野選手、そして3位に須田選手、4位に萩田選手、さあ残り30秒ですね。須田選手必要なスコア 3.88、 萩田選手必要なスコア 3.11、 30秒どういう気持ちですかね、2人は今。ここで萩野選手が警告していましたが、どうでしょう、先日のスコア 3.11。この
Welcome back to day 4 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Out there we have Heat 8 of the round of 96 in the water. I'm True Starling, and to join me for the call is Dai Wacko. And Dai, that was a pretty exciting last heat as well.
That was really fun to have a chat with Tenshi and Sarah. Big shout out to them, definitely. It was great to have conversation and get to know them well.
Yeah, they're so fun to chat to, but wow, this guy is great to watch. Jinzun Chan just going to town on his backhand on that wave. He's looking really solid at the moment. He's going to be taking on Eden Hassan, Ollie Rissenbeek, and also Dave Perry. But that last wave of Jinzun locked in at a 2.93. So he is extending his lead. And Dai, the surf is getting way better today, and you can have a look at this replay.
Wow.
Solid backside surf.
Really love the last turn from Jinzun Chin. It was a great surfing. It was a smaller size, but if it was one of the bigger set, then he would get like 5 and 6. It was a great turn from Jinzun Chin. But yeah, like you said, the surf has been improving a lot compared to yesterday. A little bit bigger, way cleaner. So many opportunities for big maneuvers or air reverses. It's a great day.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. We are going to be running 20 heats today, so it's going to be a big day, but an exciting one at that, because as you mentioned, Dai, the surf is better. It's bigger than we saw yesterday. The wind, there's still a bit of wind, a little bit of rain. You can see the texture in the ocean, but it's not as windy and chaotic as it was yesterday. Did you get a surf out there?
Yesterday, actually, I did. I surfed twice.
You surfed twice?
After the competition.
Oh my goodness.
Because there was nobody out and there was no crowd, so I was like, I'll just give it a go, and I actually had a fun.
Yeah?
It was kind of hard to surf. It was insanely strong wind, but still, yeah, it was surfable. So that's why I know that today is definitely way better, and I would love to surf here again.
Dai's already getting ready for the afternoon surf. I love it. Well, right now, with just under 19 minutes to go, it's Jinzun Chan who's gone out to an early lead. But as you mentioned, Dai, it feels like today, the scores or what's setting people apart from others is getting those bigger sets. This is Dave Perry up and riding right now on his forehand. He's from the south coast of New South Wales, gets a first float, drives through a second nice carve, gets a third turn in there, adds a little bit of aggression to this fourth one, and lays into it. So Dave Perry opening up with a good looking wave. His first one was a 2.37, so I feel like he'll definitely back that up and move into the lead. But the first day we kind of saw some good rights, and I feel like now the lefts are a little bit more consistent, maybe offering better sections out there, Di?
Definitely, yeah. Every heat, probably lefts are better to get a good, better scores, I reckon. So everyone's gonna, looking for those good left, but it's kind of tricky if you go to the left because there's a wave that running away from you and dies out real quick. So you gotta be careful with this selection. But here is last of white, nice floats the section, come around the section, big carves, nice rail work there, and really love the layback finish. It's David Perry. It's got a 367 to 37, so probably he might have better the best score with that wave.
Yeah, he's looking really good, but looks like Eden Hassan is having a good look at this one. He's going to use first priority, fades for that first drop, gets a nice opening section. That's a better looking connection there from Eden Hassan. He needs to finish it, which he will. So Eden, strong surfing out behind him. Ollie on the answer back from Newcastle. Ollie's a strong natural footer, and he's getting a couple of nice connections in here, throwing heaps of spray, timing it really well. And both Ollie and Eden are still pretty young, and it's exciting to watch them here. I mean, Eden got a quarterfinals over in Shagao, so an equal fifth finish over there. So he's come off a pretty good result and heaps of momentum.
Yeah, finishing at 9th place and coming to here, probably a lot of confidence in him, definitely. That's why pretty much he's been waiting for the wave. But let's have a look at this one. I really love the second turn from Oliver. Like you said, solid surfer.
Yeah, Ollie's from Newcastle. I'm pretty sure from Merriweather Board Riders, and there's heaps of great surfers there. But this wave from Eden, I like the second turn, Di.
Yeah, Sam, totally agree. Really, jump the section, just kick the tail high, three fins out, right out of it, so clean. Comes in 373 for the last of red.
Yeah, so 373 for Eden Hassan's last wave. The judges are being pretty critical. Maybe he got a little bit hung up at the end, but still a great wave nonetheless. 2 good turns there. Yeah, Ollie from Newcastle, he still has a score to lock in. He's hails from there. You've got Arkau, Ryan Callan in there, but arcing into this one for Eden Hassan.
Wow.
He goes to the air and gets a rotation, so Eden looking really strong. And Ollie out the back. He's found a nice stretched out wall ahead of him. Goes up and into that turn. Gets another section. That's a stronger looking maneuver for Ollie. He has now 2 good scores to lock in my opinion. And as I was saying, from Newcastle, you've got Arkau, Morgan, Siblick, Philippa Anderson. I'm sure there's so many more that I can't even think of. But, that's the surfers right now that are really making movements. But this wave from Eden was good.
Wow. That air reverse land is so clean. And really love this wave. It was bigger size, one of the sets. Nice floats the section. Just wait for the section to stand up for him and just a lot of power into it. It's a great surfing from Oliver. The second last wave for Oliver comes in 467, and we're still waiting for the last one, right?
Yeah, still waiting on one more score for Ollie. And then that last score as well for Eden Hassan. And they've been pretty busy. I mean, Ollie just found that one under priority of John and also Dave. It looks like Dave is going to have a little look at this one. You can see that last score locked in for Ollie, a 5.5. Dave is hearing that. He's answering back on this one. Trying to get around, goes to the air. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a flyaway. That one, he almost had it, but it's pretty tricky in conditions like that today.
Probably, especially on a left wave, it's kind of tricky to do airs probably because the wave just running away from you, so it's hard to, hard to land one of the airs.
Yeah, you can see surfers in that next tee. That's Zayn Sink. He'll be getting ready in the red. Mare Ariana or Pujar is going to be making it out as well. Zayn actually turned 21 yesterday, so
happy birthday.
Yeah, big happy birthday to Zayno. I think he had his birthday here last year as well. So the birthday boy is definitely going to want to make this heat. It'll be a nice little present.
Right, for the win. Definitely. This is Pajar from Indonesia. He's one of the strongest competitors in Indonesia. He was competing in Japan as well. He making to couple heats, making the finals in Pro Junior division as well. So
amazing.
Here is David Perry up and riding, but just quick in and out.
Yeah, that last wave of Eden Hassan took him into second place, a 3.93. So Dave is looking for a 4.06. John Chan chasing a 4.73. John's been a little bit quiet. He got that really nice first wave at the start. And because of the size, it was kind of capped at around a 3. So I feel like he's probably adjusting and maybe trying to find a bigger wave to help him get back into this heat. But looks like Eden Hassan, he had a little look. He was kind of investigating. Doesn't like the look of that one with 11 and a half minutes to go. Dai, if you were Eden, what would your plan be right now?
Because probably by now he knows the last wave comes in 3.93, but on the last one he did like one big layback and one air reverse, but it was just smaller sized. Probably if I were him, I would just wait for the bigger ones and do the same stuff, and that'll probably, give him 5 and 6. So I'll be definitely waiting for the bigger ones.
Yeah, I agree. And solid jam there from Eden Hassan. Really sharp on his backhand. He's looking good, and that was a better and bigger size wave die. So he knows that he needs a 6.24 to go to first, or just to better a 3.73 to make it harder for the other two competitors. Talk me through the replay.
Yeah, like you said, it's a bigger wave and probably better finish so far for Aiden. So it's gonna, I gotta say, it's gonna be his best score so far.
Yep.
It's gonna hit probably mid-4s.
And it looks like Sai Maniwa, and I think that is also Ollie's mum there. And they're watching Ollie. I think they're all traveling together, so they're probably feeling a little bit nervous, but with a 5.5 and a 4.67, they're two pretty good scores on a day like today. That last score for Eden Hassan has locked in at a 4.3.
Right.
So he's bettered his scoreline, Dai.
Definitely. It was, the wave was definitely bigger than previous waves he caught, and did two massive turns and scored 4.3. So
that was
great
Taina.
building up.
Yeah, definitely. That was Taina on screen just before. She's definitely come down to support Pajar, who is in that next heat. And 9.5 minutes to go in this one. I mean, the surf looks really fun. There is a bit of texture on the waves and out in the lineup. Dave having a strong paddle at this one. It's a smaller wave, a little bit fatter. Opens up with a nice carve. Waiting for it to stand up. Jams it there, but just gets a little bit too hung up. Unfortunately, he had to give it everything, though. He needs a 4.63 die. And he still has 9 minutes, so there's plenty of time.
Right. There's still plenty of times, and he knew that he needed to go big because it was on smaller size waves, and he did, but unfortunately, like you said, he just hung up on the top of the wave. But at the back, a few lines coming into the line, and Oliver up and riding, just looking for a wave to better 4.67, going to the air.
Ooh.
And here is John Chen. Managed to put 2 towns in, and here he is. Well, everyone's getting a wave. Aiden up and riding, racing down the line. That's a big, unfortunately, he couldn't quite ride out of it.
Bit of a flurry of waves there for all four of our surfers. Unfortunately, that last one of Dave didn't help his scoreline, but let's have a look at this replay of John. He goes straight up into that first turn and then gets the second one in. It probably won't be the score that he's looking for, but it could help his situation. This last one of Eden Hassan gets a nice combination, a bit of a float there, and then drifts the fins, but you can just see, unfortunately, a little bit too straight-legged and wasn't able to embrace the completion there for Eden. But 7.5 minutes, it's kind of been the Ollie and Eden show right now. They've had definitely some of the best waves in this heat, Di.
Definitely bigger ones, better ones they're getting in this heat so far, but everyone's getting a lot of waves in this heat, because last heat not many waves ridden, so that means probably there's so many opportunities out there.
I feel like on a day like today, Di, sometimes you'll have heats that just pulse, and then there'll be one or two heats that kind of just get really slow. And it's always the way. Sometimes the ocean just needs a little breather. We saw it a lot over in Shagao at Cloud 9. And it just seems like sometimes the ocean needs a little minute. I feel like today we'll see heats that are pulsing, heats that are slow, but Eden Hassan going to his rail all the way through to the inside on that one with 6.5 minutes to go. It's Ollie who is out in front with a 5.5 and a 4.67, but scores to lock in for that last wave of Eden Hassan. Eden was very impressive over in Cloud 9. He had some big airs. He had some really great barrels. Unfortunately, getting knocked out by Marama, the king of Cloud 9, in this quarterfinal. But he put up a great fight. So 6 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the replay.
So that was before that cutbacks. That's wow. Air reverse in the first section, and couple of cutbacks right there, but it was wow. But the last wave comes in 3.67, so not enough to better his backup score. But still a good attempt. But at the back, Oliver was having a look at the wave. Nice floater section, waiting for the wave to stand up, and got the vertical attack and straight into the next one and gets the finish. It was a smaller side waves, but still great surfing from Oliver. Looking for a wave to beat a 4.67 and 5 minutes mark.
Yeah, Ollie floats that first section, driving into the second one, throwing heaps of spray. He's looking really smooth right now. His backhand is on point and jams it for a finish. So Ollie having nice flow. Maybe a few little wobbles, but he's looking really good. So he does have a score to lock in for that last wave. And there's 4.5 minutes to go. We have time.
Well, few good scores coming in for the last of blue, but David Perry up and riding. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of the last section, but the last of Oliver comes in 5.27. Now he's extending his lead.
And here we go, live action. John Chan up and riding. Nice first turn. John lives over in Encinitas, and he's looking really smooth. And then out behind, Ollie up and riding again. In and out, though. Doesn't like the look of that wave with just under 4 minutes to go. That last wave of Dave Perry was a 2.7, so that actually went into his top two. But he still needs a 4.63 to go to second place. John Chan's last wave was a 2.63, and that's Ellie Lampkin on screen there. She is also travelling with Ollie, both from the Newcastle region, so I'm sure that she's feeling a little bit nervous and filming those waves with a shaky hand. But the support crew is. There's so many great groups of people that are traveling together, and to see the support from them all is so amazing.
Even surfing is individual sports, but really love to see all the communities supporting each other. Even though you surf against your travel mates, after the heat, you just such a great friendship.
Yeah. Well, we saw Ellie and Sai compete in the heat the other day. That wasn't yesterday. That was the day before.
Yeah.
And they Ellie knocked out Sai, but they're traveling together and they're still mates. I feel like you leave it in the water. As soon as the rashi comes off, it's like, okay, I'm here to support you now.
Right. Definitely.
But that's an art form. I feel like that's way easier said than done. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
It's like you can sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'll support you, but I'm also still really annoyed. Well, just over 2 minutes to go, and Ollie has a pretty commanding lead right now. Eden Hassan in second. Dave Perry still chasing a 4.63. And Jinzun Chan still looking for a 5.3. They're pretty significant scores to get on a day like today, Dai.
Right, 4.63 and 5.30. You gotta need bigger size waves and do big turns. But here is David Perry needing 4.63. A couple of check turns. Fortunately, something happened to him catching a rail. Here's Oliver up and riding. It's really close to land the air.
He's just got a bit of freedom, Dai. He can he can go for that now. Like there's no pressure.
No pressure at all.
You could kind of see him scrabbling. Eden kicked out of his wave behind, it looked like. And with just over 1 minute to go, looks like Ollie's pretty safe right now in the lead, but anything can happen. Scores to lock in for that last wave of Dave Perry. It's a 2.77, so again goes into the top two, but it's still not the 4.63 that he is looking for. With just under 1 minute to go, Jinzun Chan holds a priority. Needs a 5.3.
Well, a few lines on the lineup. Probably, needing a bigger set to get 5.3. Is there gonna be enough time for him? But here is Jinzun up and riding, needing 5.30. That's a good looking first down. And floats a section, comes around. He managed to put a couple turns in, but I'm not too sure if it's gonna be his requirement.
This is David Perry out behind, throws the tail, gets a completion, needs a 4.63. Will he be able to do it on one turn? I don't know. He's milking this one all the way through. I don't know if it's going to be the score, Die.
I'm not too sure. Just one single maneuver. If it was on the bigger size, then probably would, but not too sure.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. That last score of David Perry looks like it locked in at a 2.63, so it was not enough. So it will be Oliver Rissenbeck and Eden Hassan progressing on through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 9 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this. The waves are looking really fun for this heat today, and it is heat 9, and I'm here with Paul Evans. He's always making me laugh. Paul, good morning.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Whew, yeah, really good. I'm psyching. Think the level's going up.
Yep.
Big scores, good treading, love it.
Yeah, this is Aimade Ariana or Pajar up and riding on his first wave from Indonesia. Nice connection there for Pajar, driving through another one. He's a spicy surfer, always looking for the pocket. Gets another connection in there. This left just offering so many sections, and he opens up his heat with a bang.
Yeah, that was really cool. Good energy, nice and vigorous. Just whack-a-mole with the sections, wasn't it, all the way along. Nice to get things going with a good long wave, multiple hits. I reckon he'd be pretty stoked about starting off a heat like that. And like we talk about strong starts a lot, yeah, but if you can get one of your scores on the board earlier, I just think it makes everything just breathe nicely the rest of the heat.
Yeah, you can kind of take a breath and just be like, whew, okay. But he does have Zaina Sink, Riki Komatsu, and Yiping Chen to compete against in this heat, but this is a nice wave, Paul.
Yeah, really cool. Loading up at this section, and this stuff is looking down the line. That one is able just to push a little harder, and then mixing things up, throwing in a little bit of variety, just sort of clicking on that last turn, but good enough to get it done, and then finish there on that whitewater section. Decent stuff there. I like that. We got a birthday. We got a birthday boy in the water.
Yeah, Zaina Sink, he turned 21 years old yesterday.
Wow.
So happy birthday to Zaino. He, I'm sure he would have had a great day, celebrated a little bit, but he does have a heat today, so he needs to be nice and fresh for it.
Maybe he's celebrating with his heat.
Yeah, I mean, if he can win this heat or get through this heat, that's a great birthday present.
Pretty cool.
Well, that first wave of Pajar locked in at a 3.83.
Another three.
Another three, yeah. We've seen quite a few. I feel like in that last heat we saw 2 5s from Ollie Rissenbeck, and he was looking really good, but it was the size of the wave that was really setting him apart from everyone else.
Speaking of which, we've got some rumbles coming through here.
Yeah, this is Riki Komatsu up and riding. Loads up off the bottom. Slow carve through that first turn. Gets another one in there. He's looking down the line for this section. Gets a nice connection for Riki with 20 and a half minutes to go. And his first wave was just a 2.43, which on days like yesterday that we saw, sometimes people were getting through heats with 3s and 2s, but I feel like they're requiring a little bit more today.
Yeah, this
bigger size waves. Cleaner. There's a little bit of texture, a little bit of rain, but it's really fun. Very surfable on a day like today, and with 19 minutes to go. Not much has really happened in this heat, but I just feel like with the size sets that we have coming through, it's going to be good. With 19 minutes to go, and the birthday boy holds priority. Only had a 0.93 for his first one.
What do you reckon he got for his birthday in terms of gifts?
Oh, maybe a couple of dumplings.
Mm.
Well, while we have a break in the action, we do have Dai Wacko down there with Ollie Rissenbeck.
Alright, probably it was a better heat for you because it was your first heat of the event, and with this, pumping waves. So how was it up there?
Oh, massive shout out to Ty for calling off the event yesterday. We were pretty stoked. This morning we got up here and it was nice and clean and offshore, and just knowing you have a heat in these kind of conditions and even get the opportunity to surf another heat this afternoon is pretty special. So yeah, pretty happy.
Did you did you kind of think that this, wow, big yes, but did you think the surf's going to be that good this morning when you wake up?
Oh, no chance. After yesterday's conditions, I was looking at the forecast like, I don't know what's going to happen, but you always trust Ty, and kind of knew that there'd be something a bit better than what there was yesterday, and yeah, pretty happy to see what we've got this morning and yeah, take it in the stride.
Probably you've been waiting for your heats for like 4 days straight, but what have you been doing lately?
There's been a lot of 7-Eleven trips, a lot of hanging out, a lot of bit of shit talking with friends. Can't complain, but nah, just a lot of surfing. Been hanging out with a good group: Ellie Lampkin, Freya Prum, Oceania Rogers, and Sai Manoa, along with my mum, who actually came for the trip. So shout out to you, Mum. She is here, but I'll give her another shout out. But yeah, we've just been hanging out, eating, surfing, just kind of on roster: eat, surf, sleep. That's about it.
Nice. Any dumplings though?
I'm gluten free, so I can't have the dumplings, But you know, it is what it is, and I've just been loving the fried rice at 7-Eleven and the mochi. But Dane Henry and Jay Okalupo have been scamming him, getting in early and getting them all. So hopefully today we get some, but otherwise boba tea. That's my go-to with the little jelly balls. I love those. Yeah,
I love that too. But your mom's here, but still, you want to shout out to your family back home?
Yeah. Shout out to all my friends at home and all my sponsors that look after me that help me get to these events. Shout out to Dave Anderson Parr, who'll be watching at home. And yeah, much love to everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck in the next seat, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Di and Ollie. And Ollie had a little sneaky hat change halfway through that interview. He went with the blue Volcom one, swapped it over for a pink Slimes one, just repping the sponsors. But I think this was what happened during that interview. And oh, wow. Pajar going to town, and Zaina Singh behind him.
Yeah, ripping in on the backhand here. Beautiful looking section on this right hand. It's cruising at the moment. Nice and steep on the wave. And he's exploring that wave. Not able to particularly unleash fury thus far. And a nice little tap to finish for Zayn. Yeah, I like that rotation for Pajar. He was close to getting there, wasn't he?
Very close. He got so much height on that. Came down. It must have just maybe the whitewash kind of bobbled him off a little bit. I don't know, but that was huge, and you could see the reaction from Di and Ollie in that interview as well.
Well, other pickups on the interview, trust Ty.
Trust
do you
Ty.
True, do you trust Ty?
Of course.
Always? 100%?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Trust his opinion every day of the week.
And if you are gluten-free, you can still have a great time in Taiwan. That's good to know.
Absolutely. As long as you get the mochi before Dane Henry and Jayok, then you're fine.
Fried rice.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the fried rice? You been getting into that much?
No, I haven't been getting too much fried rice here. Just been on the dumpling program.
What did you get last night, by the way?
Burger.
Okay, I knew that.
Yeah, went to the burger joint again last night. It was so good. Falafel burgers.
The fries, or did you go onion rings?
Fries.
Okay.
I'm not an onion ring girl. I love some chippies. Well, 14 and a half minutes to go. It is Pajar up and riding on his backhand once again. Gets a nice connection. He's looking really speedy. Gets up into another one, just attacking the lip. But unfortunately doesn't find a finish. He kind of tried to go a little bit progressive, but maybe just that wave really not. Sometimes I feel like they kind of don't push you back down.
Yeah, look at the sort of energy. He's like really loading up the boards, kind of twitching, isn't it, off the bottom? He's so ready to go. He just wants to belt this thing as hard as he can. And then when he realizes that he can't push that hard on the way up, he sort of gives it that little extra on the way down. He kind of skids out of that one, but he just looks so ready for this.
Yeah, he does. And Zaina Singh up on the answer back. Nice opening carve, driving through it to get a second turn in there, and he kicks out. I think he was hoping for a little bit more, but 2 turns on that wave was pretty nice. He's still got a couple of scores, I think, to lock in.
What from the kitchen would he have been hoping to throw at that?
What from the kitchen? I don't know.
A sink.
Oh, my God.
Come on, mate.
Please
Keep
don't.
up.
Sorry. Haven't had another I need another coffee for that, Paul. Well, that is Caleb Cutmore on screen. He's going to be coming up in that next heat with Billy Stamond as well as Joshua Levy and Kyan Falvey. So 2 Kiwis taking on 2 Aussies. That's going to be an exciting heat, I think, because I'm pretty sure Billy and Caleb are travelling together. So it's always the way. Always happens. But I think we might even have the brothers, Dakota and Harley Walters, in the same heat for that next round too.
Yeah, some good-looking matchups there as well. As we get through the rounds, you're starting to think about, well, it's still really early days in competition, but so far from what we've seen, it's standing out for you. Do you like the look of? Could be free surfing, could be performances in heats. Any standouts? None? No.
I think they're all standouts.
Okay, all right.
But I I feel like we kind of haven't had too much going on. Yesterday
All
was
right.
a really short day.
Yep.
I mean, I really like the way that Kyan surfs. He's looking really solid, and he came off at quarterfinals at Cloud9. And I don't know, it just seems like him and Maddie Job have been working really well together. You know, I don't want to speak too soon, though, because we do have another seeded round of surfers. So the round of 64 will have more surfers introduced into the event. So,
Yes, please.
yeah, it's going to be exciting. What about you? Who's your standout? Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, like you said, there's just so many to choose from, Drew. It feels unfair to narrow it down at this stage.
Yeah, it does. This is Joshua Levy on screen. He's psyching up from Newcastle.
Can I say Vaughan Deadly as a standout so far?
Yeah.
Can I? All right.
Absolutely. This is Yiping Chen up and riding. Oh, unfortunately, comes off the back of that one. That board looked nice and wide in the nose, but yeah, just going a little bit too high. Out behind him, Ricky up and into his backhand. Gets another connection in there. He's looking a little bit drivier on the right and finds a third turn to complete. Ricky has actually, so he's at uni and he is using his body and like kind of taking in data.
He hasn't donated it to medical science, has he?
No. So from what I could see, okay, we'll come back to that because this is that last one. Oh, Zayna Sink.
Getting a little cray-cray on the backhand, getting creative, keeping the flow going. I don't mind it. Right, so this is what we got here. We're going to find out a bit more about his life and exactly what he's donated to medical science in a sec. But yeah, nice and smooth on the backhand. He got a good sort of section stand up for him. That was cool. Sorry, True. You carry on.
Okay.
You were saying.
He studies at university and I'm pretty sure it's physical therapy that he does. And he is like kind of tracking how his body is while he's competing and traveling for research.
Yep.
Yeah, he's tracking how his body goes, whether it's being fatigued or energetic, and what he's doing in those days to make him feel that. And he's using that for research for his university studies.
Cool. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, it's a reliable kind of victim or guinea pig is your own body.
Yeah.
I guess it's always available.
Yeah, and I guess it's good for him to learn and study, but Pajar, he's just looking so strong at the moment, and nice opening arc to start this one off. Loads up for a good second combination. Gets a third in there. Wow, he just is looking fired up. And you could see a little bit of a strong stand tall there. I think he liked the feeling of that one.
Did I ever tell you about my biology experiment that I did on my brother's mate, Barry White?
No.
Okay, more of that in a second. Here we go. Having a look at the replay from Pajar. And I just think the bottom turn is so sick. And then driving really hard and throwing buckets of spray. Widens up the stance for a finish. Giving it a little extra body movement as well. I just think he's looking really, really sparky and good. His scores have been pretty crap, actually, so far. Pretty low, 3s and 2s. I want more.
Yeah, me too. And I think Pajar just did that. I feel like he'll get himself back into first place. That last wave of Zane was a 4-1-7. And, Hati is the Husky's name.
Great number in here, though. 5.33 for Pajar. That's more like it. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, tell me this story.
Oh, Barry White.
Yeah.
Yeah, his real name was Ian White, but his nickname was Barry. Yeah, it was for my A-level biology project, and I wanted to test the effect of booze just on your sort of heart rate. It was pretty basic. So my brother had a bottle of vodka that he got in France, and we made Barry drink it, and I just measured his pulse throughout over a long evening of drinking, but unfortunately I forgot to write down the answers. So basically he just drank quite a lot of vodka.
For no reason.
And then nothing happened.
Wow.
And then my dad got angry with my brother because he thought he drunk it. So yeah, it wasn't a great day for science or for sort of family vibes.
Yeah, not good for anyone, but that was good from Ricky, unfortunately coming unstuck on that second turn. He needs a 4.84 to go to second, and Yiping looking for a 5.7. You can hear Paul just still giggling about the experiment.
Yeah. Poor Barry White. He was a little bit unlucky, that guy, in various ways. think he came good in the end.
That's good.
Yeah, I think it all worked out.
Always does. Always does. You can see a bit of splashing from the fish in the distance there, and that was Yipping just finishing one off as well, a 1.7.
If you could experiment on anyone from the QS, Drew, what would you do to who? In terms of like sports science or maybe the psychology of sport, any of those sort of topics? I know those things are pretty close to your heart and to your brain. Who do you think would be a good study?
A good study. I feel like Freya Prum would actually be really cool.
Yep.
Because she is a pharmacologist.
Yep.
And she's really good with things like that. I feel like she'd give really honest and like quite detailed answers to what she's doing, and she's super fit. So yeah, that's psychology wise and fitness wise for sure.
Well played.
Well, 6.5 minutes, and Pajar out in front. That 5.33 is a good looking score from that last wave of his. He had a really nice flow, and Zane Asink, the birthday boy from yesterday, holding down second place and priority, needs to better a 3.2 to make it harder for Ricky and Yipping. 4.77 for Ricky to move into second place, and a 5.67 for Yipping with 6 minutes to go. Paul.
Yeah.
Are you going to go for a surf this afternoon?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
You haven't had a surf here yet.
I know. But see what the wind does, shall we? Let's not get too carried away. But if it stays like this, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, all over it. Especially after watching, I mean, they're inspirational, aren't they? The QS Warriors.
They are.
After seeing them go at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. I like that number, though, that came in, that last one for Pajar, the 5.33. I feel like this heat sort of needed that, didn't it? I just want to see some more waves come through. I think his energy is sort of all heading in one direction. That's up.
Yeah.
And I just think he just wants to keep surfing as well. He's just like, I feel like he's just kind of simmering with the lid on at the moment and bubbling away there. But as soon as we get him on another wave, he's pushing really hard. He's pushing harder than anyone in this heat for me. So let's see if we can get some more energy come through. Looking for Licky to get involved as well. That's those scores for third and fourth. They're sort of creeping up a bit now, aren't they? Getting towards those mid-ranges, which, as we've been saying, they've been quite hard to find this event.
Yeah, slowly but surely the surfing throughout the event has been getting better and better, and unfortunately Yipping just driving a little bit too much into the whitewash and getting hung up. But yeah, this heat, I feel like each wave is just kind of slowly increasing more and more.
Yeah, Yipping, the flow, you know he's going to bring you that. You know, look, he's not here trying to qualify for the Challenger Series. That's not what he's doing. He's representing Taiwan. He's stoked, and he's loving it out there. So, again, really cool flow from him. Doesn't quite get the connection, but you can see he's riding a different type of board, and he's got a different approach to surfing. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, here we go. Zane Asink. Nice opening turn. Zane is a very speedy surfer. Gets up into that section, but I think he maybe lost a little bit of flow. And straight away the replay, Paul.
Yeah, just the wave was a little bit sluggish, wasn't it? But a nice release of that tail on the first turn. Then always really trying to dial in with the speed. But that wave went a little soft. We've seen a bit of that. I don't mind the choice of wave, though. You're thinking about his backup number of a 3.2, and he's like, yeah, I'm in second. I'm still sitting on a 3. I want rid of that. So I think it's kind of a good call to go, but there have been a few like that. You can't necessarily tell exactly what's going to do down the line when you paddle in. You do sort of have to just see what happens while you're surfing. And, yeah, not necessarily a gamble there. It didn't quite work that time, but I think he's got plenty of time for another wave.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it's getting more and more consistent too, which is great for us because we get to talk through more surfing, and it's exciting to watch and good for everyone that's out there. But I do think wave selection is such an important thing today for sure. I feel like those smaller to mid-size ones probably aren't going to offer you scores above like a high 3 to a 4. But then once you find those sets are definitely going to offer like those bigger scores like the 5.33 that we saw from Pajar. He just, like you said, he's kind of just simmering away. He's got this newfound energy that I don't think I've really seen from him before.
Well, yeah, what's changed, do you think, for Pajar? What's he
I
done?
don't know. Maybe the intentions have changed. I think he's here with a really good crew that's supporting him, and I honestly believe that can really change a surfer's outlook or kind of their intentions in heats, maybe.
Just get a new crew.
No, just kind of traveling with people who kind of lift you up.
Right.
You know, and I think he's traveling with a lot of the Indonesian surfers. They're here supporting each other, surfing with each other, eating together, and I feel like that kind of brings a really positive vibe. You know, we see that with some of the Aussies as well, and a lot of the Kiwis too. So it's cool to see, and the Japanese surfers as well.
Yeah, good squad energy. Generally, crew sort of sticking to their people from back home, but there's good sort of chemistry as well between the different geographic regions. I've really noticed that as well. Surfers from different regions having a bit of a laugh. It's always cool to see that go on as well. It's a great place, you know. Generally, most people on this tour, they're pretty young. They're traveling. It's a great place to go and make friends. But at the same time, you're here to work. It's business.
It is. You're here for a job, and people train so hard to be here. Ricky is one of those surfers as well who trains so hard, but unfortunately, just a wrong turn selection. That wave was begging for a carve. You could see it was a little bit fatter.
I think it went soft really quick, didn't it, that one? And he knew it just while he was bottom turning. Oh, that was awkward.
This is Zaina Sink looking to answer back. It's a smaller looking wave, but he's taking his time. Now he's going to try and load up. Goes to the air, gets a rotation pretty easily. And Pajar, nice first connection there. Gets the second one in. Wow, and the rotation too. So Pajar looking really spicy, and with 45 seconds to go, yipping on that 20. He's had a fun surf, just finding a bit of flow and representing the local Taiwan surfers so well. And with 30 seconds, he probably won't get another opportunity to go back out the back. But I think it's Pajar and Zaina Sink that have solidified their spot moving into the round of 64.
Yeah, an interesting exchange, that one, wasn't it? Some nice energy and speed in those waves that we picked up, which is really cool to see. Picking up on the flow from Yipping at the end there, which is good. Maybe he doesn't know exactly what's going on clockwise because he looks like he's heading back out. This guy, Pajar, we were saying we wanted to see him get another wave. And again, he's just got a bit extra, a bit more speed. Just even, not necessarily even speed, but just more energy to his surfing a little bit, I feel. That board looks so responsive for him. And you can just see it's doing a bit more. I liked also the air that we saw going down from Zane. That was cool. So, yeah, really good exchange to finish.
Yeah, a great exchange. We'll see if those waves lock in after the break, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 10 of the men's round of 96 right after this.
It's a beautiful day in the neighbourhood. When your neighbourhood is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're rolling through the rounds here. Heat 10 of the round of 96, featuring Kian Falvey, Billy Stammen, Josh Levy, Caleb Cutmore. I'm Paul Evans. He's Vaughan Deadly. How you going, mate?
I'm so good, man. I'm frothing getting up this morning. We thought it was a bit onwa out there, didn't we, when we got up this morning?
How wrong we were.
Oh, we were so wrong. It's cooking today out here in Taitung. The Jinzun Harbor turning it on this surf break. The overall feel amongst the competitors when you're walking around out there is, let me at it. Like, it is really fun.
Yeah, they're stoked, aren't they? Especially after yesterday with all that wind and stormsy business going down.
Stormsy business.
Yeah, today it's looking smooth as you like. This guy was smooth. Pajar, you ripped it out there. He's really enjoyable. I love his surfing.
Good stuff. Yeah, this is a good heat. Kian Falvey has been on fire this year. Really making a name for himself. He got the first wave of this encounter. And, Schraupin, mate. Schraupin. Look at this. Don't mind the checkers. See, that's clever. So hanging out at comps is sometimes pretty boring. So, like, when he comes in, gets out the chess pieces, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, quick game. What do you think his opening gambit is?
Queen's Gambit?
Yeah.
I mean, literally just saying that because it's the only chess move I know because of the TV show. I'm so bad at chess, I can't forward plan, dude.
What about the Stockholm defence? Do you like that? I just made that up, I think.
Exactly.
The St. Petersburg manoeuvre. Yeah, what do we got out the back here? Bit of action standing up. Who's keen? It looks like Josh Levy, the goofy, straight into it. Nice vigour and spring in his step. And then again, just slicing off the top then. Thought about trying to have another wiggle. Had other ideas.
Whoa! There goes Kian there. And, mate, it is just action. That's the cool thing. That wind, even though it was psycho yesterday, it brought up the swell, man. It brings it up so quick. So there's lots of, as you know, with wind swells, just lots and lots of waves, man.
Yeah, it's good for a heat, isn't it?
Together. Really good, especially a four-man heat.
Right, what happened here?
Well, looks
Wagwan.
like just a quick little Apanowski. Josh, he'd be at home here in Taiwan. He spends a lot of time between Australia and Japan. Competes on the Japanese Pro Tour occasionally, the local series, and then spends a bit of time as well in Merriweather. This is a nice wave, isn't it? Caleb Cutmore. A couple of raggy boys in this heat. Billy Stairman and Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand. Big shout out to all the raggy boys. I reckon there'd be a few tuning in. Hey, JC. Hey, bro. What's up, bro? Good to see you, mate. Bugsy. Seedy. Seedy wouldn't be missing a Billy Stairman heat. No way.
No
mate.
chance.
You know that the Raglan Surf Report is tuned in, dialed in. Probably choking on jerky as we speak.
Should we go and check in with winner of last heat? Standing
why
by
not?
with True Starling. Let's go.
Thank you, Paul. Pajar, that was a great heat. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It looks really fun out there, but you kind of had this real spicy energy. What's changed since the last event?
Nothing changed, just do it. Something I can do it, yeah. That's it.
Being here in Taiwan, I mean, yesterday we called the event off because it was super windy, but how special is it to wake up today and to have really good waves?
When I wake up early morning, I see the wave like so pumping, so good. And then, I just do it, something. Let's go.
You found some really good lefts as well. Talk me through what you're riding.
This one? Yeah, I'm riding Synergy model from Sarpai. Yeah, you're doing good. I like it.
Would you like to say something to anyone back home watching?
Can I speak Indonesian? Yeah. Untuk semua yang di rumah, terima kasih sudah menyupport saya. Ya, terima kasih untuk ibu saya, bapak saya di rumah. Dan semua sponsor saya, Indonesia Surfing Team, terima kasih sudah menyupport saya. Dan Kemenpora juga, terima kasih.
Thanks, Pajar. Back to you guys.
What a cool cat. New favourite surfer so far. Love him.
Yeah. What's changed in your preparation? Nothing changed. Just do it.
Nothing changed. I've been ripping since always.
Nothing's changed, mate.
I've always been
I just
good.
do it. I just get out there and I do it. What a cool cat. Yeah, mate. Here's Billy Stairman, the two-time Olympian. Look at that backhand, mate. I'll tell you what, he's grown up on one of the best left-handers in the world. And, when he wants to unleash, mate, you better believe he's going to do it.
Yeah, just an unbelievable backhand approach from him. Yeah. He's got a tough heat on his hands here, though, but I like to see the frequency of these waves coming through. There's a quick one for Caleb. Had a look and decided, nah. Meanwhile, here's a bomb, Falvey.
Falvey. Yep, from up Cabarita way. So I'd say he'd surf a fair bit with our co-commentators, Jess and Truce Starling. Who's your favourite ever surfer from Cabarita, mate?
I thought you were going to ask who's my favourite Starling. I was like,
oh,
wow.
no, I would never. Actually, it's the, what is it, the red-bloated necked
Favourite
English Starling?
Favourite surfer from Cabarita?
Yeah.
Can you just remind me of some options?
Well, maybe Chris Chipper Wilson.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll go Chipper.
Yeah. Do you know Cabarita? I don't know if you remember this. Played host to a CT once, a World Championship Tour event when there was just dud waves all over the coast. Rabbit made the call. 1990. I'm going to say 98.
1898. That's it.
1998, and Bo Emmerton won it.
Wow.
And Nathan Webster Noodles came second. That was it was just sore nerds.
Yeah,
getting around the side. G'day, nerds. How are you, bro?
Well, don't bend the scaffold,
Big
bro.
Joshy Stratton. Hey, mate, I accidentally called him Luke the other day, and I'm still feeling a bit embarrassed about it. Now, when you walk up to someone, you're like, hey, Lukey, what's happening, man? And he looked at me like, who? And I went, damn it. That's right. That's not your name.
What do you think of that?
That's Coda Kilhorn. He's
you liking the
he's
blue
Lord,
rinse?
Lord dog. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the rinse, especially the corn rinse. Mate, not a whole lot going on here, although let's doff the cap to Billy Stairman.
Yeah.
5-point ride for a nice crispy left.
Yeah, classic Stairman, wasn't it?
Classic Stairman, mate.
Full flow, and he can do fives with his eyes closed in his sleep, basically, on lefts, Billy.
Hey, what did you make of Billy Stairman's performance in the Olympics? He got done just by Felipe Toledo late in the day.
Oh, it was a really close
really
one,
clean heat.
Yeah.
And, mate, Phil surfed extremely well. Got over a couple of foam balls, but Billy went mad, man. I would have been so stoked to see him get through that.
But just overall, how good was that event? That was so exciting.
Yeah.
Me and a mate were just parked ourselves in front of this giant TV and just got so into it.
That was amazing. Here he goes. The two-time Olympian from Raglan. Slicing back. Jams a nice little... Look at the... Jeez, he links it together well, doesn't he? So much to love about this guy. He's been on the queue since 2011, mate. I reckon there'd be kids in this comp who weren't born then. So he's a bit of a campaigner. As we see Josh now. Oh, I love that. Good little jam. Is he rocking the Martin Potter Flames? I can't quite see.
Looks a little bit like the blue Hawaii Flames, wasn't it? Yeah. Wowzers.
Who's your favourite UK surfer? Potts? Is Potts considered a UK surfer in England? The great Martin Potter, 1989
It's a bit of a weird one, that one, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not really sure. He'd be, if he is, then he'd be up there. Who else do I like?
Well, he does. He definitely rocks the GB. But who are your favourite UK surfers growing up? I'm just curious to know.
Didn't really like the British ones that much when I was growing up. Yeah, I wasn't really into them.
Okay, I'll get on the phone to Russell Winter and let him know what you think.
They weren't. I'll say they weren't my favourites. I'll go with Carwyn Williams.
Oh, I love him. Welsh.
Yeah, good character, funny man.
Very funny.
Bit of a loose cannon.
Love that.
More loose than cannon, I would say. Speaking of loose, Bully.
Oh, how was the connection in that backside surfing, man? A thing of sublime beauty.
Yeah, this is really nice as well. This attack, the wave got steep foam. We got this section done there. Threw up a shape as well. So nice little finish on that wave. Would have loved maybe a little bit in between just to link things up. But
so Levy's from Merriweather, right? Who's your favourite Merriweather surfer? I can give you a handful of those guys.
I know a couple.
Okay.
I think. Is Ryan Callanan from
Merriweather? He most certainly is.
Okay, let's go with him.
All right.
Yeah.
Matt Hoy?
Yeah, he's second favourite.
Luke Egan?
Third favourite. He's in the bronze medal position.
Well, he's being, we just coached his way to an Olympic gold medal with Carolyn Marks recently. Inducted into the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame when we get home.
One of the great...
big lead foot.
Yeah, especially on the accelerator pedal when he's doing donuts in the car park.
Let's not bring that up. No, he's always been a Leadfoot Louie. That's his nickname, Leadfoot Louie. I just remember when I was a kid, mate, we had photos on the wall of Louis doing the most outrageous rooster tails. You know, he'd fly down the line and just bury it, and Bosco usually on the hand.
Do you remember?
Get the shot.
Do you remember Box, those shoes?
Yes.
Remember them?
They were kind of like an adventure division of Reebok or something.
Yeah, and they had a surf team with Luke Egan, and I think I pulled there was an ad, and I think I kind of pulled out the mag and put it up on the bedroom wall there.
Right. It was
when he had the hair tucked behind the ear.
Luke Egan, Mick Lowe, and Shane Powell.
Oh, what a team!
Great team.
Yeah, I never went as far as to actually buy a pair of. They might not have been available in the UK at that time, but hey, had the internet existed then, it hadn't been invented yet. I should have invented it and ordered myself a pair of Box.
Yeah.
UK 9, Euro 43.
What surf invention did you own that you would never consider using again?
Wow.
Too specific? Well, what about like nose guards? Remember them?
But they're quite useful, weren't they?
They're so good, man.
Yeah, they disappeared, didn't they? I wonder what happened to those guards.
I don't know why we don't use them. George Greeno reckons the nose, or like the sharp nose of all surfboards should be illegal.
Yes.
Greeno.
Bit silly. Some people did them. Do you remember that you had the longboard nose guards, didn't you? That it was like a snowboard one. Do you remember them?
Ridiculous. Hey, speaking of Oni.
I tell you what I'd like to see uninvented. Is the wax comb where you've got the serrated edge opposite the scraping edge. So as you're scraping, the comb bit goes into your palm. Whoever came up with that is a bad person.
I've experienced that discomfort
awful human.
many, many times and never thought, why have they done that to me? Yeah. What's your secret for getting wax off, by the way?
I just don't.
No, leave it on.
Yeah.
Just caked. Whoa, nice little backside combo here. Caleb Cutmore.
No,
for raggies, bro.
Yeah, because I can't be bothered. I actually get my kids to do it now. So I gave them an instruction the other day. I left the board in the sun at a bit of an angle to get it to melt, and then I said, "Boys, have at it. I want this clean. I want it sparkling. I want it gleaming." Did they do a good job? Do you think?
No.
Terrible, terrible. And there was bits of wax all over the deck on the wood. I was just like,
shocker.
Go to your rooms, no dinner.
Here's Kian now. Is it Kian or Kian? You know, it's Trill, though. Let's just call him Falvey because he's ripping. He's in second place at the moment. This was a really nice wave from Caleb. Comboed it up. First turn was really crispy. Second turn, a nice sort of put there move.
He's really smooth, isn't he? I really like the style from him. He looks like you get him on a long running wave and he'll just blow up. Let's see if we can get some bombs, some sets come through for these surfers. A lot of talent in the water at the moment. We're stretching out the scores a touch, are we, with Billy's last one, that 4.63. It's just a bit of a lead extension from him, but it's still pretty tight there, Vorno.
Yeah, this is a good heat. We're seeing competitors. This little competitors area is so cool. Really is nice and tight. See everyone down there. Not a lot of parents at this event, I noticed. A lot of time you see a lot of coaches, mum and dad sort of acting as coach and caretaker and travel agent, etc. But all the Groms, it's maybe the last comp of the year and they've just come over to try and get some all-important points on those rankings.
Last day of school. Do you reckon they're all going to sign each other's shirts?
Oh, that'd be cute. Yeah. What did it say under your yearbook photo at the end of the year, Paul? Most likely to...
I think I had a couple of, different ones. Yeah. Something about... do you know what? I don't know. What should it have said?
Oh, I don't know.
Most likely to grow up and become a commentator on the QS?
Mate, shoot for the stars, brother. That's good. Stamond in first, Cutmore in second. The Kiwi lads giving it to the Aussies right now.
What did you have in the yearbook?
Most likely to hit his head on something low hanging, which I've done plenty around this contest scaffold, actually. I was quite tall in high school.
Yeah, right. When did the growth spurt come then? Was it relatively early?
Yeah, always kind of in the top three at school.
Okay, and
it was kind of a bit of a tragedy for me because back in, like, when I was a Grom coming through, the best surfers in the world were Martin Potter, Tom Carroll, Shane Horan, these nuggety little tiny guys, and the lower centre of gravity seemed to be kind of a huge advantage at that particular point in time. Now it's a bit different. John, Geordie Smith, Cole Houshman. There's so many big, tall units on tour.
Some high centre of gravity surfers.
So I would have liked to have grown up in this era where I might have had a bit of self-confidence to have a crack at, hitting the queue and whatnot.
Don't count yourself out, bro.
Well, Josh Kerr's out there.
There's still time.
He's pulling on the rashy. I think he's coming 8th on the rankings at the moment.
Falvey just driving, trying to find some open face. He doesn't.
True. Falvey. Kyan. It's Kyan. There we go. Thank you. So Kyan Falvey. Cabaretta. Cabaretta low. And he got the quarters in Shagao. So thank goodness someone's here to do the research.
And he snapped the nose of his board, but it's fine now. He had it repaired.
He did?
Yeah.
Snapping your board, doesn't matter if you're a top-line elite surfer or a little grommy who's just got his first custom. You snap that board, tears.
Yeah.
Awful feeling.
Maybe the first time you feel quite cool. I remember thinking, I was like, I'm sort of officially gnarly now. I've like broken my board because it was like barreling.
Yeah.
And then the sort of second time you're just like.
Yeah. I remember saved up all my money, made all these lawns, cleaned out a bunch of leaves from the gutters, pulled a snake out of a laundry for some money, and then saved up, went and got this board from Byron. It had a sticker in a weird place. I just didn't even think about it.
I like the sound of this.
Anyway, I first surf, I got like 3 waves. I was surfing the best I'd ever surfed. Brand new board in front of the boys. Neck minute, snappage. And right where the sticker was, there was this huge ding that had been patched over.
Oh, bad karma for someone.
I just walked in the house and my mum looked at me and, when your mum can see straight through, she goes, "Are you all right?" And I was again.
The bottom lip starting to
go.
Oh,
yeah, gone. Yeah, just fell into her arms. My board.
Who did that to you? Did you seek your revenge?
It was a surf shop, mate. It was a surf shop.
Did you and your mum go back in and give them a piece of your mind?
Yeah. Oh, well, sort of. Not really. I wasn't one for confrontation. Here we go. Kyan, he's flying down past almost into the rip bowl here. And can get a little bit tricky. Don't always get a big section, but he's found a couple of turns. What's he trying to get rid of here? 3-4. Oh, yeah, there's some opportunities on the inside.
Ooh, runner. Yeah, nicely done.
Very nicely done. Needs a 4.39. Ooh.
All right, we're having a look at replay here of Cartmore and just trying to come around, which he does do, but then just giving it a good old slice. And again, there's that really polished style. He's cruising across sections. He's light on his feet. He's nimble. But what we haven't really seen is him kind of lay into it and go hard at it yet. He just hasn't had those kind of sections.
I love that swoop once he got around the opening sort of chambers there. Let's have a look at this. This wave really didn't offer either surfer a full clean canvas, did it? Lots of work to be done.
Yeah, so at this stage you're thinking, oh, that'll be it. But no. Falvey had other ideas. Gets a little pocket, gives it a tickle, and then just keeps snapping. And he wasn't done yet.
Oh, it's pretty good. 3-turn combo.
Yeah, nice little jam to finish as well. I don't mind that dismount either. That was cool. Well done.
You know who does the coolest dismounts in the world? Steph Gilmore. The coolest. When she finishes the wave, she comes flying off over the shoulder and just somehow kicks her board up, lands on it in the air and just glides off the back with speed. And, one of those little tricks that...
Are they better than the Tommy Carroll kind of flying kick out at pipe? Are they better than them, would you say? Okay.
Yes, I would say better.
Oh.
It's got this beautiful classic Steph thing where it just looks like poetry in motion. Here we go. Billy. And cracks it off the top. Oh, man, this is just classy surfing from the man in red. 2-time Olympian. Oh, it's a no-make for that. You know what? First turn, though.
Yeah.
Pretty nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, just textbook stuff from him. It's sort of what you expect as well. As soon as he paddles into the left, you kind of have an idea of exactly what's coming from him, but it still doesn't disappoint you, let you down. It always looks good.
Have you been to Raglan?
No, it's on my list.
Mate, what a place.
Yeah.
What a place.
I don't think
favourite place.
New Zealand's never had a bad review, has it? Everyone that goes there is like an instant convert.
Well, I think the Wallabies, the Australian Rugby Union team, don't have very fond things to say about their trips over there.
Okay.
I think it's been 35 years or something since we won a game. So, yeah. But they're the only ones. Everyone else loves it.
They went all right the other day, though.
They did go all right the other day. What about
Didn't
that?
they? Yeah.
No one saw that coming. They've been really not giving us much joy in the last few years.
Yeah, right. Well, if you need a win, just play England. Basically, it's good for your self-confidence.
Really nice tight snap there. Wonder if that had anything at the start.
Yeah, so thinking about his spot in second, right? He's a little bit vulnerable right now. It's not a big number required by guys like this. Falvey looking for 4.76, loading up.
Oh, sick little slob. Oh, and he gets a combo. This is more like it. I think there's 4.76 in that. Surely. It wasn't the hugest here, but I do like the little grab. And there was a tiny little boned out motion on it.
How much are the judges going to like it?
Probably not love it.
Did they give many points for the grabs?
I don't know if they're really going to reward technical grabs unless it's super duper off the charts. Unseen.
Bang.
The slob, though, it's a cool air, man. There's no doubt about it.
Let's get a look here. Here we go.
Love the projection. Let's revisit the height on this thing. Mate, it's a pretty cool ollie. And straight into the second turn. I think it's got to go there, doesn't it?
Nice to see.
It'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, combo, doesn't it? Straight into the bottom turn and then a little jam off the top to finish. Really smooth. Yeah, 90 seconds, just over that on the clock. 4, 6, 7. Hang on. Numbers are in. Not enough.
Not enough. Okay, well, the judges want more height, clearly. It's funny, isn't it? The airs just sort of come and go in out of fashion. And right now, the air rev, which was almost heading into chop hop territory for a while there. People were finishing rides and doing those tail blow air reverses. But now it's all about the full flat rotator into the flats. And that score's huge, as we saw this morning.
Yeah, well, someone got an 8, right? Someone went excellent.
Right. Yeah, it was really cool. Dom Thomas.
Final minute in this one at the moment. It's Stammen and Cutmore occupying those spots. Josh Levy has priority, Vaughan. He needs to use it now, mate. 5.66 the requirement. Here he goes.
Here he goes. This looks like a pretty nice little setup. First turn, slice. Good power hack. Gets a really clean combo here. 5.66. I mean, you can really feel it when someone drills the score they need. I just don't know if I'm quite there. It's a really good wave, though.
Yeah, it's not going to be the number, I don't think.
Oh, I see. Put that together beautifully, that wave.
Yeah, it's good surfing, but you just think what a 5.66 looks like. You're going to need several big hammers or one big crazy turn, and they're really nice, but I'm not sure the judges are going to get that excited. Let's see. Numbers in. He gets a 4, so comes up short when we're all wrapped up here, and it's Stamens and Cutmore who'll advance from that. Falvey will bow out alongside this guy, Levy, and you can see the disappointment from him because that's how much it means to our surfers. Will keep rolling with the live action here from Taiwan. More special guests in the studio real soon as well. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. There he is, Billy Stearman from Raglan, winner of the last heat, along with his countryman, Caleb Cutmore. And the Raggy boys getting it done over Kyan Falvey and Josh Levy. Bad luck, fellas, but yeah, congrats there to the New Zealanders. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box and a couple of shining bright stars of our future joining me. How you going, Lennox Smith? How you going, Jarvis Earl?
Yeah, just a short break and we're back in the booth, so stoked to be back in here with Leno and Vorno.
Mate, this guy is he's a legitimate freak, isn't he? Yeah. Bronson, mate, he's out there. He just did a trip with a bunch of the Billabong crew that was in double vision, just came out, and here's the big man, Josh Stretton. Whoa, nice combo. Stretto, mate. I accidentally called him Luke the other day, which, I don't know, he looked at me like I was mad. But Parko had this take on Bronson surfing. He said, mate, every single time he stands up, he's going as hard as he can at every single section.
Yeah, I reckon we can expect to see some aerial antics and some different sort of moves in this heat, so it'll be interesting to see what he pulls out of his hat here.
Are you calling a 10? Are you sensing a 10 from...
Yeah, I don't know, he's that unpredictable. Every time he stands up, you're kind of just like, what is he going to do?
Yeah. Well, you know, when you've got Joel Parkinson, the Sultan of Smooth, old Nostradamus, telling you that he can see a champion of the future, you listen, mate.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, he was saying that the way that he was like watching him sort of scoop in and out and around the bowl and then just hucking fins and going for the biggest airs, just zero fear, zero thinking, just 100% pure aggression and action. Mad dog. So this is Kuta Suzuki, or Suzaki I should say, and he's been doing well. Got through a couple of early rounds. He's going to have to step it up against the seeded surfers in this one. And I think we're going to throw it down to our good old mate, Mr. Ornithologist himself, Paulie Evans.
Thank you, Deadly. Billy, mate, yesterday was looking a bit wild and ugly out there. Your thoughts when you woke up this morning and had a peep?
Yeah, it's fun out there. Perfect little Bilbo size. It's super fun, heaps of opportunity, and I knew it was going to be a tough heat, especially coming up against Caleb. You know, we're travelling together, and been a good time. So, it was fun.
When we think about your surfing, like quite often think about the backhand attack. You like the look of those lefts? Tell us about that way. What's it like to surf? What are you trying to do?
Yeah, there's some sick little lefts out there. Obviously, coming from Raglan, I say it almost every interview, but yeah, I like going left. You got to stick to your strengths, and I think my backside is one of my strengths. So, yeah, there's fun little wedges. There's the odd right that guys are doing airs on, but I feel like those lefts have got a bit more of a bowl and a bit more shape, so you can kind of light them up a bit more. But yeah, I'm having heaps of fun over here. I love Taiwan. It's good to be back.
You had a couple of lefts in the South Pacific earlier the year in Tahiti as well, so a bit of a mixed bag. Now you're here in Taiwan on the QS. Tell us a bit more broadly about your life and your goals and where you're at the moment. What's left to achieve for you, mate?
Yeah, it's been a wild year. Obviously, Paris 2024 Olympic Games, and that was a cool experience. I feel like competing against those top guys really elevates my surfing. So, I learnt a lot over there and had a really cool experience and a good time over there. And kind of had a bit of time off before these last two events and went to Bali with my family and kind of just had some downtime. But, yeah, I love my job, I love what I do. Not many people get to do what we do, so I'm just appreciating what I'm doing at the moment. I feel like I'm surfing pretty good and my equipment's really good. So, yeah, why not just keep on keeping on and see what the future holds. Obviously, I want to go for the challenges. I had a good result in Cruy, so hopefully a few more heats here and we'll see what the summer brings.
We're enjoying watching you, mate. Keep it going.
Thank you. Cheers.
On you, Billy. Thanks, Paulie. Billy Stearman, fellas. He almost got Philippe Toledo in the Olympics. Did you catch that heat?
The Cuzzy almost pulled through in that heat. Yeah, I did. I watched that.
Yeah, it was a ripper of a heat just before the big day, but still some solid waves. Here he goes, the big front side full rotation. Bronson matey there. And, I mean, that looked effortless, didn't it? It really didn't look like there was any struggle at all. He forces out a little karate chop on the end there. Yeah, he's exciting.
Yeah, he's definitely on another level.
Talk us through this one, Jarvis. What do you see here? What's he looking at?
He kind of came out of the bowl here and almost went a bit nose picky on that one. That's like an easy one for him. I'm sure he'll pull out a few even bigger ones than that this heat, but good score to get started for sure. So
no grab and just fully using the wind to keep the board stuck to the feet. Pretty amazing technique. It's Josh Stretton. Pow!
Powerhouse.
The big fella around campus, Shreddo. The big dog.
Mate, you do not want a dead leg or a dead arm from Stretto.
Nah.
Be walking around with just dead nerves for a week after that.
Yeah, he'd put you in a wheelchair, old Shreddo.
Well, hope you're enjoying the action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Jarvis Earl, Lennox Smith, the stars, look at them. They're choreographing their hand movements and everything. Any chance of you guys starting a boy band soon?
Well, Jarvis got the looks for it. Not
We've
so
been
much
thinking
me.
about it, yeah.
You got the moves, though, hey, Len?
I've got the moves. He's got the looks. Put 2 and 2 together and see what happens.
Leno's been on the guitar, actually, back at the hostel, so...
Yeah. Now I've moved to
Been jamming
Byron.
out.
I've just been cruising on the guitar.
Living in Byron, mate?
Yeah, living in Byron.
Oh, we'll have to hang out.
Yeah.
That's where I'm living. Yeah, you two could be the next Savage Garden if you play your cards right. Where are you living at the moment, Jarvis? Down in the Shire?
Still down in the Nulla in the Shire, God's country. Pretty good down there, but obviously travelling a lot, so not spending too much time at home.
Mate, such a great zone. So many fantastic surfers. Who did you look up to the most growing up? I mean, you can go as far back as you like, all the way back to sort of Bobby Brown in the longboard era, but there's been so many good surfers. Occy kind of, I guess, takes the title as the number one guy out of Cronulla.
For sure, yeah. Well, yeah, there's been such a long line of goofies, but I think the main one for me growing up was Connor O'Leary, just being a bit closer in age. And both being goofy footers, I grew up watching him rip, and he kind of inspired me to surf and do all the competitive stuff, so it's good to see him killing it on the tour.
I've got 2 bolters for the WSL finals next year at Cloudbreak. Callanan and O'Leary. I reckon if they can get to Cloudbreak, they could easily win a world title. How is that technique?
So sick.
It's silly how good he is at.
Has he got hollow bones, like a little bird?
I don't know. He just floats.
Amazing surfing there. So, Kota Killorn yet to put a score on the board. He's a big fella too from Maroubra.
Yeah, from
Braboy.
He's always got a little bit of a tinge in his hair. What's the go with that?
I'm not actually too sure. I just think he goes with the flow with the luscious hairdos. But yeah, I back it. I think it's good.
And mate, what's the go there? You've got a hat on, and I noticed you've been collecting autographs around the contest side. Who signed that for you?
Yeah. There's a lot of big names obviously down here, but I had to get Jarvis's signature on the hat. I thought it'd be rude not to, and everyone's chasing him, and I got to him, so I was stoked with that.
Look at this. Bronson, he looks like he's just having a free surf. No one's sort of getting near him. He's catching plenty of waves, busting airs at will, and he comes through onto the inside, hucks that thing around. Yeah, some crew just know exactly where to put their board, exactly where to put their feet. Mate, Jarvis, I noticed you wrote "keep ripping" on there. That's just the good old standard.
Bit of inspiration for him for his heat this Arvo. Nice little message, keep ripping. So
good on you, mate.
He was stoked. Yeah, just looking after the younger generation. I've obviously looked up to Jarvis a lot.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I had him in a couple of events, and it was nothing but a moppage from his end. And I was just stoked to share the water with him.
Mate, did you guys collect autographs when you were little? Did you go to comps and stuff and take the pen down and?
Yeah, I remember getting up the Goldie when I was younger and just getting the pen out and just chasing crew up the beach all day long, just getting signatures. So, yeah, it's good.
How good was it when someone would take the time to actually write a little something more than just their signature?
Yeah.
Keep ripping, surf for life.
Yeah, have fun.
Slater was so hard to get. I remember he was like, if you got him, you were the absolute king of the town.
Yeah. Suzuki here. This wave just peters out on him. It sort of looked kind of nice when he took off. Yeah, Kelly. I'm trying to think if I ever got his. I don't know if I did. I remember getting in a lift with him once, though, when I was little Grom. He was out of the surf, so he was dripping wet. He got in the lift, and I couldn't even say hello. It was in the full carbon fibre young Kelly days. I was just like, whoa.
Who is this guy? Vaughan's just had a little bit of a choke in the studio. We see Varun getting ready for the next heat.
Psyching up, watching his good mate, brother, Bronson Matey.
His brother. This heat. They live in the same house, yeah?
Under the same roof. Rizal looking after him, bringing him up.
Rizal's brother, Ivan, is down here filming the whole Indo crew. How lucky is that, eh?
We've got a pretty good setup going. Rizal's brother filming. Rizal obviously really good surfer, so they've grown up in good hands, and yeah, it's good to see Bronson in the lead in this heat. The back end attack, Coda.
The big dog with the flash haircut. What's he going for? Nice rotation. Getting spicy with it, Codes. Little finish here.
Good old-fashioned chop hop.
That was an honest choppy.
That was a dead honest cheese whiz. Haven't seen that for ages.
How good's Cheese Whiz?
So good.
But yeah, Ivan, he's got to be one of the best filmers to ever come out of Indo. Him and Carlo paving the way for the Indo filmers. See replay Coda. Cheese Whiz. Jab, you're actually the king of the Cheese Whiz. Talk us through a bit of technique on.
Love a little Cheese Whiz just on the end here. Oh, Stretto, the big dog. Oh, just comes unstuck. That downwind, it does make it tricky to complete those maneuvers, but he'll be back out there to try to find a backup.
He's got a 6 in the bank. He just needs to back it up and he'll be sitting comfy. But yeah, he'll obviously have to replace that 3.83. You see Timmy Bain psyching up for his next heat. All Ciro there, staunching out.
Saw him have a big 2 turns on one of those lefts in the free surf, so I'm guessing that's going to be his go-to for this heat. Hopefully he can pull one off.
Yeah, that 2-turner was filth, eh?
2 big backside verts.
Sammy. Varun. Look at that. He wants it.
He's going big, psyching up to Bronson. Looks like they're riding similar equipment.
Yeah, they're on the best boards in the world, JS Industries. They're just, you can just see whoever is riding it. We'll watch Bronson on this one and he'll showcase what it's all about.
Oh, that's well done, Len. Good on you, brother.
Just a magic carpet.
Yeah, he doesn't usually do that.
Best I've seen. Best of the event so far, for sure. Amazing. So it's Bronson Matey out in front at the moment. 10.17 his combined score. What's his top score there? A 7 for that frontside inverted no grab air rev. The big man, Joshy Stretton, he's been packing some punch out there. 6 for his top score, a 3.83 backup. Coda Killon, little cheese whiz. Yeah, the judges didn't mind it. I thought they might pinch their nose and make a gag sound at the thought of a chop hop getting a score, but no, they threw a 3.43 at it. And Kuta Suzaki, he's out there looking for an opportunity to get going. Who was that on the screen just before?
That was Ash Jenner.
Ash Jenner, what a classic.
One of the kings from Stratty.
Up the north coast there.
What's in the water at Stratty at the moment? Huh? It's just churning out the talent.
Ethan must be doing a couple whizzes in the water out there, spreading around the boys.
You reckon that's just getting into the, just absorbed into the pores of the skin up there?
Yeah.
Bit of nuclear fizz from Ethan.
Yeah, we might have to get out there.
Oh, this looks dangerous. Bronson Matey, he's got one of the great scores of the day already. Slices up under the lip and somehow rides out of it. Kind of a mistime, but gets it done. The body language tells you everything that he thought about it. PU is what he thought.
PU.
Yeah.
No, the carbon boards from JS is something else, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, ever since you said that, it looks like it looks like he's had seaweed in his leggy.
Sorry, Jason.
JS, mate. You don't have a team like the JS team for if you're making dogs, that's for sure.
Yeah.
High performance shredding. I've actually got a schooner. The Mikey Wright model. Ooh. Such a sick board, man.
Yeah.
Mikey Wright's that in everything. Like, you know, whether it's 8 to 10 foot sort of Irish slabs or pump and Kira.
It's because he's from the south coast. That's how they're bred down there.
It is. What's your go-to model, mate?
I ride, like, all of his boards are obviously so good, but I usually ride the Monster 10s and the Zero Gravities for when it's a bit smaller. Yeah, last couple of days I've been riding my gravity and it's been going so good, like softer waves. So
That's mad. Who are you repping at the moment, Jarvis?
I'm repping Channel Islands, so just been riding my Eco Carbon Tech, which is kind of their little take on the carbon, and it's been feeling pretty good out here. And it's pretty flat here, so I like an epoxy. Probably today I would have went with the PU, but the last few days have been pretty small, and the carbon's been feeling good. So
who are you working with at CI, mate?
I get boards from, whenever I go to the States, I get boards from Brit, which is pretty sick to work with him. And then also just a local shaper in Australia, Matt Penn, who shapes my boards over in
Matt,
Sydney.
He's a ledge. Know him well.
Yeah.
G'day, Penny, if you're watching.
Yeah, Penny.
And this is a really fun heat. So far, it's classic. We thought we were going to see just endless fireworks. The opening stage of this heat, there was so many waves being ridden, and Bronson did that incredible turn. Stretto was bashing it left, right, and centre, and it's kind of got a little bit quiet and also a little bit tricky. Like, we're just not seeing that connection that they were getting in the early stages.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of get it going from the start, try and build yourself up a couple scores, because if you're sitting, and you don't want to be sitting.
So why did you move to Byron Bay, mate? Where are you from originally again?
I live in Shell Harbour. I don't live in Byron, but my misso's from Byron, so I'm up there.
There you go.
Kicking the feet up, just relaxing, just enjoying down the pass, couple longboard sessions. It's good.
Shell Harbour. Might see you down there over the Chrissy break. You going to be home, or are you just going on trips?
I don't know, actually. Chrissy, not sure yet. See what happens. But, yeah, I might be. Are you going down to Shell Harbour?
Yeah, I'm going to head down probably for the new year.
Nice.
Love that zone, man. It's so cool.
Yeah.
So many great waves. I mean, summer, take it or leave it, but there's heaps of little northern corners that get out of the wind, and some pretty special waves down there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best places in the
What are
world.
your top 5 favourite secret spots from the South? Only joking, bro.
Mate, I can't say anything.
I would never. 6 minutes to go. Ocean takes a breather. What do you do when you're in a heat? It's kind of pumping. You're not, I don't know, I guess you're keeping an eye on sort of like where you're going and how you're going and what everyone else is doing. But like when you get a little lull like this, what's your brain sort of go to? Plan A, plan B? What's the strategy for you, Jarvis?
Kind of just take a breath, try not to get too much head noise about it, and just focus on what I can do to put myself in the best spot to be on the next good wave, whether like you're under prio and that means you're hunting down the beach, or whether you have prio and you want to sit on like this sort of main peak where you think most of the sets have been coming. So Stretto here looks like he's kind of holding down the main peak with priority, while Bronson and Suzuki might be sitting down the beach, like away from them, trying to manufacture a score on a smaller wave. So yeah, but I think it's definitely slowed up a lot in this heat, so hopefully we get some fireworks at the end of this one and it comes down to some scores.
Yeah, I feel like Bronson probably doesn't really want priority because he knows what he can do when he doesn't have it, scooping inside right, and fireworks erupt.
There's some surfers it doesn't matter whether they have priority or not, you know that they're a danger of getting scores on nothing. Medina was famous for that when he first got on tour. You couldn't let him have a 2-footer on the inside. He'd get an 8.
Yeah, I would hate to have him in my head.
Frustrating stuff as Coda. Nice drivey bottom turn. The wave didn't push back on him, so that was second prio that he just gave up. And he might be a bit peeved at himself for that one.
Yeah. I think the luxury of this place, though, is you have so many peaks, so Codes can just scoot down the beach now. And
big moment. Frontside air rev for Stretto. He uses priority. And now it's over to Bronson, who'll have first choice of the next wave. So because there was that huge lull, he wasn't really able to get busy on the inside, and it's kind of worked out for him because he's going to be sitting out there with first choice of this next set. Must feel good when you see your opponents blow it on priority.
Yeah, that's always good. Get you fired up a little bit.
Mate, we were talking earlier about the regional queue. It's a great breeding ground for the next generation of talent. There's some awesome rivalries on it. Who do you guys consider your fiercest rivals on tour? And this is, purely in the Rashi. Like, who brings out your best? Bronson, he's going to take off on a little left here. First turn's just a nice check. Draws off the bottom, punches it up. That little bit of tail release and control is pretty spectacular. And a little foam climb. Looking to get rid of a 5. Oh, I don't know.
He read that wave beautifully. I just think it was a small wave. I'm not quite convinced that it's going to go better than his 5, but well surfed. I think just to get another wave under the belt's good. Just keep momentum going, and here's a little replay of it.
Yeah, it could have stood up better than it did, this wave. That turn there, that was sick.
Yeah,
He pivots off the lip. That one's a little more of just a pretty classic snap. And he gets a finish on the end. Oh,
it was milked. It was definitely milked.
It feels a little milky, doesn't it?
Yeah. But biggest rivals, I don't know. What do you reckon, Jav?
Like, who brings out your best? Just like for you personally.
I'll be 100% honest. Dane Henry. Dane Henry brings out the best in me. I've had a lot of mock heats with him. Training up at the HPC there. He's got one up on me. I've got one up on him. If you want to jump onto the socials on YouTube, have a look. Dane versus Lennox. It's a good one. I got him good last time. I flicked sand in his face. He wasn't too happy about it.
That is classic.
So
mate.
when's the big decider coming up?
The big decider, I'm not sure. Rumours have it that Dane's still got sand in his eyes, so whenever he recovers from that, it's there anytime. I'll have at it, Dano, and just let us know. But I'm keen. I'm keen for that for sure. But yeah, I'd say Dano's. He is that good. Like he is kind of just this last 6 to 12 months. He's really shown us what Dano is about. Just from everything that you've said on the socials. But yeah, great bloke from Chindera there, New South Wales. And
yeah, he's on fire.
He's the man. Yeah, Dano's the man.
Yeah, he got that ISA World Gold Medal, and he's just, as you say, the clips he's been dropping, the surfing he's been doing is world class. As Coda tries to manufacture something, but in the meantime, Stretton a really important wave. He's definitely canned that 3.83. So, for Coda and for Kuta, it's going to be a pretty big ask. 30 seconds remaining. They're going to need scores that are solid.
Shreddo.
Nice little bowl on this wave. Like that he was able to generate a little bit more speed through that turn. Throws the nose pick. It's a TB classic, isn't it?
TB classic. He actually looks like a big version of TB. Young Stretto.
TB used to get paid out for waxing right up the nose of his board.
No way.
He'd wax all the way to the very tip, and people would be like, "What are you doing, mate?" I'm talking like guys on tour. That's where my feet lands when I do air revs, and sure enough, he starts waxing everyone.
Yeah. Bronson's probably going to go skits on this last one after the hooter.
Okay, after the hooter, Bronson, what's he got? It's a beautiful little alley-oop choppy. Doesn't ride out, but the job is done for Bronson, matey. And Josh Stretton, well done. A great result there. Bad luck to Coda and Kuta. Stay with us. The Taiwan Open of Surfing will be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are now into men's round of 96, heat number 12. We have Varun, Tanjun, Tim Bain, Ash Jenna, Shenyan Chen. I'm here with True.
Hi, Di.
Hi.
And
Hello.
first wave of Ash
Ash.
Jenner on his backhand. This is a 3 for Ash. Gets a nice second turn in there. It's strong, but gets a little bit caught up. And just tags it another time for good measure. This is the first wave of Tim Bain. Tim straight up and into that first turn, but unfortunately not much more. So that was a 2 for Tim. And heat 12 for the round of 96. We've almost completed this round, and then we'll go into the men's round of 64. Di.
Straight into the next round, but here is our local Shenyan Chen up and riding, looking for the section to stand up. Unfortunately, it was kind of forming section, but here is Varun up and riding. Nice first turn, straight into the 2 layback turns, and we can hear cheers from Indonesian crew outside.
Yeah, they're all down here supporting all of the Indonesian competitors. Bronson Mady took out that last heat. Prior to that, Aimade Ariana or Pajar taking that one out. But huge turn from Ash.
Wow, really love the combination. And he gets finished as well. And yep, right out of it, clean. Great surfing from Ash. That was his second wave. First wave comes in 3-0. Yeah, 4 more heats and into the top seeded.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting end to the round of 96. But I think we have a pretty special interview down in the structure zone there. Lennox Smith is with the winner of the last heat, Bronson Mady.
Thanks, True. Yeah, we have Bronson down here. Big heat win. How'd you go?
Yeah, it went pretty good. Just fell so many times, but just stoked. I got to save into my second wave or third, I forgot. But yeah, got a couple of good ones after that. Yeah, stoked.
Yeah, sick, mate. So yeah, 7 and a 5. You know, talk about how it was out there, the waves, the conditions, air wind, obviously. How are we feeling about that?
Yeah, the waves were really fun. Everybody was ripping. There's so many good lefts and rights. Yeah, the air wind is just perfect for the rights. That's why I just kept going right and tried to do a couple of airs. And yeah, stoked I made one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, stoked on that, eh? Couple puns. So, do you want to speak about the board you're on out there? Mate, it looked good, floating in the air.
Yeah, I was riding a Carbo Tune. It's the one I ride every day, never switch it up, and I just stuck to it, and yeah, it went good.
Yeah, mate, well, you're looking really good. On to the next round. Well done.
Thank you.
You. Thank you, Lennox. And thank you, Bronson. That was funny. I love having Lennox and Jarvis in the booth. They're so great. But Tim Bain up and riding right now, Di.
Wow, really power hack for the first section. A couple turns, couple check turns. Is he gonna get the last section? No, but that first turn was solid.
Really nice attack on that wave for Tim. Pretty sure he's still traveling with Zaina Sink and Tane Dobbin. Zane actually turned 21 yesterday, but this was such nice flow from Varun. It was a 4.5 for this wave of Varun Tanjung. So, yeah, as you mentioned, Di, you could hear the Indonesia crew cheering him on, and nice attack there from Ash Jenner. This is a 4.17, so a better looking wave for Ash. Drives through another turn and gets a third in there to complete. Wow, he did really well to come out of that whitewash section. And then this last wave of Tim Bain. Nice first turn for Tim, just driving through the second one. And gets a nice bit of rail work as well. So a couple of really nice waves there, Di.
The last of blue. Really loved the first time, throwing buckets of sprays straight into the second section. It was great combination, but unfortunately, the wave didn't offer after that. Pretty much similar kind of wave, to Varun's last wave. but didn't have the only first section was solid, and after that it just dies out. But still, the first section was solid. So 3.40 for the last of blue.
Yeah, and this is another wave from Ash Jenner, still to lock in. Nice opening carve. Gets another one in. Trying to find a little vertical section, which he gets it. Goes for the foam climb. And he completes it as well. So Ash Jenner also has a score to lock in. He has a 4.17 and a 3. He's actually tied for first. Well, he was, but that last wave for Ash, a 3.57. So he goes to first. And, Di, I feel like we've kind of lucked out today. It's really not that windy out there. The waves are kind of pumping.
It is. It's been pumping whole morning. And we still have probably 12 more heats to finish off the day. But I got a feeling that it's going to stay the same.
Yeah, I think it will as well. I mean, there's just some really fun waves out there, and you can even see the winds backed off again. And I just think, I hope that it is. I think it might stay the same as this throughout the rest of the event. Maybe tomorrow a little bit smaller, but we'll see. It's like it's kind of one of those events where you just wake up and see what happens, because yesterday was just so windy. But I think after today we'll have about 50 heats left of the whole event to run.
Okay, and then we still have 4 more days to run.
Yeah.
In this event, so we have a lot of days for the 50 remaining heats.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity to kind of just make the most of the swell forecast, pick the eyes out of it a little bit as well, which is super exciting. There's 16 and a half minutes to go, and you can see
on screen, this is Raiki Masuda. It's getting ready for his next heat coming up, heat number 13. It's at a Cayenne Felby.
Yeah, that's Cayenne. Just wrapping his leggy around, getting ready for the motorbike ride back to the place. That next heat's going to be a pretty good one. Ben Spence, Tane Dobbin, Noah Andrew, and Raiki Masuda.
Yes, Raiki Masuda.
So that's going to be exciting, Dai. And who so far in the event has been a standout for you?
Wow.
Putting you on the spot, I'm sorry.
That probably Bronson was really, on point. Air games, everything was on point, and still Josh Carr is just comes up in my mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And
forgot he was in the event.
he's going to surf this afternoon, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
In the next round?
Yeah, we're going to run heats 1 to 8 of the men's round of 64 after this. And it just feels like the waves are getting better and better, and it's exciting. We've got about 15 minutes left in this heat, and it's a little bit slow right now.
A little bit slow. You got to be patient to get right ones. But just sometimes, it's good out there, and then you kind of want to wait for the right ones. But in competition, you got to surf in 25 minutes. You don't have all day to wait. So, probably you don't really want to be too excited about, how good that is. So, yeah,
Yeah, some people have waited about 4 days to actually surf their first heat. People will wait until tomorrow because we're actually not going to finish the men's round of 64 today. We wish we could, but, the sun has to go down eventually. So, yeah, a bit of waiting time. I spoke to Dylan Moffat this morning. I was like, oh, are you excited for your heat? And he goes, oh, kind of. I'm trying not to be because I surf tomorrow. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I'll ask you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, definitely. But that makes sense. You got to stay calm. Otherwise, all the energy is kind of gone before your heat. So it's a good idea to just not overthink about waves. But it is pumping and fun today. It's really probably the best condition so far.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's just such a fun wave here. I feel like, I don't know, Di, even when we were surfing the other day, there was just so much opportunity.
Right.
We'll get back to that, though.
Whoa, that was a big float. Unfortunately, he went down. That was Xiangyan Chang from Taiwan.
Wow. He just had so much energy. He could go straight up, bang, air drops down, but that looked like it could have hurt in live action.
That's Team Bain up and riding similar wave to the last wave, but still managed to put 2 tons in. Is he gonna get the last section? Yes, he gets the finish completion. It's a clean ride. He needs 378. Well, let's have a look at it again. But really love the first turn here, and second turn was big too. So I think it's gonna be really close to his requirement. And even he gets a finish right here.
Wow. Yeah, that was a really well surfed and super nicely paced wave from Tim. And Shang Yang up and riding. Has to kick out, unfortunately. That wave doesn't offer too much. That last wave for Tim, a 3.67, so he's still in third die. He only needs a 3.51. What do you think is kind of separating threes from fours and fives out there today?
Probably the wave, because what they're doing is, I think it's right. Put some good turns in, but just you gotta do it in the right section, I mean steeper section, to get fours and fives. Probably all the waves are just kind of fat out a little bit. So yeah, probably the steeper section that you want to look for.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like even the bigger waves as well, they kind of, even if it's 2 turns, but like making it 2 good ones, feels like it could be an opportunity. I mean, we're just speculating, really. It's going to be harder not harder, but it's going to be different when you're out there. I feel like everyone is willing to give you their 10 cents before heats, but then as soon as you get out there, it's like, okay, what's a plan?
Right.
Just stick to the plan.
But definitely you gotta need to look for those steeper sections. There's
for sure.
A lot of waves has like not decent walls, not steep sections, but just running away from you. So you can go, connecting to the inside section and you get finished, but there's no section in the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's actually you need to get fours and fives, the first section, the steeper section.
Yeah, I agree. I think finding them as well out there, it's like if you're in that priority rotation, the good one, and those waves come, then you're kind of lucking out a little bit. It's like, oh, yep, cool, I'm in the good priority rotation. This is a good wave that's going to offer 1 or maybe 2 steep sections. And I feel like that's kind of how you want to be, but that really comes down to luck most of the time.
Right.
Because you can be doing, I feel like that last wave of Tim's, the 3.67, I really liked his surfing. I actually really like the way Tim surfs. I feel like he has just so much flow and kind of, he's just really smooth. But I think you're right, Di, the wave size and the quality of sections that he had probably hindered the score a lot.
Yeah, definitely true.
So we've got 10 minutes to go. And right now it's Ash Jenner, 4.17 and a 3.57 in the lead. And Farun Tanjung does have a 4.5, the highest wave of the heat so far. But he's sitting in second, needs a 3.24 to go to first. And, we've seen some good waves coming through. And I just feel like we haven't seen too many kind of sixes in the event so far yet.
Right. Judges are just trying to make everything so on point. You need a 6, then you gotta do something big or solid turns. Otherwise, you don't get 6 and 7s. Yeah, but we haven't seen 7s and 8s yet. So,
no.
But here is Sheng Yan up and riding. That was a nice looking first and wow, second turn was even bigger. Really love the second turn. That was a great surfing from Sheng Yan. And this is Tim Bain up and riding, but it's just a quick in and out with 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
How is that spice and kind of just attack from this wave? Sheng Yang, nice first turn. and then straight up. Oh my
Wow.
goodness, that was huge from the young Taiwanese surfer. I really liked that wave from him, and this is that last one of Tim Bain. Gets a nice first turn, floats it for a second one. Maybe lacking a little bit of flow on that wave. I mean, like I said before, I actually think he's a really flowy surfer, but that wave just had a little bit of a ridge in it. So Tim will have to regroup, but I'm interested. That last wave of Shenyang, a 3-1-3.
Yeah,
I liked it though.
I liked it too, but maybe a little bit the smaller wave, maybe. But like you said, really like the spicy in the second turn.
Yeah, it was just, he loaded up so well off the bottom. He turned on a dime so tight in that critical part of the wave. He threw so much spray. I mean, that was sick. It was just like bang, bang,
Right.
you know. But live action right now, Ash Jenner up and riding die.
Wait, in the air, like, he makes it
Make
right out of
it.
it. So, I wouldn't say it was. Not sure whether it was complete or not. What would you say?
Oh, I'm saying like,
Let's have a look
go
at it again.
out for a little bit more. I
Soon
mean,
as
the
we
air
s-
was
yeah.
huge. This was,
Wow.
wow. Gets the grab, full rotation. Oh my gosh.
Probably.
I don't
he-
even, what?
He needed to stay a little longer.
Yeah.
To just make sure that it was a completion, to judges.
I
Let-
mean,
let's see. It was a
he
huge
definitely
air.
made
Yeah,
it. It's
definitely.
just, I don't know. I feel like, the judges are pretty onto that if they're
Right.
not kind of keeping their board in front of the whitewash. But right now, Varun Tanjung on his backside gets a nice turn in there. Varun loads
Wow.
up for another one. Wow.
Yep, that's exactly what judges are looking for. The big solid turns. Yes, Bronson says yes.
The team supporting Varun. And I like the replay die.
Really like try to wait for the section to stand up. And this is probably all the points coming to. It was a great surfing from Varun Tanjun. We're still waiting for the Ash's last wave and the last of Varun. Or probably, judges are watching the replays, making sure it was a completion from Ash's air.
That's a really, really hard one.
Yeah,
Because
it was.
he made it, but to deem it completed, his board needs to be in front of the whitewash, and I just don't know if it ever was. But that's definitely not taking away from how good that air was. I mean, it was sick. He got the height, a really solid rotation, but the judges are just thinking about it right now. No scores have dropped in just yet with 5 minutes to go. You could see him waving his arms. He's probably thinking, what's taking so long?
Right,
Like,
it was an air
that's
reverse.
a 10.
But, as soon as he stood up, he just, looking for the ramp for
yeah.
the air. Definitely.
You could see it straight away.
Straight away.
Wow, even that last wave of Varun's was so solid. That third turn die was just smooth, had the progression. It was so great to watch. So scores to lock in. All right, scores are looking good right now for Ash Jenner. It is starting to lock in. And it's a 5-8-3 for Ash Jenner. So the judges deeming it a completion. And I really liked it. I mean, the air itself was huge.
Huge. It was great surfing. It was on one of the bomb. Went for the air. He makes it. It comes in 5-8-3, and here he is. Chen up and riding. He just faded a little bit. Camarana section. Ooh, little bit hang up on the top of the wave. Is he gonna get? Nope, just kicked out.
Yeah, maybe fading a little bit too much on that takeoff for Shenyang. I don't know. It was a really good wave, but kind of that fade just, it made him lose a lot of speed, and probably that's what kind of made it a little bit slow at the start. That last wave of Varun, a 3.97, so it goes into the top two, And this is another wave for Ash Jenner.
Wow,
Oof.
that is a huge,
That was huge.
layback and completed so clean. This is a
Wow.
replay of Chen. Like you said, he faded a little bit too much, I think. And not really after that. But how's that Ash's last wave, the layback? That was a huge layback and comes in 4.93.
Yeah, Ash just going to town out there. He kind of set a really great foundation, and now he's just building. And you can see that last wave of Shang Yang at 1.77 and or 1.7, sorry. So Shang, you know, he's had really great flow, but maybe lacking the power that the other surfers have. They're a bit bigger, a little bit stronger, a little bit heavier compared to Shang, and I feel like, you know, he's here to represent Taiwan to the best of his ability, and I do think he's doing that. I mean,
definitely
that 313 of that left, I loved that second turn of his. I thought it was so spicy.
Definitely he's showcasing his surf skill here in Taiwan, but he's got a lot of futures ahead of him, and this is a great opportunity for him to compete in this, you know, one of the biggest QS 5000.
Yeah, such an amazing opportunity, especially with, you know, some of the best in the Asia and Australia region, to be able to compete and kind of see where he fits in against them. I feel like he's had a great heat. But with a minute 45, he does need that 5.34. And Tim Bain, who's normally quite dominant in the early rounds, is working with a pair of threes right now, but he holds first priority with 90 seconds. What's he looking for to get a 4.8?
Probably one of the wave, you know, Ash is getting on the bigger one. Oh, here it is, Varian going into the air, but unfortunately can't quite come out of it. But yeah, team is probably looking for a wave that where you can put 2 solid turns in, because 4.80 isn't a big score, but still you need a decent solid turns.
Yeah, for sure. You need to find, as we mentioned earlier, that critical section, or that section that allows the surface to go quite vertical. But waves like that are kind of, they don't come through as consistently as what we probably would like.
Well, but looks like a couple waves coming into the lineup, and team is having a look at it. But this one, Ash, up and riding. 30 seconds remaining. He's looking for the wave to beat a 4.93. Racing down the line. Unfortunately, he hung up on the top of the wave. Well, 17 seconds remaining. Here is Tim, needing 4.80.
Wow, Tim Bain just trying to find a steep connection. Needs to finish this one off. Oh, which he will. A 4.8. He got 3 pretty nice turns. Maybe the first and the last turn were the best.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great, you know, combination. It was smooth, clean. But the second turn was kind of like check turn, like setting up turn. Not sure it's gonna be a requirement, but yeah, we're still waiting for the score.
Yeah, he needs a 4.8. So we'll see if that will be the score. I mean, it was a nice sized wave. He did some really good surfing. I don't see anything wrong with it, but it's maybe that second turn that might hinder the score.
Well, we're gonna go to short break. We'll be right back after the commercial. Welcome back, everyone. This is Taiwan Open of Surfing. So last heat, not enough for Team Bang. Looks like Ash and Varun are moving on to the next round. Now we are into heat number 13. I'm here in the booth with Paul. How are you?
Yeah, good to be back, mate. And Stoker, the next heat looks great.
Right, we have Ben Spence, Tane Dobbin, Noah Andrew, and Raiki Masuda in this heat.
Yeah, in terms of conditions, hasn't changed that much, right? The last few hours been pretty consistent. It's sort of stayed the same.
No, it hasn't changed at all. Actually, the wind backs up again. It's cleaner. The size stay the same.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's
good
fun
out there.
morning so far. Just think maybe some of these later heats where everyone's had a chance to really suss it out by now. They've probably had a good couple of hours down here watching their mates compete and just getting some of that important information on board, where the good scores coming from, what are the judges enjoying, which kind of ways offer up the good scores. So as a result of that, I think that's why we're seeing performances improve.
Here is ライキ増田来輝選手、2本目のライディングになります。大きなスプレーを上げたリッピングを披露してきます。さあ、ここフィニッシュもしっかり決めてきました。It was a great surfing from Raiki Masuda. Really loved the first turn, throwing a bucket of sprays. Little bit, kind of catching a rail. But let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, a couple of backhand hammers. The wave just stretched out between them a bit. So first one really good. He had to be a little patient here. It went soft. But then when it got steep again, he was good enough to go at it. I love it.
2-turn, short wave, but still managed to put 2 turns in. And looks like we have True with the last heat winner.
Thank you, Dai. Ash, another heat win for you here. I just feel like you couldn't really put a foot wrong in that heat.
Yeah, I kind of just sat down the bank by myself the whole heat. No one bothered me. Got a few waves. Felt fun to get a few good waves under the belt.
You set a foundation really well, and it kind of freed you up throughout the rest of the heat to open up, get a little bit more progressive. Talk me through that air.
Yeah. That was my plan, just to go get a couple lefts at the start, because I don't know, this wind's kind of just holding off, but I had a feeling that it was going to get up in my heat. Lucky it didn't, but yeah, and then it just freed me up to go for that air and just like hucked it. I think I maybe tapped the rail a little bit, not much, but yeah, it felt good to land.
And as a competitive surfer, how important is it to actually stick to the plan, and how good does it feel when it pays off?
Yeah, it's definitely good to have a plan and execute it, but out there it can go so slow, so you kind of have to have a couple plans, like plan A, B, C sometimes. But yeah, it's good to stick to plan A and to work.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back home watching you?
Yeah, just hey to my parents again. Thanks for all the support, and just all my friends back home and all the GG boys watching and supporting. It means a lot.
Thanks so much, Ash. Good luck. You'll probably surf later today or tomorrow?
I think maybe tomorrow.
Awesome. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True. Yes,
great board art. I love that. I'd like to know more about that. That looked epic. That's best on ground so far for me.
I wonder he did that by himself or not.
Really cool.
Yeah, it was cool drawing.
He's a pretty cool character, isn't he, old Ash? Pretty mellow kind of guy.
Super mellow guy.
He's saving his energy for the heat.
Definitely saving up for the next round.
What do you think of that number for Masuda?
It comes in 3-3-3.
Another 3, mate. How about that?
Another 3s. But here is
Dobbin.
Up and riding, backhand attack.
Yeah, a little softer wave, wasn't it, for him? And he battled it. As he was getting to his feet, a little look, you could almost see him just kind of like drop the energy a bit because he knew the wave was backing off. So just gave it a little wing and screen wiper, but it was always kind of kicking out on that one. It'll stay alive. Maybe pop out a slightly different part of the line up here. Maybe find something else.
Right. Definitely when you need, 4s and 5s, definitely you got to be on the bigger size waves on the set. Or maybe if you go in, one of those inside ones and you don't really get the good score, actually. Here is Andrew up and riding.
Oh, it's a bummer. That was such a good looking section. He was just a bit deep on it. So easy to get out of position. Meanwhile, behind him.
Ben Spence up and riding. Wow, throwing a lot of sprays. First and second turn. And try to connect to the inside section. Is he gonna get the finish? Looks like he found a way. Well, unfortunately, he goes down, but still managed to put 2 good turns actually. This is Reiki Masuda 選手。さあ、これは大きなレイバックをしっかりと決めてきました。Wow. Really liked the first.
Yeah, so the split peak, this was on the left-hander. We just saw this. Ben Spence doing a couple of nice redirects. Look over his shoulders. He kind of tags the lip a couple of times. And he just stayed with this, just trying to eke everything out of it. Why not? You might as well. Didn't quite get the finish. But on the other side of that, a hammer from Nicky Masuda. And those laybacks, you see some of them on the face? That one was all lip. That was sick.
Even if it was a single maneuver, I think it's gonna, it's gonna be a pretty good number for Reiki Masuda. It was a big, huge layback.
Yeah, the wave as well. There's just such a difference between the ways that you feel are off and the good scores. You just mentioned it a minute ago. As soon as he was standing up and he was getting that high line going, you're just thinking, like, this looks like one of those waves that's got that energy. It's got that top to bottom kind of feel to it. Let's see where it goes with the judges.
Wow, a few scores lock in and looks good to me for the last of Reiki Masuda. One more score to lock in.
Yeah, he's going to get rewarded here, I think. And that back foot pressure, basically, it's kind of a risky maneuver because you can overpower it a bit here. We've seen quite a bit of that. Sometimes that wave will back off at the moment of impact and you go down, but he backed himself, he hammered it, and the judges liked it. They paid it off.
Definitely. It comes in 4-7-7. Just for one single maneuver. So that means judges are scoring for the one big maneuver.
Yeah, I think that he'll enjoy that, and it's good for everyone, really, just to note the different ways that you can get your scores. You don't necessarily need multiple sections.
Definitely.
If you can just get yourself some speed from takeoff and you got an oncoming section coming at you, smash the close out, throw the layback, blow the tail out, whatever it is. And for us watching on, that's exciting.
It is exciting to see all the big actions. So now we have 16 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Looks like Reiki Masuda is a little bit ahead of them. Trying to paddling towards the right side of the area. Just getting away from the crowd.
Yeah, so fourth priority, right? So he's last in the queue, basically. So why sit there with the others? Might as well get away. And it's a peak, but it's not like a pointy sort of apex of the peak. It is quite spread. So there's waves like up and down this point. And I really like what he's doing there. Maybe he'll find himself one of those wide lefts or one of those deep rights that kind of runs across the peak. So I think in terms of positioning, really smart from Masuda.
And probably, Noah is kind of approaching towards Reiki Masuda right now. Looks like Dobbin is having a look at this one, paddling for it. Up and riding. Back in attack, huge turn, throwing a lot of sprays. Probably only one major turn at the moment. Fortunately, the wave just died out. Didn't offer too much after that. But first turn was good, great.
Yeah, a little whippy redirect to begin, but he's never really like fully physically committed. The first time was really nice, but from then he's just a little bit neutral in his stance because he knows this way he's going soft, and that's basically the story. It's kind of two things that happen here, isn't there? After that takeoff section, it either runs and offers you a section, maybe a closeout, or it does that. And as soon as it does that, you can see the surfers, they realize there's not much you can do with that, really. You can't force your surfing on the wave here. So first turn, great, and then just had to cruise through.
Yeah, the last of blue, it was 2.60, pretty much all the points coming from that first turn. We're hitting 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Noah, Andrew is holding on to the first priority quite a long time, probably nearly 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's gone away into this heat without really able to get anything going on the board. No, just that small 0.4. I don't think it'll be overly rattled at the moment. It's pretty quick to get a couple of scores out here, but that use of priority, that next wave, pretty crucial for him. I think he'll want a set to come through pretty quick and then paddle out and just hammer something else as well. I don't think, in terms of first place, reasonable numbers from Reiki, but you look at second, Tane, they're not, there's not huge scores at the moment. He's only got a couple of small numbers and one throwaway as well. So in terms of that second place position, at the moment, very much wide open. We're still waiting for a kind of flurry of sets in this with that one set. But other than that, it's not a lot of action to get excited about so far.
Right, it's been kind of quiet. The ocean has been quiet in this heat so far. In the last heat, there was a lot of waves coming through. Probably ocean just stopped for a moment. Probably the end of the heat, I got a feeling that there's going to be a lot of waves coming in, but
here we go. We're on here, mate.
Well, Noah is having a look at this one. Yep, he's going for it. Up and riding on his backhand. Just to check turn, and it gets the finish. So he managed to put 2 turns in, but still it wasn't like a huge finish.
Yeah, the wave the wave lacked a little bit of speed.
Right.
Kind of had, I think, good call to go, right? He didn't have anything on the board and needed to go away, but he just, as soon as he got to his feet, you could just tell that wave was a little bit sluggish. And I think his surfing just kind of reflected that, really. He's nothing wrong from what he did, but just the wave, not offering him loads of power to go against. So we'll get in the lineup. We'll get a score on the board. This was the other side of the peak. This was Masuda.
増田選手、さあここも大きなターンを入れてスプレーをしっかり上げてきています。3ターンをタイトなセクションながらしっかりとメイクしてきました。Here is a replay of Noah's last wave, but just like you said, that wave just didn't offer too much for him. It didn't stand up, or there's no critical steeper section for him.
Yeah, it's easy to compare the two backhands, splitting the peak there. And Aiki's much more spray from him. His wave just a bit more steep, just kind of draining. There's just a couple of lumps in the wave for Noah, just kind of holding him back a bit, just hold back the power in terms of what the wave can offer. But he'll get another wave soon. He's into this now. And you just kind of need to break the seal, crack the seal on the heat and get going.
Right.
Let's see some more energy unfold out here. What have we got? Looks like Spence interested. Nope.
Nope. There's no takers on this one. Spence is just patiently waiting for the right ones.
Little improvement there from Masuda. So that backhand surfing from him, pretty smart stuff. Working on his backup score, gets the 417, just applying a bit more pressure now, mate.
Wow, that's actually a good score. That 417 and 477.
Yeah, he's doing well out here. You see someone and like that, the waves that he's catching, they're pretty good. But like he's surfing them up. I think he's maximising potential. He's not doing too much. He's not flailing. I think he looks really polished and composed. And he's getting a lot of spray as well, but he's making it look easy at the same time. So he's looking real good value right now at the moment, Reiki.
Right, now he's back into the crowd. Probably sneak around getting the right where he can do the airs probably.
So, like, a man with a plan right now, right? We heard True asking about strategies, in that last interview. It's interesting. Ash was saying, you might need to have a couple, sometimes a couple of plans, but it's exactly what we're seeing unfolding here in that positioning. So, you're taking off on waves, you're adding to your score by getting a good number, and then positional-wise, rather than just go back out and kind of drift and wait and like just kind of leave it to fate to see what happens, he's making kind of positive statements about where exactly he wants to be. So we mentioned him going over to the south side, so to the right of our shot, sitting down there, went down there, added to his number, improved his backup score, and now back amongst the peak and maybe having a look at this main peak, maybe looking at a right, but really good to see someone with a clear plan and it working.
It's working, totally working for Reiki. Definitely he's sticking his plan, from start to now, and it's working really well because he's getting 477 and 417, sitting in the first position. It's not a safe place, but it's a good place to be in this time with 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And this is Dobin up and riding. Couple checks down, floats the section and gets the finish right here. He was looking for the backup score. So he only got 0.73 as a backup score. Probably that wave's gonna improve his backup score.
Yeah, Taitung Dobin there on the backhand, real light on his feet. We'll get it from a front-on angle here, and it will maybe show us a bit more about the magnitude of the turn. First one's just a flick, really, then goes over, functional, and then real steep with that stab to finish. So I think the fact that he stayed light on his feet and he kept his speed going down the line, he really matched the tempo of the wave. It was a slightly smaller wave, but once you committed to taking it, you got to surf it as well as you can. I think it pretty much didn't do a thing wrong there, and I think getting that finish on the end, that'll feel good for him. So, yeah, I like that stuff from Taitung.
Definitely, and it comes in 3.03. You know, it's a small score, but still he's building up all the scores. He got 0.73 for his first wave. Second wave comes in 267, now 260, and now the last one comes in 3.03.
Just like in terms of numbers that we're seeing from the panel, but also in terms of like the surfing that we're seeing, like performance-wise, you think the backup, the low score for Masuda, it's a point better than the highest score that we've seen from any of the other three surfers. That just sort of tells you the story. And looking at what we've seen from the Australians in this, they all look like really stylish, smooth surfers, but none of them have been able to really go at it yet. They're just kind of cruising through their ways. It looks really cool, but they haven't been able to go on the attack, and it's been a real contrast to what we've seen from Masuda, who's having it. Meanwhile, though, here's Spence. Nice looking wave for him. He'll slice this one up and then give it a bit more whip and a bit more body as he uses that rail, but it is a real short pocket, but he'll stay with that and just keep whipping with the board. Board doing quite a bit. Gets it up for a little snappy finish as well. So sprightly stuff from him, and I think all of those three surfers that we were just talking about, they might as well just go now. It's so tight between them. No one's got anything of quality on the board. Just go ways, hit them as hard as you can, see what happens.
That was a great move from Ben Spence, and the last wave comes in 2.93. Now he's in the second position, and here is Dobin up and riding again. This is a good looking wave. Good couple turns in. And gets the finish here again. Now looks like he's in a good rhythm with the Ocean. He's building up the scores.
Much better. Really nice stuff. You just, what you want to see as well, you want to see him keep driving down the line.
Right.
What you don't want to see is between the turn, the surfer head back, point the nose towards the beach and wait for the wave. And he saw between his maneuvers, he's keeping his speed up across the section. So it looks really good. I think the judges will be impressed with that. Multiple maneuvers. Ooh, mate, we got a paddle battle going on here. Kind of. They're not going crazy.
No, they're not going crazy.
They're kind of jogging rather than sprinting. But yeah, technically, I mean, let's see how important priority is. Meanwhile, here's another look at this wave from Spence.
Beach angle, and that was a great two-turn combo. But after this, now wave didn't just stand up for him, not offering too much, but still, stays. And he got the backup score, but here is the replay of Dobin. Really a lot of power into the snap right there. Couple of the curves, but he gets the vertical here. And the last wave comes in 3.90. Yes, he is building up the scores. Now he's in the lead. He's in the second. He's extending his lead to Ben Spence and Noah Andrew. Now Ben needs 377 and Noah needs 416.
Yeah, he won that exchange there, didn't he, Taitung? So good stuff from him. Still in the threes, though, but it's a decent one, the 3-9. And I mean, we're really just kind of splitting hairs with these margins here, but that's where we're at. This is where the scores are. So like half a point on a low three versus a high three at the moment. It's the difference between advancing out of this round in 96 and setting yourself up for a result here at the Taiwan Open. So good stuff from Taitung Dobin. Important wave. Noah Andrew Pryo wants to get involved. He's still sitting on that really small number. Meanwhile, he goes your heat leader.
マサライキ選手、さあこの波はすぐキックアウトします。少し早かったようです。That was a really quick in and out for Raiki Masuda. It was a little bit too deep for him. We're hitting 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, first time in this heat we've seen him just slightly unlucky with positioning because that was actually a really good wave. That was a runner and he was 5 meters maybe too deep. He'll go again though.
さあ来選手すかさず次の波にテイクオフ。さあカービングターンをしてここ最後のセクションになるか。さあここでキックリバースを入れてメイクしてきました。そしてスープにもアプローチ、これもいい波になってきた。Wow, that was a actually great wave selection from Raiki Masuda. Straight after the wave, he just it was just quick in and out. He did check turn and he went to the air. It was not full air reverse. It was more like kick reverse, but still the decent maneuver.
Yeah, the style's great, isn't it? And he just looks like he's just exciting, this guy, for me. He's looking like he's really sharp at the moment in everything he does. We'll get another look here. He sets this one up with a carve, and the speed, he regathers himself and then goes at this and just blows out the tail and clicks it around and gets a finish. And he's dynamic, he's light on his feet. We saw that layback hammer early on. Now we're seeing a totally different sort of turn. And it looks good. I really like the look of this guy.
But the last wave comes in 4.10, just a little bit short, so it's not going to be his best two scores. Probably the wave rise was a little bit smaller. It wasn't, as steep as the layback turn, so probably, needed to be bigger, more steeper section could give him better score. But still, great surfing from Raiki Masuda. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat.
Yeah, final couple of minutes here. Thinking about the position of Noah Andrew and what he wants. So priorities with him, that's great news. Bad news in fourth. Flip side of that, though, tell you what, he only needs 4.16. So doesn't need a huge number. And at this point, when you need a 4, couple of minutes on the clock, you're probably thinking, I got one wave essentially. So I think he's going to be pretty selective here. He was going to need something that's good, and he's going to need to flare up a bit here. He hasn't really been involved in this heat at all. He's just ridden 2 waves. One of them was a 0.4, so he's not been in the action, and he needs to try and turn it around. In numerically, it's well within his grasp.
Right, probably getting 4.16 is you don't have to on the one of the best shape wave. Probably you want to be on the one of the set, and maybe looks like closing out, but gives you one big opportunity. And here comes a set, and that's probably not Andrew is having unfortunately it's too inside.
Those ones that look super peaky, kind of always felt that was going to go soft. You do need to see a bit of a wall here, don't you? And it's just finding that balance between ones that don't have too much wall and leave you behind. But that always looked like it was just going to cap and back off. Under 90 to go. So the position of Noah Andrew, as we mentioned, 4.16. But Ben Spence has got second priorities in red left of his shot there. He only needs a 3.77. Let's see if he can find himself that kind of opportunity. Things will go a touch quiet now. Nervous moments, mate.
Tense moment for blue, red, and white. Probably Raiki is in kind of safe place right now. It's battling between blue, red, and white for second place. 1 minute remaining in this heat. Red need 3.77 and white need 4.16. Wow, this is very tense moment for everyone. Is there gonna be another set or another wave for red and white?
Not looking great for surfers chasing at the moment, is it? Where's the energy coming from? Next 35 seconds, is there going to be a wave for red, Spence or white? Andrew Masuda's heading over. He's seen something heading up the beach to the left, slightly to the north. Maybe something coming through up there. Let's see what filters through. Final 20 seconds in this. And it has been Masuda who's led from the start here, and he's been dominant really throughout. In terms of his surfing and the scoring as well. It is Tame Dobbin going with him, but hang on, an opportunity maybe for Spence. He won't get there. Here's Noah Andrew. All right, final couple of seconds. Good looking wave. First turn's nice. If he gets another one here, gets another turn, the wave a touch softer, but he's still trucking and motoring down the line. Nice, neat surfing, joining up the dots through to the inside. First time was really cool. Did we see a 4.16 right there, Dai? What do you think, mate? You're on the spot.
Right, I thought...
You're judging.
I thought that first time was good, but after that, probably it's not going to be 4.16. But it was great wave and it was great first turn. If the wave offers second turn, probably he would. I mean, definitely it's going to be a requirement, but... I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, his body language is not looking overly positive. Not that obviously he gets scored on that, but, you know, from the look on his face and this sort of general comportment down on the rocks, he's not looking over-enthused. This was really cool, though.
Yeah, actually, have a look at it again. Really like the first and the second turn. So, you know, getting that solid turn on the first section could be, you know, awarded with a good score. So
Numbers dropping, mate. It's not quite there. You know what? One judge gave him the number, but the rest of the panel didn't. And it's not going to be enough for him. But you got to say, well done to our Japanese surfer. Dominant out there.
Well, we're going to go to the short break, and we'll be right back after the commercial.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Having a look at Yuri Mori from Japan, Iko Watanabe also from Japan, Matt Ball from Australia, Rafael Castro, the American, spends a lot of time in Bali, enjoying the time he's spending in Taiwan right here, and I'm enjoying hanging out with Vaughan Rincecorn Deadly.
Oh,
How you
I'm
doing,
loving
mate?
it too. I'm loving it, Paulie. Oh, I just stuffed my face full of so many dumplings.
The Dumple Stiltskin.
We are in Dumple
What
Stiltskin.
was that? That was like 40 seconds for how many?
I had 8 dumplings. I got them in I went down, the hooter went for the start. Oh, here we go. Replay. Slice and slash. Watanabe loading up on the inside. Fun little air rev. Got a touch of the James Caddo's about it, that one. Throwback. And Yuji Mori just in and out there. Love the full deck.
The old in, out, in, out.
Well, I love the full deck, mate. Oh, what? What about Yuji off to a little fly here?
Yeah, love it.
3.4. So this is all action during the break.
Wowzers. Thick and fast and furious. This is Boilo.
Boily.
Ripping in.
On the boil, you could say. See what I did? I used his name to describe the energy that he's bringing to the...
Absolutely. Someone else who had energy. Winner of the last heat. Absolutely ripped it apart. One of our surfers from Japan there, shredding. Let's go and chat with him with Dai.
さあ見事次のラウンドへ進出しましたが、ラウンド1はこうもうウォークスルーというかほぼ2人でのヒートだったので、今回のイベント初めてのちゃんとしたヒートだったということなんですが、もうなんか全てリズムが合っていたように見えました。どうでしたか？
いや結構緊張してたんですけど、右狙ってたところでいい波乗れたんで、良かったかなと思います。
なんか見ててこう全てが作戦通りに動いてるのかなというような、ちゃんと真ん中で待って波に乗ってスコアしたら右に行ってスコアしてで左に戻ってきてっていうようなイメージだったんですが、もう全てこう作戦通りだったんですか？それとも中でいろいろ変えていったんですか？
そうですね、陸ではあんまり決め込みすぎずに相手の選手のちょっと動きを見て左右動いたって感じですね。
So he didn't really have a plan out there, even though by watching on TV looks like he was sticking to the plan, but it was kind of no plan out there, just go with the flow, and he got the score and he's very happy with the result. それでは台湾は何回目ですか？
台湾は2回目です。
2回目の台湾どう過ごしてますか？
そうですね、もう結構リラックスして食も楽しみながら楽しんでます。
So he's having great times with his friends in his second time in Taiwan, and he loves all the food, people, and the ways here, of course. では最後に見てくれている方へメッセージの方お願いします。
次のラウンドはもっと自分らしいサーフィンして勝ちます。応援よろしくお願いします。
じゃあ次も頑張ってください。お疲れ様でした。Back to you guys in the booth.
Epic. Cheers, Di. What a ripper he is. I love that. The Dove Weddies. They're good. If I had one of them, I think I'd just wear that around the house.
Would you?
They look
so... Are you an all-day Weddy wearer?
They just look really comfy.
Mate,
maybe on Sunday, a bit hungover, just wear your Dove Weddy around the house.
Oh, steamy, mate. Yep. So, even when I was a Grom, I didn't like the feeling of being in my Weddy all day. Oh, little pop out the tail there from the man in white. Rafael Castro, he's leading this one. 3.5 and a 3.1. I think he's going to put some scores on the board there, Paulie.
Yeah, looking really good, isn't he? What a heat this is. This is just all action. Look at this drive down the line and the flow. Nice expressive surfing off the top, giving it full body movements, and then a quick get down. What have we got here? This is Boyle again, flaring up, mate.
Yep. Nice little front side finner. Don't know if I'd give that the full status of an air reverse. I mean, it was technically an air reverse, but it did have a bit of a whiff, a bit of a cheesy whiff about it, you know, the old cheese whiz. Boyley, Currumbin, he probably punched a few of those out in the Currumbin beaches growing up. Another Gold Coast epic beach, mate, epic point. Got the alley running out there and gets good on its day. Speaking of Gold Coast, there he is, Jay Okalupo. Such a great surfer, man. Seen him just get so pitted behind the rock at Snapper. He's got a little gang that he rolls pretty thick with.
Got a squad? Have they got a name?
Yeah, I don't know if they've got a name. Actually, we should maybe come up with for a
come
name.
up with. Yeah, we'll give them 3 options.
Yeah, Sheldon Simkus. And
who else is in it, mate? You've set yourself up here. Now we need the payoff. We got Sheldon, we got Jay. Who else is rolling in
That's
this?
a gang, isn't it?
Nope, that's 2 people.
Okay.
I tell you what, though.
They roll thick.
Yeah, they roll deep, mate. Wax on, important. Get that right. Get your traction good. Heat ripped in the early round. I liked his energy. Bit of a character. That guy's got loads of spark. Love seeing the personalities come through. Let's get numbers caught up with Rafa Castro. 3-5, his last effort. Another 3. How about that?
Love it. Corbin Hutchins, that's the other guy they roll with.
Okay.
3 is a pack.
Yeah.
Well, it's crowd.
Yeah.
3's a crowd.
Yep.
It is, isn't it?
Wonder what. Hey,
are you comfortable being a third wheeler if you're hanging out with like a couple? No problem.
With that. No worries.
Good man.
Yeah. I mean, quite often they don't know I'm there, but you know.
Oh, Slicey McSlice face.
Wow.
Maury on a huge tear. This is one of his best waves in the event so far. We've seen him surf a bit earlier, and a big clout from Eco there as well. Heat is fired up here, man.
There's all sorts going on. We've had that rhythm kind of one-on, one-off type things. That last one was pretty, not a lot happened, to be fair. This one's a mocha. Check this action here. Big section, full hammer. We haven't seen loads of people arrive late in a kind of pitching lip and give it the full belt.
Look at this wave.
That was cool, but what about this stuff? Have that.
Yeah, that's a really nice drivey turn. Hooked it under the lip. So really got the most out of it. Big sprays, and I feel like Yuji's just really starting to find a bit of rhythm out here.
Yeah.
Had a couple of good earlier heats, and that was a really solid wave, wasn't it?
Punched it on the nose, didn't he? And then he went just kind of the full haymaker, like bing, maybe on like one of those ones on your ears. It makes your ear ring. Love it. Ooh, game face.
Yeah, there's a bit of game face going on there. I think that's Archie Whiteman from Avalon getting ready to get out in that next heat as well. Good heat, this next one, actually. Xavier Bryce.
I wonder if they'll be
Nakamura.
infused by seeing that this one's pulsing a bit, or thinking, oh no, does that mean our one's going to be quiet?
Oh, you've got to be careful about getting too amped up when you see the surf cooking, don't you? It just always happens. It's been a great day, Paulie.
Yeah.
First 2 days were pretty challenging, man. Like, it was a bit gutless. It was a bit of a sort of nothing wind swell. It was really tricky to find.
Best day of the comp so far for sure. Best score of the heats are dropping in as well. So 5-5 for Watanabe. Decent. Even better than that, though. Mori with a 6. Yes, please.
Yep, that tastes better than the dumplings behind the contest site. Here's Boyley. He's got to get moving. A 3.8 for his last air rev. He hooks it up and under, but he catches that outside rail. And he looks a bit peeved, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wanted it a bit too much there. It's like short paddle out to get back in there, but you know what? How many of those chances are you going to get? We'll find out. Here's Castro driving off the bottom. Spicy vertical attack this way, though, will die a sudden death, and he'll do well just to kind of bring it to an inside and give it actually a pretty full-blooded couple of clicks. So that wave creased through the middle and then suddenly gives him a little runner on the inside. I don't know if that inside section is offering massive points, but you know what? He did really well there.
That board looks so knifey. Such a little blade. No width in the nose at all. Really small little scalpel-like surfing. Cutting it open. This was a bit of a bummer because this wave looked great when Boyley first paddled into it. Just mistimes that off the top. Look how narrow this board is, mate. Can actually see how much thinner and skinnier it is than the other boards that are being ridden in this heat. Must be a little live wire. Rafael Castro.
Yeah, maybe one of those ones where the shaper like hides the foam a bit in the middle because he's a strong boy.
Yeah.
He's solid.
He is. All right, well, 11 minutes 40, and the action just won't let up. Maury out in front. Oh, he did well to recover that. Beautiful speedy snap down the beach. The backside float with a little rock and roll flavour in there. Oh, he's looking really good in this heat. Some days you just find the rhythm, Paulie. You find it, and it's under your feet, and you can do no wrong. And it looks like Yuji Mori has found it in this one.
I'm giving him extra for the 1 foot at the beginning here. Foot comes off, doesn't mind it because he's got the traction on, mate. He only needs 1 foot. He's got the front foot pad. All good. Love that float. Really nice body positioning from him. He just keeps on belting it. He looks so dialed in with everything at the moment. He's having a great time.
I love the rock and roll floater. It's it's one of my favourite moves. Like, done well, and no one did it better than Andy Irons. get up, board slide almost onto your heel side, and then tweak it back down with a tail drop. Sick move.
Quite good on.
Even better on the backhand.
Quite good for hurting yourself, though, isn't it, the floater?
It can tweak you.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous move. It's a high risk. It's often like a high risk, low reward sort of proposition, isn't it? Because judges don't necessarily love floaters. There he goes. Throws it up late. Watanabe. Any relation to Taro, do you know?
Don't know. I know a man who does, though. We'll get Di on the bottom.
Okay,
we'll get
cool.
to the bottom of that. I'm pretty sure he'll find out. If anyone's going to find out. Well, I'm sure he already knows. True Styling could find out, but I think Di would already know.
Taro and Nico? Brothers? Cousins? Distant relos?
They've hung out before.
They've hung out.
Maybe they're in a crew.
They've seen each other.
Yeah.
Surely.
Don't I know you from somewhere? Don't think so, man. Just got one of those faces.
You look familiar to me. Dumplings, Paul. How many have you eaten? Have you had enough yet?
Just know what? It's a stage in my relationship with the dumpling. I've decided to take a little break.
Oh, no.
I just said, dumplings, it's not me. It's actually you. I just need a little bit of time away from you.
Yeah.
I just kind of said, I'm not dissing them, and I respect people that are into it, but I just need a little bit of space.
Yeah, okay.
I just need to kind of really think about what I want and just work myself out. I'm going through some stuff, and I just,
You're cold, man.
Yeah.
You're ice cold. Here is Matt Boyle. And he loads it up. He goes for the front side rev. He's going to pull this thing around. He did so well. A little bit sticky. I think the judges won't pay huge for that. It was a nice opening turn, though. Plenty of commitment. He's looking for a finish. He'll get a little jam in, and that's going to help. It's definitely going to help because it's going to get rid of a 2.7. I probably will go north of his 3.8.
Yeah. You know what? I like the approach, though. Like a mistake on his last one on a relatively straightforward maneuver, but rather than go safe, he's taking risks. I don't mind it at all.
Agreed. Out the back, Watanabe. Slicing and dicing. He's long and lean.
Tell you what we haven't seen much of is claiming. That's probably because we've had low scores, but a little bit of arm-raising energy there from Watanabe.
Yeah, I don't mind the claim. I don't mind at all. You know, in gymnastics, if you don't claim, you actually get fined. You get docked points. How's that for a sport?
What?
Well, you know, at the end of, say you've done a triple reverse inverted backflip with a double pike and you land perfectly. You know how you do that? You see the gymnasts do that giant arm claim towards the judge's table?
Right.
If they don't
Is that a claim?
If they don't do that, they actually get docked. It's
What
seen
about
as
if they do
insurrection.
If they do the Andy Irons shotgun that he did on Dean Morrison?
Right.
What about if you do that to the
I don't
judges?
know, but I would say as long as you're acknowledging that the judges are there and they're doing a good job, yeah, go for it. It backfired on Andy, though. Remember?
Yeah,
he lost that heat.
Got through. How good was the interview as well afterwards? It was so
funny.
good.
So funny. Is that the all-time claim? Is that the number one claim ever?
I think so, yeah.
Here's Castro. He was leading this heat early on, and he slipped down into third. So he's stabbing it. But, as we've seen throughout this event, if the wave is making you work really hard, the judges just kind of don't really show a lot of interest.
Yeah, this one pulsing though, isn't it? I just feel like we're going to get more opportunities for everybody. Still 7 minutes on the clock. The numbers are so much healthier than what we've been getting used to. So that's great to see. Here's another look here at Castro coming around that crumble. The nice spring in his step. And just flick spray off his rail. And again, just kind of stinging it. And then all of a sudden, maybe the back foot. I'm not sure what that was, but he just disappeared on that last maneuver. His number's 3-5, the low score. He'll get something underneath that. I don't think it's going to help him out here. He's still in the hunt, still at the moment, looking for 4-3-5.
Yuji Mori holding down the lead. Oh, no, he's just been usurped by his countryman. Iko Watanabe gets a 4.37. So we did predict that he would move into first, and he did. So that's cool. Matt Boyle, what did he get for that last wave?
He got a 3.8, and the wave behind was that wave from Iko, the 4.37. So turning the screw there, Iko, putting a bit of pressure on. Boyle's Law. Did you do that in science? Remember Boyle's Law?
No. Lanced a few. But that's about as close as I got to Boyle's
I think
law.
it's something to do with gases when they're heated up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's good to know. What about Watanabe law?
Ripping, that
Yeah.
means.
Okay.
That means he'll rip in his heat and surf really well and be leading with 5.5 minutes to go.
Nice.
That's the law.
I like that
It's
law.
written.
Castro law?
He's still in with a great chance. That it's not law, is it? That's just no. Yeah, no. I like what he's doing. I think his surfing, and we saw it in the early round as well. He's super polished. He looks really versatile, and he's got a lot of energy and spark. I just think that the heat he's in at the moment, and just the scores going down for our Japanese pair, he's going to need to show us a bit more at the moment, because those two with that 5.5 and that 6, it just made it that bit harder. And that's what it's like. It's just a numbers game, basically. So 5.21 is what he needs. So he needs like a whole point better. And you think about what he's done. His waves have had nice rhythm to them, but he hasn't had that one moment on the wave where you just go, wow.
Yeah. And when you think of the highlights from this event, the big scores have all come with a huge punchy moment. It hasn't been kind of safe, solid surfing from start to finish. It's been, a front-side full rotor into the flats. It's been a big Josh Kerr layback. The big points are coming on waves that have a real exclamation mark. So it's a good thing to sort of put into your strategy basket before you paddle out for your heat. Next to your sun cream and your dumpling sauce. Here's Watanabe. Nothing doing. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, a little whippy one. That an interesting choice. Sort of curious. Always looked like it was fading away, but he just couldn't resist surfing it.
Mate, I was having a chat to Jarvis Earl, junior world champ, good friend of mine.
Yep.
I'd actually say a mate.
Yeah.
We're mates. We're super close.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm pleased.
Yeah, thanks. And Lennox Smith, another up-and-coming young, hot Aussie junior. We were talking about autographs that we chased down when we were kids.
Yeah.
And Lennox was saying it was almost impossible to get Kelly, but if you got him, you were the king of school. Who did you chase down for an autograph when you were a kid?
I tried, surfing-wise, I tried to get Kelly once, and he went, not right now, you guys. But he was actually going out for his heat, and I didn't really know how it worked.
Is that when you were commentating J-Bay last year?
Yeah, it was the year before.
It
was 2022. Yeah. But I got quite good cricket ones.
Who?
So, you remember the great West Indies team of the kind of 80s?
Yeah.
Gordon Greenwich, Malcolm Marshall.
Oh, wow.
Malcolm Marshall nearly shut my head in the boot of his car at this St. Lawrence ground in Canterbury, because I was really little and we were kind of milling around, me and my brother, and the West Indies came and played Kent in a sort of tour. They were touring and playing tests against England, but they played a county side, Kent, just in between. And my head was gone. I was kind of looking in his car just to see, just checking out his gear, basically what was in there. And he went to close the boot and he had to sort of stop and then looked and kind of glared at me. And I went, sorry. And he said, yes, fine, mate. And
That's cool.
Signed my autograph book.
Oh, look at this. We'll come back to the West Indies in a minute. Oh, it was a lofty one. And down the beach, the full rotor to the flats. It is carnage out here at the moment. And here goes Murray, just trying to better a 3.53, put some distance between himself and Castro. But Boyle, mate, he rode out of that. He's climbing in the right direction.
So much
ripping.
ripping.
I agree with what you were saying. He's kind of going hard at it now.
I feel like I've had my head chopped off by Malcolm Marshall's boot. That was just all sorts going on there. Wow.
Jeez, Watanabe, that was a really hectic move, wasn't it? He threw it. Hucked it, you could say.
Yeah.
Full helicopter style.
He looks fine, though. Gives the hair a little shake. Got a lovely head of hair on him. Gives that a little shake as he makes his way out the back. He's fine. He's light on his feet. It'll be a throwaway number. He's in the lead in this. I want to see Murray get involved. Since that's 6, not a lot for him. Let's have another look here at Iko. What did he do?
Yeah, plenty of speed. Loads up. Bangs off. Coping into a full rotation. Spectacular move. But absolute detonation on landing. And Boyle just losing it as he came off. Just to see what happens here. See, that was a huge turn. I didn't even realise. Oh, he backs it up with a pocket snap. Whoa. Well, Yuji Mori has put this one away, I would say. He's jumped up with another 6.27. So the two high-scoring waves of this heat. And you'd have to say he has just put a blinder together.
Yeah, he smashed that one.
Mate, it was so sick.
We didn't catch that whole ride. We just saw that last turn, but 6-2-7 for Murray, straight back to first. What a cracker of a heat. We'll just quick update. Boyle's law is an empirical gas law that describes the relationship between pressure and volume of a confined gas.
So
nailed it.
Glad to know that. It's going to come in handy this afternoon. 30 seconds to go. Yuji, you know what I really loved about Yuji's, tactics going into this one, Paulie, was that he just really lent on the power game. All his scores have come with big, actually kind of drawn out carving off the lips. Quite a weird turn. It's in between like your typical sort of cutty and a vertical smash.
It's one of those ways, isn't it, that requires something a little bit different. It's hard to really go ultra aggressive and smash it. Trying to do that, though, trying to get out of trouble. Castro, a little lazy. Ollie above the lip on a soft wave as it fizzles out, and his campaign in Taiwan looks like it could be over.
It doesn't just look like it. It is. So that's going to be that for Castro. He was in the lead at the early stages of this heat, so slipped through his fingers on the performance of the Japanese surfers. But Yuji Mori, excellent surfing, and Watanabe moving through as well. We'll have a quick break here from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Be right back. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It is 2024. We're at Jinzun Harbor, a beautiful location. The 14th time this event has run here in Taiwan. It is really becoming a legacy event on the Asia Pacific region. Vaughan Blake in the commentary booth with my dear friend, True Starling. Lovely to see you again, True.
Oh, thank you, Vaughan.
Mate, doing a wonderful job, and I've been getting lots of compliments from friends and all over the world, actually, saying they've really been enjoying your insights at this event. Take us through this heat, because I know you're quite good friends with all these surfers. What are you expecting to see in this one?
Fireworks straight off the bat, I think. Xavier Bryce and Jay Okalupa were just on screen now. Xavier's from Long Reef on the Northern Beaches of Sydney. He's a part of the Northern Beaches crew, so Noodles is here, Nathan Webster, and Duke Kelleher is also a coach here as well. And then Jay Okalupa, he's working with Adam Dufner, of course, from Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast region. So two really exciting surfers. And then Takumi Nakamura from West Japan in Mie. He's been competing since he was like 6 or 7, I think. And of course, Arch Whiteman, he is from North Avalon. Arch is just such a great surfer. He's also one of the best humans in the world. He has this like amazing contagious laugh that you just got to laugh with him. I'm excited for this heat.
Some great surfers there, but right now let's check in with another great surfer. It's Dai Wako with Yuji Mori, winner of the last heat.
非常にこう波とのタイミング、リズム、乗る波すべてが合っていたように見えるんですが、自分でこう振り返ってみてどうですか？
なんかでも最初から
So he was trying to figure out how to avoid that, and that's when he saw the left actually out there. So well, good tactics and he's happy with the result. で次のラウンド、今日はもうサーフィンしないと思うん
そうですね。今日ないと思います。はい。
とりあえずこの後はじゃあどうやって過ごしますか？
ネットフリックス見て寝ます。
ネットフリックスでは何見てるんですか？
今、ピーキーブラインダーズっていうイギリスのドラマ見てます。
がっつり見て、寝て、ご飯食べて寝てっていう感じですかね。Probably he's gonna go back to the hotel, maybe watch some movies, Netflix, and chill, and go sleep, be ready for tomorrow's round. 多分茅ヶ崎の方からたくさんの方見ていると思います。まあ、サポーターの方もいると思いますので、一言お願いします。
見てる森サーフィン部のみんな、とりあえずやったから、明日も頑張る。応援よろしくね。
ありがとうございました。じゃあ次も頑張ってください。Right, thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Ty, and yeah, congratulations there to Yuji. Really good surfing. Like, loved what he brought to the table there. Big, powerful, through the lip calves, and yeah, kind of had his strategy down pat before he paddled out, and it worked to a T. So good stuff from the Japanese server. Here's Arch Whiteman. Shout out to all the NASA crew who'd be cheering him on. Beautiful hook. Nice punchy finish there. And at this time of the day, I always like to shout out Beach Without Sand. They've always got the TV on. They're always watching when the AV crew are representing. G'day, Kong. How are you, brother? Are they staff? Good peeps. Xavier Bryce, excuse me, Long Reef Surf Riding Association. Yeah, that's my old club.
Love it. LRSA.
LRSA.
Couple of good surfers from there. Kobe Clements.
Kobe Clements.
He's going to be surfing later today, I think, too.
Gabby.
Again.
Is she from there?
Gabby Spake.
Yep.
So many.
Oh, man. Back when I first moved to Sydney, that's who I used to hang with. The Longy crew. The Slarkus brothers. The Spillane brothers.
Yeah.
Your
Speezy, dad. Love it.
Scotty Romain.
Some great crew.
Such good crew. G'day, Longy crew. And, of course, Oki from the Goldie. And I dare say that Sheldon and Corbs would be tuning in. And Dad. G'day, Mark. Mate, I just watched Juju the Surf musical. Wow. It is so good. Check it out if you haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it's
Paul?
really good. It's really, really good. It is out there. It's fantastic.
Paul actually told me about it when we were in El Salvador together, and I was like, oh, I'll watch it. I still haven't watched it.
It's on, pretty sure it's on Stab, I'm pretty sure it's on Stab. Go check it out.
Okay.
But yeah, Ock is such a good surfer, man. Ock Senior, of course, world champ. But Jay Occhilupo, he's just been, on the radar for a long, long time. He loves to throw a huge air rev out. He's got all the tricks, but a good, strong power bases too. And he's a joy to watch surf. In fact, he and Shelley and Corbs, they're kind of like the fresh princes of Snapper.
I love that. That is so true. Takumi, up and riding. He's also such a fluid surfer.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Like, most of these guys have been surfing, as you say, since they were since they could probably stand up.
Yeah.
But surfing heats not long after that. They got right into the comp scene. Australia has a really, really good grommet tour that goes on. Actually, Oki has his own grom comp on the Goldie. Trying to remember if Jay won that once. I feel like he might have, but it could be wrong. But yeah, there's so many junior events, so you can kind of really get schooled on strategies and tactics from a very young age. So by the time you get to the QS, you've just got so many heats under your belt. I mean, you know that better than anyone.
Yeah, you definitely have so many heats. But I still feel like regardless, every heat you have, there's always like a new lesson. Just even if it's something subtle, it's like, oh, I've never come across that before or didn't know that. But Jay looks like he's having a look.
Here we go, Jay Occhilupo. He'll come flying off the bottom. Little slice. Hoping this thing stands up. It does look pretty steep here, and there it is. You knew he was going to throw a big air rev. It's a real go-to for him, and he stomps that one. And that was really well done because he didn't quite get the click off the coping I think he was hoping for. So he just had to really rely on the technique to get it done. But plenty of speed here. This wave flattens out, unfortunately, for this first turn. But then he comes through onto the inside, clicks it. Oh, wow. No, he really he got that probably as good as you can get it. So I stand corrected there. But, yeah, a nice wave for Jay, you know, when that first turn didn't really play out how he wanted it to. I'm sure he was thinking, come on, give me something. And he got that bonus. So excellent stuff.
Yeah, you called it, Vaughn. You called it before it even happened. 4.67 for Jay. You know, I feel like Jay is so good and he's just such a great aerialist as well. And I just feel like there's always going to be more than one moment where he pulls that out in heats. And he didn't have it then, which I was surprised, but kind of the staunch, you know, he's such a you really see he wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see the emotions come through, but he's keeping it dialed back right now. But someone who's the same, Tommy Carvalho, he is such a focused surfer. He's on screen right now, also from Snapper, and I'm sure he's watching Jay closely.
Here's Jay again. He's picked off another one, loading up. Roundy thought he might fully commit to the foam bounce, but he just sort of carves it down, gets the fins free, and that'll be another score to go in with his 4.67. I think it's a good tactic to just get a couple of waves early. You know, I know that everyone probably goes out there thinking, oh, it'll be so good to just get a couple of waves early so he can take the pressure off. Doesn't always play out like that, but Jay, you know, we're kind of like we're about 7 minutes down now. And he's already got 2 scores on the board, so he can start to work on really putting something special up.
Yeah, he's setting the foundation so well in this heat, and a 4.67 is pretty much a 7 or an 8 out there today. It's quite hard to get those scores above the 4+ range, so I think that's going to be a keeper for Jay. I'm sure Duffy at the start would have been thinking, no, don't go to the end, but he also does have such a great kind of trust in his athletes, so the nerves right now for Coach Dufner or Adam Duffy is, I'm sure he'd be
Hang on a minute, isn't Duffy from the Northern Beaches?
Yeah, Av.
Oh my goodness, so what's going on here?
I know.
He's defected.
Well, Duffy lives up in Pottsville now, but Takumi, it goes down. But yeah, Duffy lives up in Potty and works with a really good crew.
The Avcats will be, they'll be putting roadblocks on the bends next time Duffy comes to town. He's got a fellow Avalonian out there. Arch Whiteman. It's classic, isn't it? You know, the power sort of centre for Australian surfing moves around a lot. It was the Northern Beaches for years and years. The Gold Coast always strong as well. So those two have always kind of, I guess they've arm wrestled most of the talent, and crew who come from other areas in Australia tend to go to one or the other. Mostly Gold Coast these days, actually. Don't see a whole lot of crew sort of going to Sydney to start training, but good rivalries, always been a big rivalry. Even the surfboard building back in the 60s, you know, you had the Brookvale connection and the surfboards, and then up north you had, I think it was like Scotty Dillon and all that sort of factory up there, Neil Purchase. So good rivalries as we see. Nakamura, he gets busy and just overcooks it. He looks like he's only just like one little moment off pulling off a big score. He's going over the top.
I think it's his wave selection. I feel like the last few waves he's had has been a bit foamy, but this is that last one of Jay. It came in at a 2.53. Oh, he actually got another one after this. Jay gets another air. He's looking really solid right now.
He does look good. So Okalupo paddles back out, holding down first. Arch Whiteman in second. Xavier Bryce yet to put a score on the board.
Yeah, Zave being a little bit patient with 11 minutes to go. He actually had a similar heat in Cruy earlier this year, where he was patient for a bit and then just got 2 good ones back to back and made the heat.
Yeah, some people like to just sit and wait for the bombs. A perfect example of that, not even in a competitive sense, is Craig Anderson, you know, the famous Newcastle Goothy, lithe, the cat they call him, because he just makes everything, always lands on his feet. But he will sit out in the water and just not surf for an hour if it means getting the best wave.
Yeah.
Not everyone has that patience. All right, here we go. Brycey pops the fins. just stands up and basically hucks it with not a whole lot of speed. So a pretty interesting first turn. And he'll start to get busy on the inside, and he'll finish with a nice combo, a tail slide, pats the dog, tries to ride out. A pretty forced wave, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it looked really good, and towards the end definitely had a bit of flow, but this is also Arch. He was able to go left on that one. 2 quick turns for Arch Whiteman, and this is that last one for Zave. Yeah, it goes straight up into that lip. It was sick. But you could see it was a weird section. I mean, he kind of had to do it because he's so far behind. Well, not so far behind, but he's kind of waited a while to catch his first wave. And, just unfortunate to get that completion for Zave. But he does have a really beautiful flow. I actually love watching Zave surf, especially on like a nice stretched out ride. And I get super excited to see him surf because it's just so smooth. So he'll get another opportunity.
It's a classic little setup, Longy. There's a heap of waves in this weird sort of clustered out zone. There's the bomby, and then it breaks it up. There's suck up on the inside. There's the bomby right. There's all these sort of little places where you can get quite good length of ride.
Yeah.
It gets big, holds huge surf sometimes, and there's a few other little secret spots kind of close to or around the headland that we won't go into. But, it offers a lot. And I find that a lot of surfers from Longy, they've got kind of a big bag of tricks. Steve Clements, another Longy surfer who we didn't mention before. That's Kobe's dad. He's a great surfer.
Yeah. Such a super energetic in the water, always catching waves. Kobe's the same. They both actually have that real like catching wave kind of mentality. It's so sick. Kobe will be coming up in heat 6, I think, in the men's round of 64. He's already surfed a heat today, the first heat. So he's literally first and almost last heat of the day.
Cool. I wonder who's running the club down there. I think is it Carl Musker or one of the crew? Not sure anyway. Big Doff.
Tash.
Oh, Tash is, of course. Yeah, she's a legend. Oh, good stuff. Well, they'll be tuning in and watching Xavier Bryce here. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best. So, is that right? A 2.9 for that front side. I guess it was a bit speedless, wasn't it? It was a nice nose pick, though. I'll bet anything has a good frame grab in there.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Do you do that when you get surf footage? Do you when no one's looking, when no one's watching, you just pause it on a nice turn and go, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yes, queen.
I hype myself up all the time.
I love a framey.
Yeah, they're good fun.
7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. It is Jay Okalupo out in front from the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks represent. Arch Whiteman currently holding down second. And Takumi Nakamura in third with Xavier Bryce in fourth. It's been a fun morning, hasn't it? The surf is really good today. Couple of little flat spells throughout, quiet heats, but generally speaking, when it's pulsing, it's on. And it has been a little bit one heat on, one heat off for the last hour.
Yeah.
The last heat was just fireworks. It was just non-stop surfing, non-stop action.
Yeah, I think we're going to do half an hour heats for the men's round of 64. So 30-minute heats for that round, which will be cool. A little bit more time to get those better opportunities. But I just can't believe kind of getting here today, and it just feels like just a completely different destination as to what we had yesterday. Yesterday was windy, it was howling, and just really not that good surf. And then today it's just so fun. There's so many opportunity, and you can't really tell, but there's where the surfers are now, there's a spot there, and then a little bit to the left of screen there's also more opportunities over there. I feel like where they are now is the best spot, but there's just so much on offer.
Well, that's where Maury was getting his big scores, on that left down the beach, because there's this opportunity. Whoa! Oh no! Oh, Whiteman throws the finner over the back. What a bummer there for Xavier Bryce. That was, I was just about to say, this is a nothing little wave, and he's really got the most out of it. A big sort of backside vertical Rio. Let's see what Arch did here. Carves it back. Sticks with it, loads it, gets the fin up and over. Well done, mate. That is some pretty solid surfing. But this thing was a surprise wave for me. Just a little float the boat, generate speed. That's a huge turn from Xavier. And if he'd made that, I mean, I'm thinking 4s at least.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that would have been such a nice 2-turn combo at the end, just like straight up and then up and into it again. It's just coming down on that inside. It actually has like no power and it just goes into flat water.
Look at that. He got a 3.13 and he didn't even make that last turn, and that was a really small wave on the inside. So we know he's capable of big scores, but he'll be kicking himself that he didn't ride out of that last one.
Yeah, that's going to haunt him a little bit.
3.57. He's still got 4.5 minutes to go, so he's got time. It's not panic stations yet. He's quite separate from everyone else too, which, you know, so the priority isn't going to phase him too much sitting all the way down there.
He's really having a 10-minute heat too. He didn't catch his first wave until 10 minutes to go.
He's got the crewy vibes going again.
He does, yeah. He's got the crewy vibes going. It looks like he's kind of free surfing out there, you know. He's just having fun, just waiting for those good waves to roll through. But, that last left, that completion is just...
it's crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so crucial, especially when you're chasing 3.5s. Like, it's literally the difference between making a wave and not.
I think that all these surfers are going to be really nervous about Xavier and Nakamura because they don't need much to get up into the top 2 or take the lead. And from what we've seen, Nakamura, he's just sort of overcooked a couple of turns. If he didn't do that, he could easily be leading this heat. And Xavier Bryce has just left a little bit of meat on the bone as well. So it's a lot closer than it looks. And these guys are all sort of dropping scores or potentially on their way to scores that could be the requirement they need. So just a little bit of level-headedness. Use this lull as an opportunity to sort of reset. Focus on what you need to do in this last 3 minutes 20. Jay's calling for time. He wants to know what the situation is. What's he getting rid of? A 3.73. So Nakamura has the chance to strike first here, True.
Yeah, he does. And like you said, I feel like if he finds a wave that offers him the opportunity, I think he'll get the score. He just is looking so smooth. He's been competing for such a long time. And he's just in and around the surf industry. He works for a wave pool company over in Japan. But Xav has found one under priority.
The Shizunami wave pool?
I think so. I'll have to confirm that with Dai, actually.
Okay. Is there more than one over there? I can't remember. I went over to a wave pool event, Stab High, earlier this year. It was so fun.
It looked fun.
That pool is sick. Did you see the new wave pool that just dropped?
No.
Shane Beshin, the former world title runner-up, just this thick, eggy, bowled-out thing. Oh, man. It's pretty rare to get, like, proper pumped up on something that you haven't seen in surfing. Like, I mean, every day something happens that blows your mind. But that was a true, like, whoa, what is this thing?
Yeah.
I know the Palm Beach pool that or Palm Springs pool that the crew have been working on is a pretty wild-looking thing. You can see that, like, backdoor nugget.
It looks so sick.
And Parko went over there and surfed. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it yet, but I'll find out because I was going, mate, how is, like, you know, I've seen Mason surf it a fair bit. He loves it. But he just loves everything. He loves surfing on rocks, loves surfing on concrete.
Yeah, the whole lot.
Yeah, he'd surf in a pile of thumbtacks, I reckon, if he could.
That is too funny.
A pool filled with thumbtacks, he'd have a ball.
Yeah, he'd be loving it as long as he can
Are you a fan of rocks? Do you like surfing on rocks?
I don't mind it.
Like, actually onto rocks?
Oh, onto rocks?
Yeah.
I'd prefer not to, but...
Same. Ooh, big moment in this heat, under priority, and Xav Bryce throws the air rev. Looks like he's got another little section on the inside. He'll jam that, get a little rebound. Oh, he's feeling it.
Wow.
So what's he need here? I don't think he needs much at all, actually. 3.57. An air rev with a little foam bounce on the end. Oh, this is a big wave too. Nakamura. You can hear the Japanese crowd going absolutely ballistic. They're all in numbers down here on the contest side. He bashes that inside section. And as he pulled one out of the furnace here, the Japanese surfer, he sat on priority for a lifetime. And you knew that if the opportunity came, he was going to really put something together. He'd made a couple of mistakes early. Has he done enough, True?
Wow, that is crazy. I mean, let's take a look at Zay's first one. He just goes into the air straight away, kind of gets a reverse, tags it. I mean, a 3.57, you'd think he'd have to do it on that one. It was a pretty good wave, not many mistakes. This is that last one off Takumi. Gets that first float, kind of goes up and over it again. I just don't think it's going to be the 4.07 he needs, but
that was pretty aggressive.
Huge.
And you know what? I'm just comparing Xavier Bryce's air rev to foam bounce to Jay Okalupo. Had a really similar wave for his 3.73. And I'm just thinking, who did the better air out of those two? Because I feel like Jay might have. But this will be really interesting here. Oh, the Luke Short designs, mate. Drool all over the floor. I love those surfboards. He's a master shaper.
What's he on? Looks like he's on the Chubby Cheddar 2 right now. Perfect for out there.
Chubby Cheddar. Great colour for that board model. Hey, this is nervous times, right?
This is. I mean...
I think all four surfers could be, wondering how this is going to play out right now.
Well, Arch got a wave as well in that, and it looks like it's coming in. It might even go into his top 2.
So we didn't get to see that.
Wow. You can see the crew there. It looks like Charlie, Lennox, Jarvis, Dill, couple of others. Okay, that last wave of Xavier was a 3.9. Last one of Takumi a 2.8, but that last one of Arch Whiteman was a 4.1.
Wow, what a heat. So it is, in fact...
Jay Okalupo
taken out. Sorry, I was waiting for the final score to be approved. But yeah, Jay Okalupo and Arch Whiteman get it done. What a nerve-wracking nail-biter at the end there. Xavier Bryce, he came home swinging, as did Nakamura. But what a great finish to that heat. Stay tuned, folks. Plenty more action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We just saw a great heat go down, but this one's going to be exciting too. Heat 16 of the round of 96. Made Joy Satriawan will be out there in the red, taking on Thomas Carvalho in the blue. Willis Druma, he'll be wearing the white jersey, and Yu Chia-chi in the green for Taiwan. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth with me is Dai Wacko. Dai, you were out there. How was it?
Right, looked great actually. Yeah, it's super fun still, stay the same, but lots of opportunities for every surfer. Here is Thomas up and riding. Hits a couple tons in. It's a great way to start this heat.
Yeah, that's Yu Chia-chi as well, the Taiwanese surfer, the local here. Getting a couple of nice backside snaps. It's a smaller ride, but he's getting the job done on the inside, and he kicks out. So a few scores to lock in. One for Tommy, another for you. And we just saw Jay Okalupo and Arch Whiteman progressing on through in that last heat
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Xavier Bryce and Takumi Nakamura.
That was a tense heat in the end, actually. Xavier and Takumi got a last wave, and it was really great surfing from them. It was close.
Yeah, it was really close. And up and riding, Thomas Carvalho, Tommy, huge backside snap. He's going to go off screen there, but we'll catch up with him later for sure. And looks like we have none other than Lennox Smith. He's going to be down there having a chat with Jay Okalupo.
Thanks, Drew. Yeah, we're down here with the son of Mark Okalupo. How'd you go out there, mate?
Yeah, it's pretty grindy, but we're stoked to get a few waves at the start, and yeah, it was fun.
So you're down here with Duff. What did he tell you before you hit the water?
He didn't really tell me much, just to stay calm and kind of sit over here where there was a bit more energy, and it paid off.
Yeah, you're looking cool, calm and collected out there. What's the game plan for the next heat, and what are the tactics?
Kind of just keep the same thing going, just stay calm and hopefully get through a few more.
Well done out there, mate. Stoked to see you get through.
Thanks, Leno.
Catch you at the next one.
Thank you, Leno and Jay. Love it. You can see it's all smiles here. And Lennox doing a really good job on the mic.
Probably he's loving it.
Yeah, I think
job.
he should be on the team for the next event.
Right.
That's Marlon Harrison. Marzi's going to be coming up in a little while. You can see Charlie Girl there as well. But that last wave of Tommy Carvalho, 4.33, takes him further out into the lead. Back up is a 3.23. I feel like a 4.33 is a keeper on a day like today, Di.
Definitely, we've seen a lot of 3s and 2s. Even though they're surfing great, it's just depending on what kind of wave you're getting. If the wave offers you the steepest section, then you get 4s. But it's really fun out there. There's so many opportunities, but it's kind of tricky to pick right ones to get those 4s. So, like you said, 4 is definitely a keeper.
Yeah, I feel like everyone that's kind of been making their heats has either had 4s or a 5.
Right.
And a lot of the backups have been 3s. So I think for Tommy, just surfing into rhythm out here with 19 minutes to go, he unfortunately had a pretty early knockout in Cloud 9. So I know that he is pretty determined to make a few rounds here in Taiwan. Just a quick in and out there for Tommy.
Yeah, he's already got 3s, 2, 3, and 4, 3, 3. That is both of the wave are keeper actually. Nice to start heat like this, definitely. Well, looks like there's another one for Thomas. He is up and riding.
Yeah.
Just good cutback turn, and wow, that was a big turn. It wasn't the steepest section, but still managed to put one good turn with sprays. Not too sure if it's gonna be a better 3-2-3, but still was great surfing.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. Nice opening carve. Maybe just gets a little bit caught up on that section. That was a better looking turn, throwing heaps of spray. I don't know if it'll better the 3-2-3, but I actually quite like his approach in this heat, just surfing into rhythm, catching waves to kind of put him in a better better position. And yeah, I think he's doing the right thing. Di, we've been talking all day about bigger sections allows for bigger turns, which means that you're more than likely going to get a better score.
Right.
And I feel like keeping it simple and just having a look at that recipe is so important on a day like today.
Definitely. And I talked to one of the Japanese competitors, and he said it looks really great out there, but still it was kind of hard to pick right ones. But here is still Mother Joy up and riding. The great 2-turn combo right there. A little bit of spice in there, laid back carb, but the wave didn't offer too much for that after 2 turns, but still was great surfing from Mother Joy.
Yeah, let's take another look at this replay. It's a nice looking right. Gets that first turn in there, drives a little bit harder through that second one. Made Joy leans into a third, and he's looking really solid. I feel like a lot of the Indonesian surfers have kicked off their heats with just so much power and, I don't know, just a little bit of something extra that I haven't really seen from them. It's been so exciting to watch.
On screen, you have Joe Azuchi getting ready for his carbon surfboard.
What's your thoughts on waxing the tail pad dye?
I'm that guy.
You're that guy?
Yeah,
Okay.
especially before the heat, actually. Yeah.
Really?
Normally, I don't.
Okay.
But just before my heat, I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
So not for a free surf, but for a heat?
Nah, not for free surfing,
Yeah.
just for heat.
Yeah.
But I have no idea why I do it. Just my routine or something.
Fair enough. Fair enough, you know?
Do you do that?
No.
No.
I am really OCD, and to have like white wax on a black towel pad wigs me out.
Right.
Wigs me out. So yeah, can't do it.
Yeah, I could kind of tell how it, how you said it in
Yeah.
the tone. You didn't like it. I knew it.
I was
straight away.
judging Joe.
Yeah.
I really was. But that first score for Made Joy, a 4.17, takes him straight to second place. So that's a good score for Made Joy. You can see some of the staff enjoying their lunches. Big thank you to everyone that is kind of behind the scenes, putting in a lot of effort here. Yeah, legend. Thank you.
Well, 417 for Mother Joy. It's a great, great way to open up his account. Definitely, it's gonna be a keeper. But Will's being really patient, waiting for the right ones for almost 10 minutes out there.
Yeah, Willis is the under 16 ISA World Junior Champion of 2022. Yeah, so he's from Janjuk. He's got some big wins and some great results behind him, and I think that is probably the highlight of his career so far. And he had a great kind of run over in Cloud 9. Maybe his first heat here actually. Yes, it was his first heat here, and I was like, wow, he's looking solid, and here he is. Speak of the devil, nice first turn connection for Willis. Tags it again for another one. Looking to drive through a third. He's just bouncing his way, kind of losing a bit of flow, but regains it here as he gains some speed.
Wow.
And wow, he did really well to get through that section there, Ty.
Definitely, it was worth waiting for. It's the replay. Just to time it right, and really love the second turn right here, but Wave just dies out here, but somehow he navigated so well to connect to the inside section and gets the tail slide finish. Really love the surfing. Definitely worth waiting for. Just over 13 minutes remaining in this heat. Well, I think it's gonna be a pretty good number for Wilt.
Yeah, I think so too. I thought it was really smooth surfing. Maybe a little bit of downtime, like towards the end of that wave before that last turn. Kind of killed the flow a little bit, maybe, Dio, but I think it was still really good surfing, and I'm obviously being hypercritical, but 3.7 for Willis Droomer, that's a good score, a good way to open up the account in this heat, considering, everyone's only really in the 4 range. 12 and a half minutes to go. He has so much time, but Yu is being a little bit quiet in this one.
Right. He was on a smaller size wave on the backhand. We got a 3.00. Probably he now knows that, okay, now we have to wait for the bigger ones.
Yeah, you can see Mikey Clayton Brown on screen there with Josh Stretton. I think that's Luke Brumby and Bodie Williams as well. Mikey and Josh work really well together to kind of bring out the best in each other, but Made Joy right now, straight up into that first turn, a good connection.
Wow.
Gets a second solid one in and a third. He's just looking on point, and claps from Dai and claps from the rest of the Indonesian crew.
Well, everyone likes it, and I really love this surfing from Mother Joy. Really love the first sound, gets a vertical, and this layback turn with a lot of sprays. Short wave, only 2 turns, but I think it's gonna be enough for for a good score for Mother Joy. He's having a great great heat actually. He's building up all the points. There's still 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Wow, his board looks amazing actually.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't stop,
Yeah, it's just kind of keeping the flow.
Right, here is on screen. We have Jo Azuchi and Takue Hongo.
How's the difference in approach there? One just kind of kicking back.
Right.
The other's doing some squats, getting his legs ready. Love that. Everyone has their own way of approaching heats. And right now, Will Stroomer goes to the air.
Oh,
wow. Gets the completion. That was a great, really smooth air. And I don't even know how he did that towards the end. That was like not even a real wave. So very, very good surfing there from Will Stroomer.
Wow, just looking for the ramp and going for the air reverse. Wow. Almost full rotation from him. He doesn't rush anything. He just makes it look super easy for everyone. I was like, oh yeah, he did air reverse, but when I have a look at again, it's actually like nearly air. Well,
that was huge.
Definitely, it's gonna be a pretty great score for Wilds. But now, Olokogayu up and riding, floats the section. Couldn't quite come around the section, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for you. Just maybe lacking a little bit of flow on that wave. You can see that he's racing, trying to get around it. Just a quick float there, and you can see that fumble just kind of killing the speed. So he'll have to regroup and get back out there. So scores are in for that last wave of Made Joy, a 4.4. He goes to first place. Still waiting on this last score of Willis Droomer, though. That's going to be the number that I think is going to be a pretty good one.
Definitely. It's going to, he got 370 for his first ride. Definitely it's going to be better than that. And yeah, it looks like good scores coming in for the last of Wills. One more score to lock in. Yes, the last wave for Wills, 5.33. That put him into the lead. 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Wow, so Willis Droomer finding a big turn on pretty good looking section as well. Was rewarded with a 5.33. Got just under 8.5 minutes to go. So we've just had a complete shake up in the leaderboard. Willis Droomer goes to first. Made Joy Satriawan down in second. Let's take another look. Talk me through this die.
Everything was perfect, Just landed so clean, almost full rotation. This is definitely perfect, perfect air reverse. Comes in 5.33. Yeah, it's a great surfing.
Yeah, really great stuff from Willis. He goes to first. Made Joy down in second. Thomas Carvalho looking for a 4.25 to move back into an advancing position, and you chasing a 5.57. Willis Droomer, live action, having a look at this one, straight up into that first turn, waiting for this second section, jams it nicely, just really smooth surfing. Tommy unfortunately pushes a little bit too hard, and that one just a bit of a flyaway.
Yeah, Will's having a really strong and smart competitive surfing in this heat. All the scores just building up for him. The last wave was great again. The last of Wills could go into his best 2 scores.
Yeah, I agree. I think it could better the 3.7 for sure. It was a really nice two-turn combination. So let's see what happens. Alex McGuffin and Takuya.
Takuya Hongo.
They're getting ready to go out there, and 6.5 minutes to go. Last wave of Willis Druma, 3.57. Does not go into the top two. So Willis, 5.33 and a 3.7. Has him in the lead. A pair of fours, a 4.4 and a 4.17 for Made Joy. Tommy Carvalho looking for a 4.25 to go to second place. And Yu Chia-Chi chasing a 5.57 with 6 minutes to go. Dai, this has been a pretty exciting heat for waves. I feel like the most amount of fours that I've seen in a heat this event so far.
Right, that's actually true. And now Thomas needing 4.25, which is pretty much you need to do something big, 1 or 2 turns. But here is Thomas up and riding. Well, a little bit mistimed. Unfortunately, it went down, but here is you up and riding. That was a great looking wave and turn, but unfortunately broke the rail a little bit. With the 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, Thomas still needing 4.25. Yu Chia-Chi still needing 5.57. 4.25 isn't a big score, but still in this condition you need a decent wave, decent turns to get fours, and even fives. What would you say you need to do?
I think just push a little bit harder or have a little bit more progression. I mean, we saw a 5.33 from Willis. With that progression, I think right now Tommy up and riding on a left. He got a 4.33 on the left a little bit earlier. Quick speed float, jams it, lets a fin slide and gets a completion. He needs a 4.25. What do you think, Dai?
Another great surfing from Thomas. That really loved the last turn. He just pushes so much, but probably he needed something in the beginning that could do his requirement, but really enjoyed the last turn over there.
Yeah, it was huge. It was just, like, in itself was such a good turn. You up and into this one as well. He is looking for a 5.57. I don't think that's going to be the score, unfortunately, but he still has 4 minutes to get back out there. So waiting on last waves of Tommy and of you. Bit of a foamy wave, this one, Dai.
I still really love the first turn. He, gets a really great turns in, but unfortunately the wave kind of had a unique shape to it, so didn't offer too much for him. But like you said, still 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But we are still waiting for the last of Thomas. Oh, the last of Blue comes in. 3.13, not enough for requirement. Still needing 4.25.
Yeah, so maybe just the size of the wave kind of hindering the scoreline for Tommy there. I think a bigger wave, maybe with, 2 of those last turns on the last one, would probably get close to the score, and even, it would definitely challenge for it. They were really strong turns, but the judges definitely want to see bigger waves. And with 3 minutes to go, hopefully he'll get another opportunity, but he's sitting pretty close to Made Joy right now.
Right. Pretty much he does exact same thing, floats and big one turn, and then on a bigger wave, then he'll definitely get the 4.25 now. But just time is enemy. But here is Druma up and riding. He is having a great surf in this heat.
Yeah, he's having heaps of fun. He surfed from the round of 128 into the round of 96, so he's already got a heat under his belt out in the lineup out there. So do you think sometimes, like, coming from round 1 and going into round 2 can be a bit of a blessing?
Definitely, I would think so, because when you waited for days and days for your first heat, probably you could get like nerve cracking time in the first round, so probably better to have first round done before. But here's Tom well, gets a spin, needing 425.
I think the wave's too small.
Right.
I just don't know. I mean, I want it to be the score. I want it to be the 425. You can see he's just racing. Maybe he just kind of forces the issue a little bit.
Right.
It was a sick turn. I just don't know if it's going to be the 425 he needs.
Definitely needed to be on a bigger wave to get 425 up. We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. It's kind of short paddle back out, so probably one more wave for Thomas. But here it goes. Lot of joy into the air. It was a great section to hit. Unfortunately, it went down.
Wow. That looked like it almost could have gone pretty sideways with an ankle there, but very nice commitment nonetheless. Oof. Wow. Ouch. That looks like it could have hurt, but with 40 seconds to go, Tommy Carvalho still chasing a 425. Yu Chia-chi looking for a 557. There's 30 seconds to go. Made trying to get back out the back before Tommy does. And we'll see what happens towards the end of this heat.
Will is paddling so hard to the left.
Yeah, what have they spotted?
Well, here is Madajo is now paddling towards the Thomas maybe, but down to 5 seconds remaining. Is there another wave here?
It looks like, it doesn't look like he'll get into this one prior to the hooter. So it looks like Willis Druma, the young gun from Janjak, making it through. You can see the Indonesians are really happy because Made Joy Satriawan also progressing on through to the round of 64. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 1 of the men's round of 64. It's going to be a great heat right after this quick break. We're back at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and I'm here with the last heat winner, Willis Droomer. Willis, you surfed your way into a really good heat then.
Yeah, it was real slow at the start. I was a little bit rattled when it was like 10 minutes into the heat. I hadn't really had a wave, and everyone else had, but yeah, it was fun and happy to get the waves I got in the end, so yeah.
You had a really great heat in the round of 128 as well. Do you feel like kind of surfing in round one, you were just able to understand the lineup a little bit better?
Yeah, 100%, because there's only so many free surfs you can do out here with, you know, the comp being on and stuff, so it was good to have a heat out here and get your feet in the wax, because it's a completely different place to Australia, so yeah, it was just good to get the feet in wax and get some surfing done before this heat, yeah.
You said you were a bit rattled as well at the start with how slow it was. How did you kind of just get yourself out of that headspace and into the zone?
I just had to almost imagine I was already out, and like if I had another opportunity, then you know I'd try and do something to get the score, like try an air. And so I just thought I had to go for an air on that one little one and got it done. So I was happy with that, and then go a little back up, and yeah, so it was fun.
Thanks so much for the chat. It's starting to rain here, so we'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Drew, and welcome back, everyone. This is Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are now into round of 64, men's heat number 1. I'm here with Paul.
Yeah, mate, we're having a look at the big dogs, aren't we, in this round of 64. Names like Joe Azuchi ripping in. Here goes McGuffin. Forehand set up for him. Good looking section. Whoa. And a lofty punt. He'll throw that one away and won't get a landing. But already some fireworks at the start of this. You can expect performances to level up. You can expect the scores to nudge north as well, because we're seeing the top seeds enter at this stage. Exciting times here, Dai.
Right. So we have Joe Azuchi in red, Mike Clayton Brown in blue, Lex McGuffin in white, Takuya Hongo in green. So 2 Japanese surfers taking on 2 Australian surfers.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme, that one, mate, isn't it, throughout this event? I'm really enjoying seeing that tussle go down. Still very much early stages in this to say who's on top, but I really like to see how all of that's playing. I haven't really seen anything like kind of teaming up or any of those kind of tactics so far. It's just been like very much an individual sport, but I'd be interested to see how that plays out.
Right. So actually, in a round of 64, it's going to be a 30 minutes heat. So
cool.
Already 7 minutes are gone in this heat. Not many waves ridden yet.
Yeah, biggest day today of competition and the best day for quality of waves as well. Maybe not quite as clean as we had this morning, but still, like compared to yesterday and in the context of what we got looking at the forecast and what's coming in terms of swell and in terms of conditions throughout the week, really enjoying what we've seen today, and very much that decision to call it yesterday. I think a great call. It's been vindicated today. We've seen big scores. I think some excellent numbers go down, some ain't, but still overall, mate, you're thinking maybe a 5 and a 6. You're probably doing all right. We'll see how it goes in this round, though.
Right, definitely. Definitely condition hasn't that much changed yet. You know, it stays the same. It's so much fun out there and so many opportunities for every surfers. So now we are into the top seeded round.
So Azuchi was on the Challengers this year, right? I saw him surfing in Portugal. He was ripping over there.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, he was. So he's trying to go back to Challenger Series, try to qualify for the CS Tour next year. So this is very important heat for pretty much everybody, but also Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive at the moment. Right now, obviously, this wouldn't be a big result. It's just about not getting eliminated, staying in the top 2, staying alive. Here he goes, live action.
Azuchi Joe 選手、これはいい波になってきそうだが、少しだと体が離れてしまいました。その後ろでは本郷拓也選手、テイクオフでバランスを崩してしまいました。このラウンドからシート時間が30分に変わっていきます。現在ラウンド64、メンズのヒート1が行われており、ヒート8までを行っていく予定となっています。A few mistakes from Azuchi and Hongo.
Yeah, just trying that section, wasn't he? Just trying to go big on it. I think he always kind of realised it was going to be a short section. Why not throw everything at it, give it a go? Didn't quite come off for him there, but he's so light on his feet, sprightly and innovative as a surfer. And I like to see some risk taken already in this. If you look at the scoreboard and these opening, 8 minutes or so, there's not a lot to get that excited about. But actually, have you seen sort of what the attempts of what we've had? We've seen some quite explosive surfing. We've already seen like big punt attempt, didn't we, on that left?
Right.
And it's cool to see that stuff because what we don't want to see is safe, conservative surfing. Like we're surf fans and we want to see everyone take risks and blow up.
You know, otherwise you don't take risk, then probably you don't get scores. If you surf safe, probably 2s and 3s, a lot of 2s and 3s. So yeah, just like you said, you gotta take risk and just go big. But here is few sets rolling through into the lineup. But here is Alex up and riding on backhand attack. 2 great combination and straight into the third. Didn't get the finish, but still nice combination from Alex. But this is 安土城選手。さあここは板のドライブを引かせてしっかりと前に出てきます。2発入れてこの先どうでしょうか。さあここもフィニッシュをしっかり決めてきます。That was well served from Joe Azuchi. Managed to put 3,000 in. Nothing a huge turn, but still it was a great combination.
Yeah.
Smooth transition from Azuchi.
A classic nerve settler, isn't it? You know, opening part of the heat, bit of time gone, maybe 10 off the clock, and just realising, get someone on the board. Crucially, go complete, get your manoeuvres done, link them together, kick out with that speed from your ride, paddle back in the lineup. So, ticking a lot of boxes there just in terms of what you got to do in a heat to sort of build yourself. Maybe even that number, it'd probably be hoping that's not in his top 2 by the end, but it's kind of building that platform and setting him up. Meanwhile, no one else really putting anything on the board. I like that approach from Joe.
Yeah, right. 11 minutes gone so far, but nothing really, big scores.
Yeah, McGuffin's going to get a number, isn't he? Some manoeuvres on the right for him, maybe a little bit of a smaller wave for him, and he just had to dial it back a bit because of that. He's kind of cruising through. It's like pretty nice, sharp stuff, but nothing crazy. Another look here at Joe.
Yeah, really nice off the top for the first turn. I really like how he just drive and come around the section and gets the finish right there. But the last few scores lock in for red and white. Probably both of the waves gonna be their best score. So 307 for Joe's last wave and 267 for Alex's last wave.
Yeah, really similar kind of numbers for them. Azuchi just getting the better of it. There he is. He's in red. So far in this, that 3 is the best number we've had. So we're still really waiting for a bit of quality out here. Not a lot in terms of big sets as well, apart from that at the beginning of this.
Right, about a few waves. I can see the few lines.
That's what we want, mate. Let's see if we can will some waves in, will some energy to bring the round of 64. Something to get excited about, Azuchi.
安土城選手、さあこれは波が切り立ってくるのを待ちます。しっかりと際どいところを攻めていっています。これもインサイドにつながってきて、さあここはインサイドワンマニューバー入れられたでしょうか。さあ現在第2位のポジションの安土城選手、最後の波で 3.07 をスコアしています。本郷拓也選手第4位のポジション、逆転に必要なスコア 4.13、 残り時間17分30秒切りました。That was another great wave for Joe Azuchi.
Do you know what? It's just similar to the last one. It's almost like a continuation of the same wave, kind of. Imagine if he just had like that wave was just longer. It was really similar kind of thing. So dialing into that same energy, really smooth, isn't it? Think about it. Does those top turns quite quickly. It's a soft section, so he hits it pretty quick, and then the bottom turn he draws it out to one smooth line. Like the style is unbelievable.
Mike is up and riding. Wow, that's a nice drivey turn, but unfortunately a little bit late for the last section, but still managed to put 2 turns in. But we are still waiting for the last of Joe's to lock in with 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Few scores coming in, and last of red 3-0. So another similar score, but that put him into the lead. The last of blue comes in 2-6-0. So yeah, it's been pretty much, we are approaching half mark here in this heat. but not big scores coming in
No, mate,
so far
it's
yet.
been a damp squib, literally, as a bit of drizzle falls down, and also just the action has not been very exciting so far. We kind of talked it up. We were getting psyched and excited. But it's not the fault of the surfers. We just haven't had quality waves come through so far. It's been kind of small and pretty soft as well. Let's see, back half of this heat, see if we can mix things up a bit here. We need some energy.
Oh, looks like Joe Azuchi having a look again. A little bit of paddle towards the outside. But meantime, Mike is up and riding. Nice full section.
Yeah.
That's more better looking wave. Kind of catch the rail a little bit, but here is Takuya up and riding. 本郷拓也選手、さあこれは3発きれいに決めてくるか。前に出てきたいところです。ここはメイクしていきます。
Yeah, I like Clayton Brown's attack on the backhand, powerful and neat. Just kind of sweeping off those bottom turns and arriving quite late into tight sections, giving it a good crack. Nice swing into his surf and into his line. He makes his turns look big as well, which is always useful. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise. I just feel like his energy's heading in the right direction. He's catching slightly bigger and slightly better waves. I feel like that'll be the best from him. It's a meaty section here, mate.
Really love the floats to come around the section. It was better looking wave.
Yeah, I thought that impressive to finish as well. Could have got sticky at the end there, like that. This was just a little flatter up until this stage on the inside, and that was really nice. This was a cool combo to finish, mate.
Right, so there's 3.67 for the last of Blue and 3.3 for the last of Takuya's.
Game of threes, mate. Threes definitely the number the judges are on at the moment, and that's a reflection of these waves with just a little bit soft and slow energy. To get fives and sixes or get really excited and go excellent, we're going to need to see something crazy happen.
Very tight, very tight heat. This heat, not much difference in between first, second, third, and fourth. Just under 14 minutes remaining.
Clayton Brown in first place by virtue of that last wave, the 3.67 was it? Yeah, so it's actually the high score of the heat so far. Cracking that. I was quite impressed with that third turn. I thought maybe he was going to get a little caught there, but just to make sure we got that done, crucial to that number, and we're looking at threes and kind of splitting them and thinking half a point on a three is actually kind of solid at the moment. It's a difference between advancing or being left in third position. It's McGuffin with priority. We'll need to get involved again here. Let's see what he can do. Not a big number for him. There he is, just 3-2-4. I just wonder, mate, when the scores are going this way and you're hearing the beach announcer, like, it's really easy for us surfers to hear the beach announcer. Do you surf for a three? Like, what's in your mind? What do you think the surfers are looking for, Annie? You need a three, but here, right now, what's Alex McGuffin actually trying to go for?
Probably, air or one big single maneuver, but, wow, he managed to put all 3 turns in, but unfortunately the last hit, he couldn't quite ride out of it. But probably one single big maneuver get you a threes.
It must be hard to try not, particularly at this stage, it's still 12 and a half, to kind of not try and surf for a three. Obviously, no one wants to do it when they get to their feet. That's what the final 20 seconds or something, you're paddling away, fine. But at this stage, you want to go right up through the scale, but that number's got to kind of nag away at you a little bit mentally. I guess everyone's real used to surfing heats they've been doing since they were tiny. But let's have another look what happened here. So, driving down the line. Nice turn there where he gets sort of hung, but in a good way, because that makes the turn look a bit more dynamic, and just reaching a touch for this, and that wave just went weird. You see, the section that he was on kind of bent out to sea, so he almost had that weird kind of V shape to that section. He goes down anyway, won't get scored on his last turn. I thought the first one was pretty nice. I think it'll be another pretty small number there, and I definitely can't see it getting out of the threes.
Right. Yeah, just like you said, probably they don't really looking for the threes now to just go into the seconds. Probably hold on to the priorities right now. Just waiting for the bigger ones, or the one these guys are looking for, and get those probably like 5 and 6s. But if it's like under 5 minutes remaining, then probably you're looking for just one single maneuver to get those requirements.
Yeah, big day here of competition and crucial. Surfers who advance from this round really setting themselves up for something. 2 surfers have to go through out of this heat, no matter how low the scores are. At the moment, it is a 6.27 for Mike Clayton-Brown, who's leading this one. Surfer out of Japan, Azuchi. He's got priority in the 2nd place. So they're in the 6s, not a long way behind. McGuffin, who didn't get the improvement on that last wave, came in just under. It's a small 2 for him, so not quite good enough to add to his total. He's still looking for that 3. And then Hongo, he's only looking for 2.77. It's so tight there. And I think, well, I'm hoping in 10.5 minutes we'll get some decent waves, some good scores going down. And then we'll see surfers trying to chase something a little bit more legitimate and healthy, because it's quite nervous and cagey at the moment.
Right.
Mate.
Probably all the surfers being really selective in this time of the heat. Because, you know, it's very close heat.
Getting down towards that 10-minute mark in this. It is the round of 64 from the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Back in Taitung County, Jinzun Harbor plays host to qualifiers from the Asian and the Australasia region. Here's a look at Hongo, who just got to his feet and glided to a sharp exit.
Here is Joe Azuchi is having a look at this one. Azuchi Joe 選手、この波にテイクオフしていきます。バックサイドで一発チェックターンを入れてきます。そしてここで縦へのアプローチ、しっかりと決めていきました。It was a great wave that he chose. Only put 2 turns in. The first one was more like check turn, but still the last section hit so hard. It went vertical, really loved it. He need 3-2-1 to go into the first. What did you think?
Yeah, sets himself up, makes room off the bottom, doesn't he? And you see the way he opens up with the body, and he gets it. Not only does he get the board up beyond vert, but rather than just stabbing up and letting the whiteboard push it back, it gives it a little extra swing as well. So the board does a full kind of pivot, and just that black board against that white water just looks really dynamic. I think sometimes when it's marginal conditions, you need to give the judges a reason to give you a score. You need to generate something of your own. Maybe the waves aren't delivering the juice. You've got to do it yourself. I feel like that's what he did there. I think this is going to be a decent score for him.
Right. Might be really close to the requirement. 3-2-1 to go into the first. But now Mike is sitting first place. Going to the air. That's what judges are looking for probably. He landed so clean on that one. And gets a bonus layback turn right there. And he loves it.
Yeah, very nicely done. So flaring up there, the leader, Clayton-Brown, with possibly Azuchi breathing down his neck when that last score comes in for red, and then instantly Clayton-Brown getting involved. And just, I like the way he kind of drifted that punt. Let's get another look here, mate.
Boom. Wow. Great air reverse from Mike. Even gets another, bonus layback turn, and he loves it. The last wave for Joe Azuchi comes in 4.17. Now Joe is in the lead, but we are still waiting for the Mike's last wave, and a few scores lock in for Mike, and looking like healthy number. But here is Azuchi Joe 選手、この波に乗ってきます。サイズがある波。さあ、カービングターンから少しフローターのような形になり、ここでキックアウト。Just over 7 minutes remaining. It was a great looking wave, bigger size.
Yeah, it's a ding-dong battle right now, and it's in Clayton-Brown and Azuchi. They're going at it, those two, really. It's only those two showing us action. We're going to get a great number in. Decent one in the context of this, really. 5-5 for Clayton-Brown. So the big punt, kind of some power drift as well, some momentum through the air. Quite a hard landing for him. He kind of slapped it down, did real well to recover that. Got a little slash in as well, and you could see he enjoyed it at the end. He knew it was going to be something much healthier. And when you're kind of grubbing around a bit for scores and maybe just kind of like doing little prods into the lips, it's going to feel real nice to get up there in the air and fly.
Well, he loves it, and now he's in the lead with just under 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Alex and Takuya have been really quiet. And in this heat so far.
Yeah, they've been really quiet, mate. The good news from their point of view at the moment, they're not huge numbers, but sort of a word of warning to that end is like Azuchi, he's into it. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's like catching waves. He knows exactly what he's doing. He looks kind of like dangerous to me. I expect his numbers to go up. So, like, yeah, the requirements for them now, what are we, a 4.4 and a 3.95 is what they're after. But I think there's a really good chance of that going up. And he's not hanging around either, Joe. He's catching a lot of waves. A couple of these waves, I just wondered, like, where are the surfers with the better priority order? Where's Alex and Takuya? Because I've just seen Joe catch a couple of waves. I thought, why isn't someone else on them?
True. But yeah, probably it's a time to get a requirement and put pressures to Joe Azuchi. Otherwise, like you said, like he's kind of in a good rhythm with the ocean. He's getting those good waves. So there's if there's a chance, Alex and Takuya have to get more bigger scores. But we are approaching 5 minutes mark.
Under 5 minutes to go here. Clayton Brown leading this one from Azuchi. So Australia and Japan at the moment. The 1-2. McGuffin and Hongo chasing down at the moment in what's been for them very much a quiet heat indeed. And in terms of energy from this ocean, like we had that real fierce blow last night and then things cleaned up, but does maybe feel possibly like that swell just a touch on the wane at the moment. And we've had some gaps in the sets in this heat. And when that happens, if you'd much rather be the surfer with the points already on the board, let's see what happens. A little bit of motion out the back. Our surfers have been tempted to head slightly out to sea, get a bit more outside, maybe put themselves in position. Let's have a look. Priority is with one of our Australians, Alex McGuffin. Can he use it? There's a paddle from Clayton Brown. It's got a long way from getting that way, but it'll just slip inside him. The one behind, will that offer anything? Not sure it will.
Yeah, just Mike just looking back and making sure it wasn't the best wave. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. The situation just remained the same. Mike Clayton Brown is in the lead. Azuchi is in second. McGuffin in third, needing 4.41. Hongo is in fourth, needing 3.95. Pretty tense moment. Time is ticking.
Yeah, Zucchi surfed pretty well, pretty smart so far. He's by no means safe at all. 5.01 to go into first place. He's currently in second. He's currently advancing out of this round into the round of 32 and setting himself up for a result here on the QS 5000. Get back on the Challengers where he has competed this year. And if Alex McGuffin is to avoid being eliminated at this stage, well, he's going to need to fire up a bit. 4.41, the number that he needs. 2.5 on the clock. He's got first priority. That's the good news, but he's only ridden 4 waves in this. His best 2 scores have both been 2s. It's a similar kind of story for Hongo, although his overall numbers are similar. His high score's a little higher, his low score's more modest. His number right now, 3.95, so that's what he's chasing down. So similar kind of numbers, but the task numerically slightly easier for Takuya Hongo. But the fact that he's in second priority, and mate, the ocean looks very still.
Right, very still. Not many, no lines on the horizon. Here is something on the left side of the area. Mike is having a look at this one, but have a look at this. Few lines on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, if you stare at it for long enough, you can start to sort of hallucinate and see lines coming through. But I think you're right there, mate. I do see a bit of energy coming in. I mean, we want it to happen. I want to see everyone get shot here, but particularly I want to see Alex and Takuya just get a wave and have a crack, give it a go. Meanwhile, bit of energy here for Joe.
安土城選手、さあこれは大事な波になってきそうです。さあカービングターンを入れていきます。そしてもう一度大きなカービングターンを入れてきました。 これはインサイドまでつなげられるか。綺麗につなげていきます。そしてこれはフィニッシュも入れてきました。もう一発。Wow, that was a really well served from Joe Azuchi. Really loved the second big carve. Back, Alex was on the way, but unfortunately, she just went down. Just under 1 minute remaining. Not sure what is done before that wipeout.
Yeah, paddling out back as well. We've got Takuya Hongo. He's making his way out. Didn't see what happened to him. So scores to come. We've got 3 numbers to come in. Azuchi, his board looks so greased up and loose, doesn't it? It looks so loose underneath him. Great call for these kind of conditions. All right, here's Hongo.
本郷拓也選手、さあこれは大きな一発を入れてしっかり前に出てきました。必要なスコア 4.30。さあこれが先ほどのレッドの波になります。この2発目は大きなターンを入れてきました。この後もうまくつなげていき、しっかりとこの波をフィニッシュしてきました。Here is Alex up and riding, little bit of shove it. Whoa. That was a great air reverse from Mike Clayton Brown. The last wave for Azuchi comes in 3.43, extending his lead. Well, so Alex now need 477. Takuya need 430, but we're gonna go into the short break and we'll be right back after the commercial.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Some tense moments here back on the beach. So I think we're all caught up with numbers right now. He's good. Mike Clayton Brown, he's your heat winner. And got it done. The 5-5 for the punt. He got another air reversing on his last wave. But you can see he's feeling the strain there, Deadly.
Yeah, I thought he might have lost his keys or something. He looks so worried. That's the face I usually have when I walk into the house and I go,
Did I turn the oven off?
Yeah, when I lie in bed at night, I'm like,
did I lock the back door?
Damn it.
Oh, so I had to leave a window down in the middle of the night. You hear the rain clattering on the roof.
Oh, what did I leave outside? Damn it. I left the cushions out.
Nah, he's good. He's fine. So we're having a look at an all-Australian affair. Taj Stokes, Jack Thomas, Josh Curtin, Macklin, Flynn. Here goes Thomas.
Woo!
Nice drivey, whippy backhand turn. Completely buried the board there, went underwater, and then he recovered it. Wow. Here goes Stokes.
Stokesy from North Shore Board Riders. That's up on the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. Powerhouse club. And Stokesy contributed to a few big titles for the crew up there. And here he goes. Really good surfing family, Paul. Sister rips, brothers rip. How many of them are there? Like, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something? Maybe 10. Maybe 10 Stokes siblings. They all rip.
They're all shredders.
Hey, should we throw it down to our dear friend,
Let's
Di
do it.
Wacko, with MCB? Why is he so worried, Di? Why is he so stressed out?
Well, Vaughn's asking you, why are you so stressing out?
Well, that's kind of the first heat I've made all year, so I was pretty stressing, but yeah, stoked to get the win.
Yeah, but a lot of 3s and 2s in the heat. So what was your thought to break that 3s?
Yeah, it's kind of been the trend the last couple of heats, and it's gotten a bit slower, so just wanted to stay busy at the start and catch heaps of waves, and then luckily enough, just got a couple little pockets I could do a few airs on, and yeah, got a couple scores.
Yeah, that was a great air you did. But do you think there's a good wave coming through and you knew that what wave to catch before your heat?
Yeah, sorta, but when you're out there, it's completely different. You look in and kind of, waves look a bit different to what they would from the beach. So, yeah, I don't know. I just kind of look for a wave with a little wall and maybe a little pocket.
Is this your first time in Taiwan?
No, I came last year. I love the wave here. It's really fun and, yeah, good food. So, I love this place.
Many dumplings?
Too many dumplings. Way too many dumplings.
Right. Do you want to do any shout out to your family, friends back home?
Yeah, shout out. I know Mum and Dad will be watching. My sister Ellie, the missus Georgia. Thanks for watching, everyone. Yeah, love yous all. Cheers.
Thank you so much and good luck next heat. And back to you guys in the booth.
On the MCB, and always a wise move to shout out the missus, mate. Might give my
Yeah.
missus a shout out if that's cool.
Yeah,
hello,
go
darling.
go for it.
Hello, Alico. Love you. Crack! Up and over, Jack Thomas. This guy, he's a great surfer. Heard wonderful things about him. Had a big win recently. Don't know if it was his first QS win, but yeah, he got one just at home, the Cape Naturaliste Pro, and very happy man.
Is he a trustworthy character?
Jack Thomas?
Yeah, do you trust him? Well,
that's
some people say never trust someone with 2 first names.
Oh, okay.
You heard that one?
Yeah, I have heard it. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
rubbish, isn't it? He's a great guy.
Well, what about John John? Do you trust John John?
I mean, one of those is made up, though, isn't it? He's just squared one name.
Yeah, I know.
It's one name to the power of 2.
Isn't that a weird, strange nickname? Good. Not coming, I'm not coming at it or anything.
Well, it sounds a little bit like you, mate.
No, I don't want to
Live on air.
I don't want to get a fight with John John. Have you seen the size of him? He's huge.
Yeah, he's pretty
Tar
tough.
Stokes flying down the line. Big heats, these ones, mate, because I was just checking out all the rankings before, Paulie. There's a lot of crew within striking distance of qualifying for the Challenger Series.
There's a lot of big talking points on the rankings, but just before we get into that, if you did have to fight one of the Florence brothers, mate, who are you taking out?
Well, it's definitely not Ivan because he looks scary. Skinhead with a beard.
You wouldn't punch Ivan?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
And actually, when I first met the Florence brothers, Nathan Florence was missing a tooth because Ivan had punched him out.
Oh, wow.
And that was when they were like, I'm pretty sure Ivan was about 5 then. So
Right,
imagine
well,
if he's knocking out teeth when he's 5, imagine what he's doing.
Well, it could have been a wobbly one, couldn't it?
True.
In fairness.
Let's see.
So,
Nathan.
who are you fighting, mate? You got to pick one.
Nathan sort of seems happy, like kind of happy. So maybe I fight Nathan.
Yeah.
But then again, he knows how to take a beating. So
All right.
I don't know. I
Okay.
guess maybe I'll just fight John.
take all of them down.
Josh Kerr, here he goes. Oh, this guy has been doing some amazing surfing in this event. He's been under the weather. Yeah, it's pretty rare to see Josh Kerr not click a big frontside air rev, so we'll have to wait and see how he's feeling. Exclusively on the twins. And just lost that one mid-air. Surf looks so fun, Paulie. Yeah, just getting back to the rankings, mate.
Yep.
So this heat is big because we've got 5th and 6th on the rankings. Taj Stokes is currently in 5th. Josh Kerr's in 6th. So they're right in the mix to qualify for the Challenger Series, which is remarkable when you think about it. This guy, this is Macklin Flynn, and he is also in the mix. He's currently rated 14th. And Jack Thomas, also from WA, rated 13th. So they're all clustering.
Yeah, they're all up there, mate.
Marlon Harrison, he's in the top 10 at the moment. He'll be coming up next. But yeah, this is a really big heat because the 2 guys who get through this one are going to go a real long way to making that dream a reality, man. The Changers.
Yes.
Imagine it getting on the Chang, bro.
Getting close, isn't it? It's getting down towards the point at the end, certainly of the season. So we think of this is it for the last 5,000. We're not 100% sure.
I think there are events slated both in Asia and the Australia Oceanic regions for early next year.
Okay.
I know that there's a few in the works, so this won't be the final event of this particular qualifying season. It's the last event of the year, though, so we'll see that. But, yeah, so you can imagine just outside, I think it's the top 10 qualify for the men's. Can we confirm? Top 10 surfers for the men's qualifier? Only 8. 7 now. 7 plus a wild card. Okay, so yeah. So you'd think that for Jack Thomas and Macklin Flynn, this is a huge heat.
Massive, mate.
They've got to really make up some ground on Kersey, Stokesy, and the rest of the top 7.
It's good having True Styling around. She's like sort of surfing Google. You got a question, you're not sure, you want to fact check.
It's true, isn't it?
So good. She's onto it.
She's good friends with all these guys too, so you get some spilt tea, you get juicy goss out of her. Macklin Flynn, mate. He's been on fire.
What's he been up to?
Currently rated. Well, he got a third place in the Cape Naturalese, so that was the second last QE before Philippines. This is him now. And then he went mad in the Philippines. I think he got a quarter over there. He's just a young fella, but he got some of the real standout highlight clips from that contest. Really nice barrels, deep, a couple of big hits on the end section, big airs. Great surfer from Margaret River Board Riders.
Yeah, a little bit wobbled off there when he on the backhand, but if there's an event that you're going to go deep in, it also means you're getting barreled a lot if you're over there. Man. So how cool's that one?
So sick. What a great experience too. You get on the Mini Dream Tour. Then you go on to the Changers, and then you go on to the Big Dream.
Yay!
Meh. Kersey. Now, the big story playing out with Kersey, of course, is Sierra Kerr is looking good to get on that Challenger Series.
Yeah.
And her dad is currently rated 6 on the men's regional queue.
All right, a couple of questions there then. If he does qualify for the Changers, he's going to the events anyway, right? Is he on the Changers if he gets there? Is he doing it?
I think. We haven't got to the bottom of it. We haven't asked him face to face yet.
Second question. If that were to happen, how do you think he'd go? Do you reckon he'd still ride the 20s?
Yes.
Do you reckon he'd be
competitive?
Yeah. Do you reckon he'd be smashing people?
Right.
Doing them up?
Think about the waves on the Challenger Series. They're almost perfect for 20s. A lot of them.
Cool story, isn't it? Seeing that experience come through, maybe surfing with no real pressure in terms of what you got to do or your career. His career's been amazing. He's sort of done everything. He's achieved so much. He's a legend. So just able to surf and just go, why not?
Had a look through his career, actually, and it is unbelievable how many quarters and semis he made. He was always in that conversation for at least the first 7 years of the 10 that he was on tour.
Yeah.
He made 2 finals that I can remember. There was one, where was it? It was in, Pipeline. He knocked out Kelly Slater to hand the world title to his buddy Joel Parkinson. I think he made another one maybe against Michelle Perez at Margaret River. Feel like he was in that final.
Yep, sounds right.
So 2 CT finals, never got the win, but then he goes in a WSL big wave event at Todos Santos and wins that instead.
Massive.
From Airshow World Champ to CT Top 10 mainstay to Big Wave World Tour event winner.
And now just fully shredding on twin fins as well and showing that. Yeah. So how versatile can your career be?
Regional Q, twin fin, fossil. I love him. He's such a good guy. He rips so hard. And, it goes without saying, entrepreneurial wizard.
So far, in terms of scores, what are we getting excited about? Not loads. It's that 3.67 from Taj Stokes, I think. That's the best of the action thus far. Other than that, it's been pretty quiet, really. We've got a 3.17 in for Jack Thomas as well, don't we? And that's sort of where we are at the moment, mate. Opening 10 minutes in this. We've seen flashes, we've seen glimpses. We did see that big punt attempt, actually, from Kersey. He might go again here. What's he got for us? It'll load up on the forehand. Driving off the bottom, a little woolly section. Down he goes.
Yeah. Well, it's rare to see those 20s not just sit up on top of the water and take off. That just shows you how gutless that wave was. Kersey hits a little wobble, comes off. Stokesy out in front. 3.67 and a 1.73. Mate, I had this old boss once, and he said to me, I woke up the other morning and I realised that it only takes 10 years to become a master at something if you dedicate yourself to it. Here we go. Stokesy getting upside down on the backhand. Cracks it. And it's a very sunshine coasty kind of surf, this, at the moment. But he's just, he's getting rid of that 1.73, so smart stuff here. Then my boss went, you know what? In 10 years, I could be a master chess player. So he just took up chess. And now it's been 10 years and he's an absolute weapon at it.
Is he?
Yeah, he'd never played before.
Wow.
And him and his family all got together and they all had to pick something that they were going to do for the next 10 years and they've all killed it at it. What about that for a bit of good advice, life advice? What would you do if you could wake up tomorrow morning and go, I'm going to do something I've never done before and in 10 years I'm going to rip at it?
Never done before. What am I sort of crap at that I'd really like to work on that's a big hole? Maybe just be like a nicer guy. Can we do that?
Nah.
I've never been a nice guy, so maybe I just have a personality reboot.
I disagree. What about dumpling chef? I'm sure you could smash it. Maybe then that you'll fall in love with them again, mate. Maybe that's where the missing link is.
I really like cooking. I'm into it. They're quite fiddly, aren't they? Sometimes for the sort of taste dividend, I would say like your gyozas, crimping the edges. There's a bit of work, bit of fiddle going on. I think that technique comes with time. You crimp with your fingers, but I just think there's other stuff you can achieve in the kitchen. I'd leave it to the pros like we've got round here. They're good at it. I'd just say you guys can have that and keep doing what you do. We like it.
Yeah, true.
Maybe I could just get a bit more useful around the house. I took 10 years to sort of work on.
I like this aim low, achieve high business that you've got going on. Kersey snapped a slide. That's a bit more like it. It's a punchy manoeuvre. The fins go up and over. And here he comes. Well, he had a bit of a slow start to this heat. It felt like he was all over the shop. Yes, he did click one big air reverse attempt, but had to abort midway through it. And that's a bit more like it, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly much more the sort of stuff we expect to see from him. And a nice slice, releasing the tail, super nimble, back on the gas. A little vert hit. And then as the wave goes soft, good enough just to flick a nice redirect as well. What do we got here?
Whoa! Hello. Macklin Flynn delivers. And that really is the turn du jour, isn't it? It's the big front side throw. The kids really want to get that full rotation happening. Not scared of landing in the flats, but he actually lands on the shockwave, which is pretty much ideal. They're so good at sort of using that shockwave to just solidify their stance. And that was really beautifully done. Moment of fire here from Macklin Flynn. He's sitting down in 4, so that's a handy wave to have under his belt.
Yeah, and a quick sort of concise way to turn your fortunes around in the heat as well, isn't it? So just that one really progressive and explosive manoeuvre. You sort of contrast that to some multiple redirects from Josh Coase, having a look around, wondering about his situation. I just think, like, in terms of your competitive drive and stuff like that, we said he doesn't have that much to achieve or anything like that, but I just reckon get him in a singlet and just that natural muscle memory and those competitive instincts. He just wants to win heats, mate.
I agree.
He wants to get good numbers. He wants to rip, and you can kind of see that in his face a bit as well. You know, when you chat to him, I think you chatted to him in his interview, and he's kind of cruising and saying, "Yeah, but there's still a bit of a wicked."
Oh yeah, they never lose it, man. Like, in fact, you know, when they say they're retiring, they actually don't retire. They just put on rashies in different comps that are a little bit less in the limelight. Like Joel Parkinson's been in about 50 events since he retired and won most of them.
Those speciality invitational events, that's good action if you can get on that, isn't it?
What an epic tour that is. Just jumping on these little events all around the world. Let's take another look at this thing. Whoa. Wow, the technique is flawless. He really threw himself right into the spin, didn't he? full commitment right off the bat.
Yeah, goes to first, 6-5 in for Macklin Flint, and goes straight to first, and a little extra spring as he paddles and has a little sniff around on a wave, which he decides probably quite prudently not to go, but just firing up this heat really with that bit of quality. What a number in for Kersey. What did he get for his wave? A 3.37, so I want plenty more where that came from. But Macklin Flynn with that 6.5, going those rights into that wind that's blown across and doing it pretty well. Crucially getting the stomp, getting that completion. Other than that, surfers like Jack Thomas having to be pretty patient. He's got priority Vorno. He's got just over 13 minutes. Do something about that.
Yeah, it's been slow, though. It takes nerves of steel to just sit there and, have faith that you're going to get your opportunity. Holding on to priority. You just hear people say it all the time, Paulie. It's like sometimes it's a blessing and sometimes, my friend, it's a Voldemort-like curse.
Yeah, some surfers get so suspicious they won't even say the word.
They don't even say the word.
Just say, I've got...
Yeah, I've got the...
Here we go. Big scores. What are we looking at?
Wow.
Dom Thomas.
Yeah, Dom Thomas, easily the turn of the event so far. Big, lofty frontside rotator. Bronson, mate, he had a really cool air rev this morning as well. His one was like off axis, no grab. Real cool.
Bronson.
And Macklin Flynn getting results just then. You put all those airs together side by side, you got a cool little clip.
Yeah, well, Dom Thomas had a couple of scores there, didn't he? So he's mad for it. He had a great heat. What have we got here?
On the inside, this thing looks like it's walling up, but no, out he gets. Kersey got a 3.37 for that snap to slide. I wonder if we're making enough of just how cool it is that he's surfing 20s in these, elite level QS competitions.
But you don't get extra points for kind of,
I'm not talking about judging. I'm just talking about how cool it is.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Like, I think that the judges are going, okay, I snapped a slide on a 20. It's actually...
Why do you think he's doing that?
Just for fun, mate. Surely for fun. He's already had one iteration of his career on the thruster, and now he's just keeping it fun for himself. Thomas! This is a wave he's been waiting for. Burns priority on it. What do we think? Hey, keep your shoes on, mate.
Let's have a look. All right, here we go. So the entry's a little late. A bit out on the face. A nice carve and turn. Gives it a little extra. Gets the board pointing the wrong way, which is cool. But it's just sort of lateral stuff. And then has to give it a quick double pump just to try and get there for the last few sections. Doesn't quite get that final manoeuvre in. So he went quite a long way, and I think if you sort of divided the points return per metre surfed, it would be a relatively meagre return. What do you think?
That's a new criteria.
That's a good stat we could bring up.
Yeah, good criteria vibe I haven't caught on to yet.
You sort of contrast that with Macklin Flynn. What was his wave? Like 7 metres long? Got a 6.5.
Yeah,
points
I mean
per metre.
You know how stats crazy the Americans are for any sport they do. Maybe they could come up with that sort of spreadsheet for us.
Yeah, they can have that one for free if they want that metric. I don't mind. I'm happy to help. Also, points per sort of time on the board would be a good one, wouldn't it? For the time that you're up surfing. Quite often sometimes you see, particularly some beaches, some get a turn out the back, and they sort of go a long way to try and connect, and you just realistically, how much more are you hoping to get?
Weren't you saying that at the ISA Worlds recently you were watching?
The Masters, yeah.
Like one turn out the back, weave,
Yeah.
wave,
Well,
wave ball, wave, and then shorey punch.
A takeoff out the back.
Yeah.
And then kind of 600 metres of kind of fading back into the bowl.
Hectic.
And then quite often an incomplete on the closeout on the inside, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels good though. Long ways feel nice when you're surfing them, but if you go all that way, you got a long paddle as well.
Anyone tempted to put a winged keel / foil on the bottom of their boards?
Don't think we saw that one over there. Did see? Saw a couple of mini mouse and stuff going down. Yeah, your mate Curran, he's he's back on the Black Beauty. So he's back on the kind of regular stuff. Didn't see the skim boards or anything from him.
On the recent trip I went on hang on. Josh Kerr flying down the line, projects the big air rev and buttery landing. That is just mint from the bloke who really set the bar for frontside aerial surfing throughout the early 2000s. And look at him finish this one off. He needed a 4.8. We'll lock it away, Paul Evans.
He's gone mad. Love it. So
he's so cool. I was actually looking at him going, just slowly drifting down the leaderboard, back down into fourth, and I thought 4.8 with 10 minutes. No stress. And look at this. It was all in the intent here. That is just a crispy, beautiful frontside air reverse. Gets the little connection too. Bonus section. Combo to finish. Well, I mean, where do you go with that? It's going to be well in excess of what he needs, that's for sure.
yeah, great stuff in there from Josh Kern. Great competing as well. You know, we're talking about like what's his motivation at, where's his head at, and stuff like that. He's having fun. He's on that equipment that's sort of loose and liberated, and his mind's there as well. But as soon as he clicks that landing, immediately he's looking down the line at that next section. He does no problem generating the speed as well and getting those couple of extra turns in the little combo for the finish. It'll be interesting to see where this number goes. I think with the airs these days, it's been one of the things in the score where you're never quite sure where exactly it's going to go, but it's a healthy number for him.
Yep, 5.83 for Kersey. I think the thing I really appreciated with that air was it may not have been as corked or as rotated or as quick or as catastrophically sort of dangerous as the Macklin Flynn one, but it was so smooth. I mean, it just slotted into the line of that wave as good as his bottom turn or his snap or his cutty.
Yeah, functional air, really cool. And so someone that could have been in the Masters, that event we were just talking about, just in terms of where he's at in terms of age, is very much there with the youngsters at the moment, and he's sticking it to him, Borno. He's leading the heat.
Yeah. Yep, he's like the uncle at the party who just won't go home. The kids want to rip in.
But in a good way. But in a really good way.
No, in a great way.
Great way.
Yeah, he's your favourite uncle.
Yeah.
But at some point, it's like, hey, we want to have some fun now. When are you thinking of bailing? Because I don't want Mum to find out that, you know, we're ripping in and stuff. And Kerr's like, no, it's cool. I'll just hang out for a bit longer.
Get me another 10.
Yeah. But no, he's the fun uncle.
6.5 on the clock here. Josh Kurt leading this one from Macklin Finn. Those are your 1-2 at the moment, advancing the high score with Macklin. That's 6.5. Thomas Stokes, not a huge number. His requirement, 4.67. Jack Thomas, are you looking at in blue? 5.51. And he's been stuck in the threes as Jack thus far. He definitely needs to do something about that. A little bit of motion out there. Everyone's heading out to sea. That's normally a good sign. That's what we want.
That is. Yeah, Jack Thomas. Yeah, he'd love to get through this heat. You know, he's got kind of that big body as we see Macklin Flynn now. What can he do? This is a nice bowl on the inside. He loses the fins. Ooh, and the door swings open now for Taj Stokes to peel back. That's a nice snap, but just the one turn. And it is a real arm wrestle at the moment. Flynn with that 6.5, that's a big score, isn't it? That's really going to serve him well if he can get rid of that 2.6. So opportunity goes begging for Macklin. And I've got to give a shout out to a dear friend of mine who'd probably be watching this heat. Stace Galbraith, how are you, brother? He's
good.
Chewing his nails. Oh, did he?
Yeah, he said he's really good.
Are you talking to him?
Yeah, yeah, he's fine.
Cool. Well, are you assuming this, or are you actually?
He's always good, isn't he?
No, he's always good. But I wonder how good he's feeling after watching Macklin slip on that last turn. I reckon he'd be a little bit edgy. But yeah, lots of support here for Macklin and Jack Thomas, both WA crew, yelling up, and Margie board riders represent. A little bit of a local derby, a local rivalry. Josh Kerr holding down the lead.
Where does Josh Kerr living these days, mate? Where's he at?
That's a really good question. Is he just on the Goldie?
He's a citizen of the world, yeah, Gold Coast. Okay. Glad we cleared that up. I'll tell you where else he's living. First place in this. He's advancing at the moment to the round of 32. There he is, the veteran, and he's enjoying himself out there. The 3.57 will just be niggling away a little bit at him, and he'll want to chip away at that, I reckon, mate. He's going to have a go and try and improve because he doesn't want to leave any daylight for surfers like this. Jack Thomas ripping in, swinging and pushing, but it's off white water.
Oh, it's just been one of those heats, hasn't it? He just cannot get the wave that's going to stand up and match his power. He really strikes me as a guy. I mean, most of the Western Australians love the juice, man. Skillful in the small stuff, but still, they need the opportunity. They need a little steep face like this one, Taj Stokes. He unleashes one big vertical re-entry. He can't find a second turn out here, so everyone's getting a little frustrated. Look at the paddle battle that's going on. And Kersey, what will he do now? We've seen one air rev greased out as he flies into a big Larry. Drops the wallet, all his change falls out all over the ground. That's embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah, I hate the noise it makes as well. It's really unsettling.
And then you're like, just having to bend over and pick up change.
And then sometimes it's weird when someone tries to help you.
Oh, yeah, that's
Someone's
weird,
like,
isn't it?
No, it's okay. Do I need help picking up the coins? Apparently, I look like I do.
Yeah. Coins. I miss the days of the old penny machines. Whack your 20-cent piece
Do you know
on a string and pull it back out.
What I used to like about the coin scene, because I've always had quite messy cars, and when I first moved to France, they still had the vending machines around where you could put an ice, like I was thirsty, it was hot, and like driving back after surf, I used to love just moving some of the litter around in the footwell of my car, and finding a couple of coins so you could get a cold can of Coke or Orangina on the way home. And it felt like it was free because you sort of didn't know you had that money. Love that.
Do you know what stubbies are?
As in a little small beer?
The little small shorts in the 70s. They were kind of a big brand. They made sort of workwear.
Okay, got you.
But my old man would always put heaps of change in the shorts of his pockets of his stubbies. But as soon as you sit down, there's literally no depth in them. So all the change would rain out the back of his shorts, and we'd just clean up.
What would you wear with the stubbies? Would that be a tool belt and sort of work boots and a singlet?
Well, I wish it was underwear. But the old man wasn't a big fan of that.
Didn't expect the conversation to go there. 1:40 on the clock, live action.
Here we go.
Flynn loading up. What's he got for us here? He's appropriately dressed and he's punting down to the flat. Doesn't quite get there.
Oh, 1:30, and Macklin just can't get rid of that 2.67. It's like a tattoo on him at the moment. It's like a little leech, a little limpet.
Love the approach from him, like the attack, like the flare, but just not quite there on the landing. When he pops back in the line, it'll have about a minute. It'll be in fourth priority as well, so he might try and just sort of lurk away from everybody else. Meanwhile, sets out the backboard.
Here we go. This could be the grandstand finish that we're hoping for. All four surfers well in touch here. Jack Thomas get a 5.51 in his sleep. He just hasn't had a steep enough face to really unleash, so all eyes on the water now. A little bobble here from Stokes as he starts to fire up. What's he need? He needs a 4.68. Okay, steep section. Hammers it on the inside. Releases the tail. He hangs in. And he's going to fight and pat this dog to death. And no luck there. So I doubt the judges will give that completion. Oh, Jack Thomas. This has just been a tale of where is the section in the back half of this heat. And Macklin Flynn, has he just dodged a bullet here?
Did Thomas look like, I'm not sure if he was shaking his fist at sort of the ocean there, or if that was a claim. I'm not real sure. Maybe he did something we didn't pick up. Meanwhile, hello. Bye.
13 seconds to go. What, you thought he was claiming? Or you
I don't know.
Was he doing one of those cartoon fist waves?
Might have been playing rock, scissors, paper with himself.
I'll get you, Gadget. That's
wow.
the end of the heat.
Oh, there's a lot happened at the end there.
Oh, man. Maybe there was a little, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But anyway, it does look like...
Yeah, we're all wrapped up with scores.
Kersey will take the win. Macklin Flynn, a nervous end to that heat. He does enough, though, to move on. We'll have a little break, and we'll be back with more from the Taiwan Open of Surfing in just a moment. Welcome back, and holy smokes, Josh Kerr does it again. Ageless. Is he Benjamin Button? Is he aging backwards? I think he might be. It's the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is Jinzun Harbor, and Josh Kerr has just made it through another heat on the twin, and he's getting ever closer to qualifying for next year's Challenger Series. That is crazy. Crazy. And Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box with True Starling. G'day, True.
Yeah, Vaughan.
How are you?
Good. I'm
good
doing
to see
good.
you. Another big heat here. One of your all-time favourites, Oni Onwa, will be out there representing Indonesia. Jin Suzuki from Japan in the white. Is that right?
Yep. No,
Marlon's
red.
in the white. Jin's in the red. Marlon Harrison, Snapper Rocks. And crack! Jin Suzuki. Wow. He means business. Luke Brumby is out there as well. And here goes Lukey. Banging down the line. Big deep bottom turn. Up and over. Love that turn. And cracks it. What a combo here. And a great start for Luke Brumby.
Wow, that was huge backside surfing for Luke. I mean, he's just picking up where he left off from that first heat, and you can see he's gaining some speed, jams it there, gets his second turn, bang! Fins go out the back. That was huge. I mean, I reckon all the other competitors know exactly what fins he's riding out there. That was, solid stuff.
Really cool. Loading up and unleashing. There's nothing better than cracking the lip and just putting a little bit of tail through it just for that extra bit of spark. And who is this? I think this might be Marzi.
Yeah, this
banging down the line.
Marzi's first wave. A couple of nice carves. Gets a third turn connection. Marzi's sitting pretty good on the rankings right now, so this is an important event for him. And with 26 minutes to go, Luke Brumby's first wave, a 5.5. That's a great way to start.
Well, this will be great. Just a couple of old boys having a chin wag after a surf. It's Paul Evans and Josh Kerr. How's he feeling down there, mate? And is he going to chang on?
Well, let's find out. Cozy, mate. First of all, how you feeling, bro?
I'm good. My daughter's just giving me a hard time. Feeling really gassed and really hot. I don't know if wearing a vest was the right call out there just then. I feel like I caught a lot of crappy waves and had to do a lot of paddling in that heat, which I wasn't ready for. And now I feel like I've got a fever.
And you've been feeling a little bit crook, but you look like you're going all right out there.
Mate, I'm telling you, I've only left the bed to come down to the comp. That's about it. It's been a pretty lackluster last 5 days for me. A lot of just carving out my mold of my body in the bed of mine that I'm staying here.
And you were just entering events because you were here and you thought, why not having a bit of fun? But look, you're in a pretty good spot. You're going all right in this one. You're actually sort of knocking on the door for the Changers, mate. What's going on there? What are you going to do?
I like the quote of just like, if you're going to be at the party, you may as well dance, So, I'm just such a frother and I enjoy surf. My daughter will tell you I hate just standing on the beach and watching her surf. It's probably the worst spot for me to be. I love just surfing with her, enjoying good times, and, to be at an event and actually to be able to put the rashie on myself. It's like, I wouldn't be if it wasn't for her, obviously, but to be twice the age of everyone else in my heats and still, zapping around out there on my 20 and having some fun and getting some scores and making some heats. It's pretty fun.
All right, mate, we've been enjoying watching you. Keep it rolling.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Paulie. I reckon if... Hey, there she is. Sierra Kerr, one of the future... I don't want to say world champs, but future leaders of women's surfing. She is right on the cutting edge of progression.
I wonder if Josh gets to choose dinner tonight.
Ooh.
Have I told you about this?
Yes,
Paul?
you have. Yeah, what's the deal? Whoever does best in the house gets to pick dinner?
Yeah, so whoever gets the highest heat total gets to choose dinner.
I think dinner up this way, there's not a whole lot of options once you hit the country.
I feel like everyone's just choosing the same thing.
Yeah, 7-Eleven egg sandwich.
Or dumplings.
But, it's good enough for Anthony Bourdain. It's good enough for everyone. He rates it through the roof.
Fully.
There's actually the 7-Elevens have incredible food here.
It does.
So good. I used to stop with Binsey when I first came here. And we'd get little dumplings and steamed buns and stuff. So yummy.
Yeah, those microwave dumplings.
What is going on here? Luke Brumby's off to a flyer, a 6-point ride for that whack shawack combo, and a 5.5 for his first. So I mean, they're two of the better scores we've seen in the last few heats. So Brumby from the North Shore Board Riders Club trying to give them something to celebrate after Taji Stokes just got done. But that's a great start. 6 and a 5.5. Jin Suzuki's got a 4.5, so that's pretty handy as well. And Marlon's just a 3 for his first ride. Oni Onwa is, I think he's about 14th on the Asia rankings. Indonesia and Japan and a lot of the Asian region all compete on that Asian circuit.
Yep.
So this is dual sanctioned. So points will go to... The points get basically divvied to whichever tour you're part of.
Yeah. And for Asia, for the men, they take top 5 and a wild card.
So Jin Suzuki's coming fourth at the moment. So he is he's looking good. He'd be looking to consolidate that spot. Oni, you know, if you win a 5,000, you're straight up into qualifying territory. It's a big event. I think it's the biggest, is it?
Yep.
On the regional queue, 5,000. So look at this big load
Whoa.
up, full rotation, and he gets the landing. Brumby is on a heater today. Classic. Well, he's got the scores under his belt, so why not let it all hang out? Fantastic effort here. I thought he'd lost it. I thought he'd gone down the old chute, but that was completely thrown out there. High risk and high reward, gets the clean make.
Wow. Just wow. That was huge. I was honestly not expecting that at all from Luke. I was thinking, wow, that was huge. And then he just made it. He'd be feeling pretty good with that right now. That's a keeper. That's a keeper. You may as well come in now because that's going to get rid of the 5-5. He's already got a 6. That was huge.
He's just feeling so good. Look how fast he's moving. And that was a Hail Mary if ever I've seen one. There was just nothing to it other than 100% go for it. And the judges are going to lap that up because, you know, some air reverses like the one we saw Kersey do, just a really measured, in-the-moment, flow state air. That thing was, you know, chucking it at the wall and just seeing what sticks.
Yeah, it was huge.
7.83 for Luke Brumby, so well out in front. In fact, he's almost a perfect ride ahead of the rest of the pack. Jin Suzuki bashes the lip, gets the tail out the back. Good surfing here from the Japanese competitor, and he means business as well. Take us through this one, True.
Yeah, this first turn was really nice, but it's a second one that just has a little bit more punch.
Love it.
Wow, fins out, gets a little bit of drift as well. That was so dynamic for Jin. I was literally just about to say it's a battle for second right now, which it is a battle for second in my opinion, but I think Jin Suzuki might just run away with it a little bit further.
Yeah, he's going to put a lot of space between second and third. There it is, a 5.23, and we are seeing really big scores needed from Oni Onwa and Marlon Harrison. Marlon needs a 6.73, Oni needs a 6.83, so the benchmark has been set in this heat, and it's high. And I think that we'll see the best come out of Oni and Marlon now, because it seems like there are good opportunities. He's got a great air game, Oni, and here goes Marlon on the back end, snaps to complete. That one got away, not steep enough. Oni Onwa, been on the Kiwi since about 2012, representing Indonesia. Spent a lot of time in Australia. I think he went to uni in Australia, did he?
I think he went to PBC, Palm Beach Currumbin, for school.
There you go.
And he actually went to school with Daiwako.
Classic.
Yeah, fellow commentator Daiwako. Oni also commentates as well. He's a dad now as well to beautiful baby Noah. He's such a devoted dad. It's actually so cute. It's so nice to see. But yeah, he's chasing a pretty big score right now. That last one of Marzi, 3.6 scores to lock in for that last wave of Oni Onwa, but I don't think it'll be a lot. But yeah, Marzi, he's been traveling a lot as well. He's sitting in a pretty good position if he can make a couple of rounds in this event to actually qualify for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, he's like, what is he? I think he's in the top 10. Yeah, he's 8th. 8th on the Australia Oceanic Region ratings.
And they take 7.
They take 7, so he's been looking to get a good result here. Oni just a little late to the lip on that. Did a Sunbum commercial with Marzi the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yep, I had to put sun cream on his nose and say, I had to put sun cream on his nose and go, there you go, mate. Don't let your little schnozzy get burnt.
Actually?
Yeah. Well,
Did you really?
Yeah.
That is so sick.
Yeah, I was like rubbing his nose and I was going, there you go, little buddy. Don't let that little schnoz get hurt.
Oh, you guys would have been best buddies after
Oh,
that.
we were best mates. Oh, impact. Deep impact. Jin Suzuki, he's taken a leaf out of Luke
Wow.
Brumby's book. He's thrown it into the wind. No such luck with the make. How on earth do people get away with this and not severely buckle their ankles?
Seriously, all their boards, I mean, that was a pretty hard landing. But Jin, I remember him competing in this event last year and he was just rapid fire on every section, just up and into it. I was like, wow, I was super impressed by his surfing and just seems like he's prepared for that for this year as well. I don't think he went to Cloud 9, so he is definitely hoping to make some rounds in this event.
It's been one of the great things. The dual sanctioning is so cool because not only, are you getting to see the sort of standard of surfing in another region, but you just see everyone together hanging out, having a great time and making friends for life. What about this from Onionwa? The big tail whip. It's a classic nose pick, but the speed with which he whipped it around was super impressive. And he's putting himself into the frame now. And this is really nice, True.
Yeah, just gets, wow, that tail high and projection and then into a carve. That was crazy from Oni, and he's re-entered the chat with that wave, that's for sure.
Really cool stuff. I love the technique. He couldn't have landed in a better spot. Like his tail almost just perfectly just greased into that thing, I should say. Really cool from Onionwa. And the judges throw down a 4.47 for one turn, which, how do I feel about this? I don't know. I don't know how I feel. It was a pretty impressive turn. It was done at high speed. The grab was solid. Transition was good. The wave really fizzled after that. I think it's probably pretty good. I might have gone 5 if I was, but I like to be generous with those sorts of turns.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
But 4.47, still good. And as you said, back in the chat, now only needs a 5.26 to move into second. So Suzuki will be watching carefully the progression here of Onionwa. Marzi, Harrison, got to see this kid surf lots of junior events, particularly Scale Candies, Oki Grom comps, those sorts of things. And yeah, he was a super impressive junior. Now getting to cut his teeth on the queue. And these would be kind of his first experiences of travelling and getting around the queue, wouldn't it? He's been doing Taiwan for a few years.
I think he's been traveling around since about maybe last year was his first year doing it. This year maybe like a proper year with a few more events on the calendar.
What do you think? Do you think it takes, like, say you're coming out of the juniors, you've done this, so I'm really curious to get your take on it. You finish your junior years, you're kind of ready to hit the queue. You've probably done one or two here and there over the years, Surfest or something like that. What's it like when you start traveling and you get to see just how competitive it is and you kind of get put in your place a little bit at the start? How long do you reckon it takes to sort of feel at home with traveling on the regional queue?
I reckon it really depends with who you're traveling with, if I'm going to be honest. Like, first year, you could be traveling with a really good group of people, but maybe you just don't mesh well together, staying so close with each other. Like, you learn pretty quickly, like, who the people you want to travel with are and who the people you aren't.
Yep.
I reckon it takes a good, 8 to 10 months to kind of figure it out, figure those people out. And, I still feel like I'm figuring that out now. Of people who I enjoy traveling with and people who I'm like, I love you as a human being, but I know that I can't travel with you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because these are the things. It's not just about turning up, putting on a rashi, paddling out and surfing your heat. It's about making sure that every step of that journey leads you to be at peak performance at that time.
Yeah, for sure.
And, if someone's leaving dishes in the sink and, I don't know, not replacing the toilet paper, then all of a sudden you're getting down the beach in a fizzy mood, you're paddling out with a bit of grimace, you've been sucking on wheelbarrow full of lemons all morning, you're like sitting out there, you're meant to be thinking about strategy and priority, and you're going, why won't they just do the dishes?
Yeah.
It's all part of it.
It literally is. Everything comes into play, and I feel like it's so, not valued enough. But then, you look at the crew, like, I feel so lucky to be with you guys and the crew that we have, because it's awesome.
Well, we do dishes.
We're
Paul
great.
and I are
You guys
absolutely
do the
on
dishes,
top of
and
it.
it's just, you're onto it. But even now, like, looking at the surfers who travel together, they're such a good crew, and they all support each other, and it's just so great to see. But Oni, what's he got? Not much.
Nah. Been tricky. Yeah, it's not... I don't think it's really appreciated just how tricky it can be to get your travel on. First, for a lot of kids, it's first experience overseas as well, without parents or something like that. So they're traveling with their friends, having to figure out how to get from the airport to the accommodation and all that sort of stuff, and still turn up and be in that competitive mindset where you can surf your best. It all gets affected by the flow of your life. So I think about a year just to feel like you can, settle in and just make the competition your focus. But this kid, he is having no issues today. He has been flaring, throws the fins out the back. See, it's classic, isn't it? He doesn't even look like he's trying, and he's making stuff.
Yeah, the confidence is just like an extra perk for Luke, and that 7.83, that huge air rev, I mean, that was just insane. It left me speechless, honestly. And Jin Suzuki. Oh, ouch.
He's surfing really well, but they're slowly starting to creep up on him. Oni Onwa and Marlon Harrison, it's 3.6 and a 3 for the last of White. And he has priority. So I think Marzi definitely will wait for a set here. He's tried his luck on a few of these insiders. They're just not panning out for him.
Yeah,
He needs a score. 6.13. He can get that. No props.
Yeah, for sure. Marzi knows how to get scores, but I do really kind of see from today, wave selection is such a big thing. 613, need to have the good waves. Marzi surfs better than a 6.13 every day of the week, but he just needs a wave to allow him that opportunity. And even speaking to Willis Druma before, I don't know, did you hear that post-heat interview? Okay, so he said that he was feeling a bit rattled because it was quite slow at the start of his heat. And me being curious, I was like, oh, what did you do to kind of just bring yourself back to the present and kind of get away from being rattled? And he was like, oh, I just kind of imagine what I would want to do if I was already knocked out. He goes, I just imagine that this was my second chance. The last 10 minutes or however long of the heat.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
And I was like, I've never heard of that before.
No, me neither.
And Oni doing just that. He needs a 5.26, but a bit of a smaller wave. But yeah, I just thought that was a really interesting approach of like how to kind of, instead of being rattled, like use it for the positive. I was like, whoa, like, and Willis is still quite young. He won the under 16 ISA World Junior Champions in 2022. So he's an ISA World Junior Champ, but he's like 18 or something.
Yeah.
To have such a, I don't know, it just seemed like a very mature kind of approach to looking at kind of.
I love just like the idea of finding what works for you too. That's pretty unique what he said, and I think that like that's probably something he's figured out about himself. So showing a lot of maturity there. As we see Surfer in White, okay, priority, no, he's used it and he's pulled the trigger on a dud. Oh, this heat is really starting to get into frustration land for Marlon Harrison, but he'll have to do what Willis Druma said, find a way to reset. He's got 9 minutes. There's no issue with getting two waves out here in 9 minutes. Even when it's slow, you can kind of find the ones. I mean, he was really hoping for a set wave then.
I can literally hear the Harrison family screaming at the telly all the way from the Goldie. They're probably feeling a little bit stressed out right now because that was a big mistake from Marzi on that one.
Yeah, well, Luke Brumby can do no wrong. He's just sitting out there. He's already back into second priority. Jin Suzuki, this is the guy that everyone's looking at. You know, if Jin can get another decent score on the board, things become really tricky for Oni and Marlon. So Jin will have first pick of this next set. I do like the sting in Jin surfing. As we see Oni Onwa now, the high line. Speeds through and just cannot get the section. And see these little insiders, they've been a bit of fool's gold for a lot of surfers in these heats. You kind of go, oh, hang on a minute, maybe this thing will line up, and it won't.
Yeah, the insiders, they're not it. They're not the score. They've never been the score this whole day. Marzi's having a look.
Okay, without priority, so it's just, I tell you, the body language doesn't look too panicked. That's pretty good. Like, you know, you can really start letting that get into your blood when it's not going your way. But he looks pretty composed. So let's hope that he can get an opportunity here. Snapper?
Snapper. Well, actually, originally Vico.
That's right. That's right.
Originally Vico moved to Snapper. I don't know when. A while ago. Fair few years ago, they moved up to Snapper. But yeah, they live pretty much right there. Surf there all the time. Love seeing Marzi and Pip out in the surf. It's so fun. We have a good laugh.
Bang. Snap under the lip. Business time here from Jin Suzuki. Just 2 turns. 4.5. No.
No. I think that won't go into his top 2. It's just, it's the inside ones are just, I don't know what everyone is so frothing on these inside waves, but they're not doing it.
I think the lure is just that when they wall up, they actually look really fun.
Yeah.
And then they kind of hit this part of the bank. Well, that pit was good. It was a cool snap.
It was. It was sick, but it's only one turn, and I just feel like all day the judges have been kind of begging for the sets with some bigger turns on there. I don't know. That's just kind of how I've been seeing it, but they do look really fun. I mean, for a free surf, 100% go on the inside ones.
It's funny when you watch a heat like this, particularly when you've been free surfing the afternoon before with like 3,000 people out there, like all little froth and cue grinders, and you can't get near a wave, whether it's on the inside, the outside, those little petering whitewashes right up on the rocks. Everything is getting ripped to pieces.
It is. Yeah, you almost need to paddle like so far wide till no one's there, but it looks like Marzi's found something. He goes to the air.
He gets the stomp. He gets the stomp. I don't know how he's feeling about it. I couldn't tell whether he was looking up at the sky then or feeling like he was back into it. But it is a make, so we'll wait for this score to come in.
613. Wow. It's going to be close. I don't know. I feel like it was a good section. It probably wasn't as good as Luke Brumby's one.
Well, I think we need a close-up look at it. It's a bit hard from back here to sort of even get a gauge on what that wave was doing. Here we go. So we know it's a smaller insider. He takes off, loads up, plenty of speed. Oh, it's good. He pushes his way through the shockwave, and I think that was a little bit of a relief claim, really. And probably just goes the Kellycopter. That's the classic Mick Fanning versus Kelly Slater final at Bells. Gosh, I'm trying to remember the year. I can't remember it.
I was like, I'm not going to say anything.
It was the all-time final. It was the all-time Bells final. There's been some great ones, but that was just incredible. Kelly was going berserk, but stringing together some of the most futuristic, powerful turns ever. Got a 10 for full rotation air in the bowl, and then Mick just ripped the living daylights out. It was so cool. Great final, but yeah, Brumby taking a leaf out of the great Goats book there. Maybe we should get him a little salt cube to lick. Here's Oni Onwa. Can't find the section.
Yeah, that last one of Marzi, a 4.07, so it was just not enough. He needs a 5.66. Oni's still looking for a 5.26. I mean, there's still enough time for maybe one more good wave to come
I reckon
through.
that was crucial for Marlon because
Yeah.
that 4 took a full point off his requirement.
Yeah.
So he is going to be looking for something that he can, 3 minutes left. No worries if he gets the wave. He's just got to get into position, so it's not over yet. And like I said, I actually I thought his body language just looked positive, even though he's had a bit of a frustrating heat. So that's cool. Same with Oni. Oni looks like he's hunting.
Yeah. They're not giving up just yet. But they know that you can't until that hooter goes.
Yeah, well, Jin Suzuki, the big thing is that 5.23. So his best wave, if he can just ditch that 4.5, yeah, it will really sort of turn the screw on the other competitors. Marlon's back out there. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Taiwan Open of Surfing, Jinzun Harbor, Taitung County. I love it here.
Me too. Dumplings for dinner tonight, Vaughn?
Always. I mean, what else is there?
Yeah. Beef rolls.
Actually, yeah, the little pancakes are good.
Yeah.
Here's Brumby just having a time out here.
Oh.
Kicks the fins out the back. Karate chop.
Goes down.
Yeah, he kind of just burned all his energy in the first.
He literally won
6
this heat.
minutes of this heat.
Yeah, he won this heat in the first 6 minutes pretty much.
It was bizarre, wasn't it? Like we were sitting here, we were going through the list of names who were surfing in this heat, sort of setting it all up. Next thing you know, he's got a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
Oh, Jin!
Wow.
He can't close it out. He's made a lot of errors here, the Japanese competitor, and he just keeps the door open for Marlon Harrison and Oni Onwa. 1 minute 30 on the clock. So Jin Suzuki cooks the priority that he was holding. And now the door is open because the two guys that can chase him down are going to have first choice over the waves before he does. So this is huge. Brumby's just staying busy. He will probably come in on that, you'd imagine. Oni Onwa now, off the bottom. Big moment. Nice slice. Gets into the bowl. Throws a massive air rev and makes it. And he looks pretty happy with himself. A 5.26. I really like the combination. It was a high-risk move out the back. Marlon Harrison now jams it off the top. That's a combination. A third turn. He's screaming down and praying for this thing to stand up as he keeps going. And another turn on the inside, so it does give him a little bonus section. And he'll work his way through. Well, this is a huge finish. Will Jin Suzuki have the opportunity to answer back?
Wow, that was crazy. I'm wondering if Oni got a turn out the back, because if he did, all right, this is that last wave of Oni Onwa. So it looks like this carve is a first turn. Gets a nice opening carve, and then gets a grab and a pretty clean finish. You could hear the Indonesian team as well. They were cheering for Oni. And we also have a score for Marzi, and he got that really nice combination on his backhand. A pair of fives. I mean, a 5.26 for Oni and a 5.66 for Marzi. Is it out of reach?
This is really tense, especially for Jin Suzuki. He never got the chance to answer back. The heat is done. And now Oni Onwa waits for these scores. I loved it. I thought the slice was a nice turn, but he bashed that end section for the big air rev and rode out of it cleanly.
Wow.
Oh, man, what was his last air rev? He only had the one turn on it. It was a 4.47. So is there an extra point on that last air rev of his, which we really loved? Don't forget that too. A 4.47. He had the extra turn.
Wow.
I mean, what was your gut feel when you saw it go down?
I think it'll get pretty close, and there it is. It's a 5.6. Oni goes to second, but Marzi still has a score to lock in as well. Looks like it's not enough.
It's not enough, and Oni Onwa has pulled the rabbit out of the hat with a huge frontside air rev. He thanks the universe there, and it is all about Luke Brumby. A pretty amazing performance, and Jin Suzuki must be kicking himself. What a heat. Bad luck to Jin and Marlon Harrison, but congratulations to Oni. He's frothing. And a big win for Luke Brumby. Righto, we're going to take a quick break from the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It is the round of 64, Heat 4 out there, and it's an all-Australian affair. Tully Wiley out there taking on Lennox Smith, Bodie Williams, and Tim Bainge. We just saw a pretty exciting end to that heat. Luke Brumby dominating pretty much in the first 6 minutes, but Oni Unmar getting the score in the dying moments of that heat. I'm True Starling, and joined with me to call the action of this one is Di Wacko. Di, this is Tully's first wave.
Really liked the first and well, that was quick in and out for Tully Wiley. But this is the last of Bodie Williams. Again, but quick in and out from red and white.
Yeah, Bodie's first wave locking in at a 4.33. Tully's first one, just a 2.5. So Bodie kind of having a little bit more spice, finding a little bit more of a longer wall. But Di, I don't know, did you see the end of that last heat?
Yes, the last of Oni was that air was pretty, crazy.
It was huge.
To put it off in the last minute.
Yeah, it was great to see that. We will be ending the day at Heat 8 of this round. And, of course, we have gone to half an hour heats to add for a little bit more time for the men's round of 64, which is super exciting. Lennox Smith has joined us in the booth along with Jarvis Earl a couple of times today.
Right.
They've been, quite funny to listen to. I've been enjoying it for sure. And Tim Bainge progressing on through from that last round in the round of 96. So some of these surfers have actually surfed twice today, Di.
Already, yeah, right. Well, here is Tully Wiley up and riding, backside attack. Wow, that's a huge, solid second turn and gets a finish. That's a great combination. Solid turns from Tully Wiley. And here is the second wave of Bodie. Floater section. Ooh. Straight into the nosedive.
Wow. Let's take a look at this replay for that last wave of Tully. Nice first turn, gets a strong second one in, and then this is the third turn. Wow. Bang! That was huge. That's going to be a good score for Tully Wiley. While there's a little bit of a break in the action, Vorno, you're there with the last heat winner, Luke Brumby. That was pretty exciting stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, congratulations, Luke. That was incredible, mate. Out of the gates like a greyhound chasing a rabbit and got a good start.
Yeah, thanks, Vaughan. Yeah, had to get a good start. I knew I had a tough heat, Marlon and Oni, and yeah, just happy to get a good start, and I was sort of just cruising the rest of the heat.
Fully, man. Like, after you had the 5 and the 6, which was really early, kind of felt like the pressure was off and you could have a really, good shot at letting it all hang out. That air rev was incredible, mate.
Yeah, I heard the 5 and the 6 come through, and I still knew I needed another score, having all those guys in the heat, so I just kept throwing a few airs and got that first one, but yeah, it was good fun.
Well done, mate. We saw Tarzy Stokes get knocked just before you, but how was that, getting back out there and representing your hometown?
Yeah, had to get one back for the sunny coast. Taj rips, and yeah, it's unlucky to see him go down, but good to get one back for the coast.
Good on you, mate. And what have you made of your trip to Taiwan so far?
It's so nice. Like, we got the train in and all the mountains on that side, and then the ocean on the other side, and it's been good food, like real friendly people. It's so good.
That's awesome, man. And who do you want to give a shout out to home? I'm sure they're all watching.
Just a shout out to all my family back home. Thanks for watching, and yeah, see you guys soon.
Well done, mate. You got one for the highlights package with that nice big air rev, and we'll look forward to seeing the next round.
Thanks, Vaughan.
Good on you, Luke. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vaughan. Thanks, Luke. He seemed pretty stoked.
Right.
Did you see the air rev?
Actually, I didn't see that one, but by looking at the scoreboard, it's got 13.83.
783 for the air rev.
783 for the one.
It was huge. You would have lost your mind. And looks like Vaughan is there with another special guest, one of my favourite people in the world. Give Oni a big cuddle for me, Vaughan.
I'll get down nice and low for you. Mate, that was a crazy heat on you. Like, you guys stayed in it. You kept fighting. Clicked one nice air reverse at the start, but really needed to come home strong, and you got it done. How good do those feel, mate?
I honestly thought I was lost out there, and I talked to my friends that I need to find that key. When you go in the dark room, you're trying to search the light, and like, I felt like I just found it at the end. I was like, I'm so happy. I screamed like, finally I can see now.
It's good, mate. Yeah, it's true. I saw on the rankings in the Asia region, you're coming about 14th, so a good result here, and you could just fire right up and maybe get a result.
Oh yeah, that's funny because I'm surfing one of the with my Asian region, so because there's a dual sanction, so I'm surprised that my opponent in red was hunting me down. I was like, because Marlon Harrison is one of the dangerous surfer out there, and why does he keep coming to me? I realized the ranking, and I was like, okay, so they want to just get me down, and I was like laughing at it, like, okay, whatever, I just keep trying, like I'm not really thinking about the ranking right now. I'm just trying to enjoy the surfing. I love coming here, and such a beautiful place. Like, remind me of Hawaii a bit, and the water is warm, so, and for me to make a heat today, it's just like, I just opened the key, I got the key, I was like, thank you God.
That's it, man. And just tell us, when you came in, did you feel like you had it? Did you feel like you had it? Did you? So I know, I'm always doing this. Did you feel like you got it with that last wave? Were you confident, or were you just like, it's in the hands of the gods? I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly wasn't. That wasn't my best performance, so I wasn't sure. I was either just under, or I just wasn't really expecting it to make it. But I'm so happy that they said the score, and I was like, I still waited when they say my score, and then I have to wait. No, I have to wait for Mazi's last wave. So, and then they say, okay, last wave of Mazi was the okay. I was like, and I screamed like, this surfing, man, you never know what you're gonna get, bro. It's a roll of dice out there, and if you get some hits you have like really amazing heat, and some hits you just gotta swallow it, the bitterness. But today, thank God I'm not in the one who's swallowing those bitterness. So let's go!
Yeah, Ronnie, well done, brother. Well earned. Great result, great surf, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, Vaughan and Oni.
No, he's really a legend.
Yeah, he is. He's the biggest legend ever. Love him. It was.
Must have felt really great after hearing those scores. Finally, he was trying so hard through the end, but here is Lennox Smith up and riding. Nice couple check turns in, and just waiting for the section to stand up for him. A little kick air reverse. Not full rotation, but still it was a little spice in it.
Yeah, that was a nice first wave from Lennox. Just had a little bit of cool about him. This was that last wave of Tully Wiley. It was a 2.2, so it did not go into the top two. And Tully will kick out, and then this last wave of Lennox Smith, it was a good-looking wave. I mean, a nice opening carve, and then you can kind of see it flatten out. But Lennox did really well to kind of hold priority for a little bit longer. But scores are in for that first wave of Lennox Smith, a 3.5. Last few waves of Tully haven't gone into the top two. We also have a wave maybe to lock in for Bodie Williams. And with 18 minutes to go, it's been a pretty slow heat, this one, for waves. Feels like it's heat on, heat off kind of vibes with the ocean.
Well, here is the fast wave for Tim Bainge. Probably a couple times before. There's not much offer in the end. But have a look at this again. Wow, that was a great first stand. A nice opening carve. Gets another carve right there. Probably there's not much after this, so all the point will come to the first and second turn.
Yeah, it feels like maybe that won't be too high of a score for Tim. I think, it was a good wave, but maybe not what he was hoping it was going to do, especially after holding first priority for so long. It locks in at a 3.1. So we saw Lennox Smith have a little look at that one. Right now, it is Tully Wiley in the lead with a 5.17 and a 2.5. Bodie Williams opened up looking pretty spicy with a 4.33. Hasn't really had a solid backup yet, but he's holding first priority, and looks like Lennox Smith is going to have a good look at this one. He likes the look of it, but unfortunately...
Oh,
was that a mistake? Was there a little section
there?
Yeah,
he could have done something like big layback.
Oh, no. Bodie Williams.
That was definitely a mistake.
Yeah.
Probably he was holding on to the first priority. Yeah. Now, Tully Wiley has first priority. Probably like you said, because the tides is pushing in, I think. So it's kind of getting farther and farther.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit slower. There's probably not as many steeper sections as what we saw this morning, but bonus, the wind's really backed off. The rain there's not much rain, or if any, at the moment. We've kind of had rain on and off all day today, but it's quite nice. I mean, you can look at this view. Beautiful coverage. Thank you, Ryan, on the drone. And we've got a pretty good setup here for the air day.
Beautiful setup. I really loved how you can be close to the mountain and the ocean. Just remind me of Hawaii a lot, just like Oni said. So much alike, but really love the setup. 2 stories. Downstairs there's a athlete area with a lot of snacks and drinks. And love seeing Jones back now. But here's Tim Bainge. This is his second wave. That was a tight section, but managed to put 3 towns in. And here is Bodie Williams up and riding. Really love the first time, throwing buckets of sprays. Now just try to connecting turns into the inside section, but there's no finishing turn right there. But still, a couple turns in for Bodie Williams.
Yeah, I like that last wave of Bodie's. This is Lennox up and riding, leans into that first carve. Wow, that was smooth, but kicks out because unfortunately doesn't offer too much more for Lennox. Him and Jarvis have been cracking Vaughan up in the booth a couple of times today. So I'm sure Lennox also would have been paying close attention to what's going on, what's scoring as well. He's a pretty nifty competitor. But scores to lock in. I like that last wave of Bodie Williams. I feel like he had a couple of good connections in there. And also Tim, he was able to fit kind of 2 turns in a 1-turn section dive.
Right, that was a really short and tight section, but still managed to put a couple turns in. And yeah, looks like pretty good scores come in for green, 357. So now, Team Bange is in second place now. And the last of blue comes in 240. We're still waiting for the last of Bodie Williams.
That's a pretty, I mean, it was 1 turn for Lennox, but I feel like that was a pretty good score for just the 1 turn. Everyone's been doing a lot to get just 3s, but this is that last wave of Tim Bange. Gets a nice connection in there and tags it and gets another one in. So lightning fast for Tim Bange. This last wave of Bodie is still yet to lock in, waiting for another number. Nice connection, driving through another one. This wave locked in at a 3.53. So Bodie actually goes to first off the back of this wave and just didn't get a stronger finish as probably what he would have hoped. I think that's what really is kind of the difference between getting a 3.5 and getting a 4. I mean, we're talking pretty small, about 0.5 between those points, but they really make a difference by the end of the heats.
Definitely. Probably in the heat, your first goal is to get a 4s, right, in this condition. And to get 4s, you kind of need strong beginning and a strong end section. So, yeah, you really want to get away with got a last section too.
Now, Dai, can we talk about this next heat? Dakota Walters, Keijiro Nishi,
Right.
Harley Walters, Hiroto Arai.
Oh, that's a good matchup again.
Is that not like one of the biggest heats ever?
Yeah.
The brothers taking on Keijiro and Hiroto. I mean, that's pretty insane. Hiroto's 6th on the rankings right now too, right?
And Keijiro was skipping quite couple of the event with QS. Now sitting in the 21st, so it's gonna be very important for Keijiro to back in the CS series.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be a great matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one, I'm sure. Bodie had a good look with 4th priority. Doesn't like the look of that one. No harm, no foul. 11.5 minutes to go in this heat. And it's Bodie Williams from Victoria, currently living in Lennox, who is in the lead. Tully Wiley, also from Vico, holds the highest wave of the heat so far, a 5.17. Tim Bange looking for a 4.11 to go to second place, and Lennox Smith chasing a 4.18. I feel like Lennox has had some really good moments at 2.4, just the 1 carve. If he had have been able to find another section on that wave, or if it had offered it, I feel like Lennox could really have been challenging for a 4+ point score.
Right, really loved the big carve. It was really drivey, smooth, and actually after that, I saw a section that he could have just hit it.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, maybe he, because he was on the wave, he could have done, but maybe he didn't like that rest of the wave. But here is Bodie Williams up and riding. Similar kind of wave to the previous wave. Probably he was looking for the last section, but that wave didn't offer too much. Just over 10 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the point scores, right? There's really not much separating Bodie and Tully. And then between Bodie and Lennox, there's not much separating 1st and 4th. No one is safe in this heat just yet. This last wave, 3.07 for Bodie Williams. Couple of nice turns, but the judges are asking for more. You can kind of see that it fades out by the end of this wave, so doesn't offer a lot. And with 9.5 minutes to go, Tully using priority and not making much of it. So priority goes to Lennox Smith. Second priority to Tim Bange. That is another mistake in this heat. We've had a couple of mistakes, Di.
Like those guys usually don't really make, barely making mistakes. So it's probably kind of tricky out there.
Yeah, it's not expected from the level of surfers that we have in this heat. But it is trickier once you're out there for sure. I mean, Bodie surfed in the howling wind conditions that we had yesterday. It was chaotic, and he was the last heat of the day yesterday. Lennox Smith using priority on this one, straight up for that first turn, gets a rotation, carves through that second section, looking for a third one, which he gets it, and a completion. That is a very well put together wave from Lennox Smith. Needs a 4.18. I reckon he gets it, Di.
Definitely. Yeah, I reckon he gets it. It was a great wave. I mean, how's the first down? Kick reverse. Well, that's proper air reverse right there, and just gets the cut back. And yeah, he gets the finish again. Great combination, air reverse and great off the top. Yeah, it's gotta be 4.11. I mean 4.18.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a score. Looks like Tim Bainge also got a wave in that exchange as well. Let's take a look. He's up and riding on his backhand. Nice first turn. Gets a second one in. Maybe that first turn a little bit late. This last wave locked in at a 3.57 for Tim. So he's still chasing that 4.11. But it's a wave of Lennox Smith that is the question. Is it the score? Is it not? Diane, I think it's the score.
Yep.
100%. Sure, it's a score. We're calling it. 7 minutes to go. Let's see what happens and what kind of pressure that puts on the rest of the competitors in this heat. And even though it's been slow, I feel like the surfing's been really good in this heat, Di.
Yeah. A lot of opportunities coming to this lineup. All the surfers being really selective. That's understandable because you don't want to waste your priority on a not so good looking waves.
Yeah.
But still, a lot of great waves coming through.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still waiting for the last of blue though. Oh,
wow.
Looks like few scores
Take
coming
it easy,
in.
Lennox. Waving his arms. They're having to think. They want to get it right. Patience is a virtue. There it is, 5.33 for last wave of Lennox Smith. He goes to first.
Wow. Big jump up.
Yeah, huge. Bodie Williams down in second. Needs a 4.51 to go back to the lead. Tully Wiley holding first priority. He needs a 2.69 to go to second place. Tim Bainge down in fourth, looking for a 4.3, and Tully has spotted something. He's paddling hard. He needs a 2.69. He's going to use his first priority on this one. Scratches into it. Loads up on the backhand. Nice opening turn. Gets a second one in and lights it up for a third to complete. So 2.69 wasn't a very big score required for Tully. Let's have a look at the replay, Di.
This is a good looking wave. Nice carve off the top. Little check down into the second down. 3 fins out. It was great surfing from Tully Wiley.
He liked it too.
Yeah, 2.69. Yep, I gotta say yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's a score for sure. I think we'll see a situation change. You could see at the end he gave himself a little fist bump. He liked the feeling of that one with 5 minutes to go.
Probably because of we approaching 5 minutes mark now. Tully is in third, probably looking for a wave to go into the first at this time. Probably that will feel much more safe. But the last wave comes in 3.20. He is now in the second place. Bodie Williams now needs 4.05. Tim Bainge needs 4.81.
Wow.
So it's not a big score, but still, you need to do kind of big turns to get those scores.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. 4.05. I mean, Bodie holds first priority. To put it in perspective, he's already got a 4.33, right?
Right.
So he knows what he needs to do to get around that scoreline. But I just feel like Bodhi needs to be aiming for the 5s if he wants to make it harder for Tully. Could we see another buzzer beater? Who knows? I mean, Tim Baines as well, a 4.81. I'm sure he's been watching all day. He knows what it looks like, what that score looks like, kind of what wave is going to allow that as well. It just, so much is coming into play on a day like today here at Jinzun Harbor. You can see the rocks and the harbour here, just kind of setting the landscape of this beautiful place. These waves are so fun, guys. I can't believe you're not in your wetsuit already. We still have like 2 hours left, but usually you're jumping out of your shoes to get out there.
Straight after the event, yep. Yeah, I really love this place. I've been here over like 5 or 6 times already. So
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
So I have kind of a little bit of experience here at Jinzun Harbor. Every time I came here, just provide great shapes of waves and so much fun out there.
Coach Dai.
Yeah.
With the experience, I'd be, Dai, help me if I had a heat.
Just under 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Oh, Bodhi.
Ooh, that
Wow.
it would have been. I gotta say that was a paddle. So he lost first priority. Now he's in the fourth priority. Wow, that was really big mistake for him.
Yeah.
Because now Lennox is kind of following towards him.
That was a really, it feels like that. I'm not sure what he was thinking. And now you can see Tully just hunting Bodhi. He's a bit of a shark right now. He's just getting there, trying to stop Bodhi from getting any wave, any opportunity. But it's Tim Baines that holds a first priority now with 2 minutes to go. He needs a 4.81, and it's never nice when you need a score and the person in second has a priority over you, and they're just following you. And
Everywhere.
Lennox is just like casually, hey guys. Wow.
It's just wide open for Tim Baines. He's got a first priority. So everyone just putting through Tim Baines. He's got a first priority now. He needs 4.81. Bodhi Williams needing 4.05. Not a big score. Looks like there's a little bit of a paddle going on.
Oh, the tension.
Ooh, is there going to be another
Hiroto,
set?
get out of the way, mate. Paddle wide because they're coming for you. And, wow, is there going to be an opportunity? Tim Baines has spotted something a little bit deeper than anyone else, but doesn't like the look of it.
Ooh, there's a set coming to the lineup. So
who is going to be in position? No one.
Oh, no takers on this one. Just under 50 seconds remaining.
That was maybe an opportunity. Bodhi looks like he was just a little bit too far in, and I feel like that paddle for that little wave before is really going to haunt Bodhi because he could have been on that one. And with 30 seconds to go, wow. Tully's like, I'm not shadowing you anymore, mate. I'm making my presence known. And you can see the frustration from Bodhi there. There's 15 seconds to go. Will there be another small opportunity? Tully is just following Bodhi everywhere he goes. And there's no opportunities coming through. So looks like it will be Lennox Smith and Tully Wiley moving on through to the next round. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Bodhi Williams and Tim Baines. This next heat is going to be a huge one. Dakota and Harley Walters taking on Keijiro Nishi and Hiroto Arai. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. We are now into men's round of 64, heat number 5. I'm here in the booth with Paul.
Yeah, unbelievable looking heat, mate. We've got the brothers out there, Dakota and Harley Waters, taking on Kajira Nishi. Hiroto arrived Japan. So a tough heat. And the two brothers out there together, both looking for a result here. And this happens quite a bit in pro surfing. You see, this has been a story we've seen throughout the years on tour. There's been some pretty good sibling rivalries going as well.
Right.
Both of these two electrifying young surfers. Dakota, of course, surfing really well on the Challengers this year and wants to get back there for next year. And then younger bro Harley, who's gone well through the rounds here. We talked earlier about Hiroto Arai, some of the experience he's had. I think you were saying he's recently become a dad?
Yes, new daddy now, but here is 荒井宏斗選手。1本目のライディングです。こちら一発目大きくターンを入れていきます。スープに当て込んだ後少し波が緩慢になってしまったところでキックアウト。こちらに 2.33 がスコアされています。Well, it looks like we have True with last hit winner.
We're in the drone. Thank you so much, Di. Lennox, congratulations on a heat win. It looked kind of tough out there.
Yeah, thank you. Had a bit of a shocker, but happy to get the win on that.
It's a pretty good way to have a shocker, I mean, to still progress through that heat. What you've been watching it a little bit closer, I guess, throughout this event, or today's especially so far. That was a really nice wave from Harley, though. How have you been enjoying Taiwan and kind of getting your first taste in the event with this being your first heat?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous, to be honest. You know, it's pretty tricky out there, but it's a pretty nice place, kinda. And yeah, just happy to get through.
And you've been traveling with a good group of people, and we've got really fun waves today. What's your plans for the afternoon? We've still got some really great heats and great matchups coming on.
Yeah, I'll probably just watch me mates now. Harles and Codes are in, and yeah, just with all my mates here, it's good.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back home?
Yeah, hey to my family, and yeah, how's it going?
Thanks, Lennox. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Drew. Well, looks like Keijiro Nishi got a 7.67, and this is a reply of his first wave. 西慶次郎選手、1本目のライディングのリプレイになります。さあ大きなスラッシュカーブ、その後にこれは素晴らしいレイバックを見せてきます。そして最後までつなげていき、ここでフローターまだ続きます。しっかりとフィニッシュも入れたこの波、これはまだ続いていたようですね。こちらに 7.67 がスコアされました。そしてこれが2本目の荒井宏斗選手のライディング、大きな2発のマニューバー、こちらに 4.83 がスコアされています。Wow, that last of blue. Here's Hurley Walters up and riding. Wow, really love the second attempt and the third. That's a great combination from Hurley Walters. But how was that Keijiro's last first
Mate, what hammer time. What an exchange we saw there. All sorts happening. Really good to see some quality in the water as well. Some steep waves just rifling across the boulders here. Nishi has really impressed me. So I'm on the Challengers up in Portugal. He was absolutely ripping on the backhand. In the early rounds, he was posting huge numbers. It was really dangerous out there. He did fade a bit later in the event, but just tearing into it here. This was another goofy. This was Harley and doing really good work here. Just going past Big Brother and then making room and swinging for finish as well. So got that done and some crisp work on the backhand, really. The board looking bladey and sharp. He's surfing with the speed, and those backhand hits, they're pretty effortless, linked up together well, recovering, kind of drifting with the speed. So I think numbers, all sorts of good numbers to flood in here.
5.33 for the last of Hurley Walters. Great score to open up his account. Now we're still waiting for the quarter, Walters last wave.
Yeah, Nishi with that 7.67. So just looks so bladey, the board. Looks really narrow, actually, compared to what a lot of people are riding. But really sharp looking, and he's so light on his feet. Super technical as well. Can get really tight in the pocket. So Judge is really enjoying the fact that he's just connecting. And I think everyone, like at a certain point, particularly at this level in this round, everyone's got like the technical ability. There's like really good surface throughout each heat. It's just a question if you get that wave with the multiple sections and you get the rhythm between the maneuvers, no downtime. If you can keep the board on edge throughout and go fast, you're going to get rewarded, and he's gone close to excellent.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone has great techniques because, it's a top seeded round now. But yeah, Keiju's wave actually stretch out really long and has a lot of walls to put the turns in, and he managed to put 4 or 5
Yeah,
great
multiple
turns.
hits, wasn't it? Going really fast as well. Yeah, it just looked great. And you talk about speed, flow as the kind of 3 staples. There's other things, the criteria can all get a bit wordy. But if you just kind of make it simple, I think go fast, do big turns, be aggressive, surf with spark is what he was doing there. But it's encouraging to see this energy coming through. Another good-looking wave, Nishi with Pryo.
西選手、2本目のライディングになります。こちらバックサイドへのアタック、1発2発しっかりと決めてきます。3発目もきれいに入れたところでキックアウト。これが西選手の2本目のライディングになります。
Yeah, amazing symmetry in that. So they split the peak,
Right.
they took off at the same time, and kicked out at the exact same moment. So that really was an A-frame peak wave, almost a mirror image of itself. This was focusing in on Nishi's on the backhand here.
Well, gets the vertical section right there, and kind of dies out in the end, but still managed to put 2 turns in, and this is the other side of the same wave. Hurley, Walters. Oh. Probably not as good as Keijiru's wave, but...
Yeah, a bit more stretched out that one, wasn't it? It was really looking for that steep section. It was kind of just evasive a little bit. Surfing with the speed, he's looking really good, like form-wise, and showing a bit of intent as well. We'll get a number in the second score for Nishi.
Comes in 3.27, and the last of white comes in 4.83. So now Keijiro is in the lead with a 7.67 and 3.27. That's a huge number. It's just under 20 minutes remaining in this heat.
Yeah, so what a great way to kick things off with that solid 7 for Nishi. Built himself a platform here. You got to be thinking, unless something goes pretty crazy out here, just the way scores have been going, looking at like the averages of second and third particularly, you'd be very surprised if he ended up in third or worse with that 7.67 on the board. But let's see how it plays out. Everyone capable of that. It just does feel like, in terms of the amount of waves with that order of magnitude on them, are there going to be that many come through? We'll find out soon, but we know it's going to be a tough heat, and the standard's going to be super high in this one. It's great to see that sort of energy go down at the start of a heat and kind of fire things up as well, and give everyone maybe just sort of raising the bar for everybody out in the water. But in terms of that sort of practical task of getting through and trying to get yourself a couple of waves, I think that game plan that a lot of our surfers have been talking about is basically just make the most of the opportunities when they come to you. You don't really need to think too much, like points-wise. It's much more about just kind of surfing to the waves that come through and to the opportunities provided by the ocean. On the prow there, you can see Harley Walters just making his way back north, so to the left of his shot as we look out on the east coast of Taiwan. Jinzun Harbor is the spot. It is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Taitung County is where we're at, down in the bottom right corner. Beautiful part of the world. We've been enjoying the vibes out here. Quite distinct and unique place. It's definitely got its own character. Today it's providing us the best waves we've had as well, which is cool because, yeah, I mean, we're talking about how nice the place is, but ultimately we're here for waves, Dai.
Yeah, today it's been amazing so far. From 6 in the morning till it's about we are hitting about 2 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock. But the condition hasn't been changed so much. It's been a great so far whole day. Hopefully more to come tomorrow, next couple days. But this is very, important heat for everybody. Keijiro Nishi is, really wants to go back to CS tour, and he's gotta have really good result in Taiwan. But here is Dakota up and riding, waiting for the ramp, go into the air. Can he come out of it? Yes, he did. He right out of the air. Wow. It was a great attempt from Dakota Waters. Now he's kind of, well, let's have a look at it again. Nice off the top. And he goes. Big air reverse with a grab. And he navigated well to, right out of the section.
Yeah, he's got an amazing air game. He's so light on his feet and electrifying. Can't help but mention the fact that he spent a lot of time kind of lying down, kind of clawing and scratching and making his way to his feet. Generally speaking, does hurt your score with the panel these days. It's something that we've seen for a couple of years, really. And it to really go big in terms of points for those moves, do you need to kind of stomp the landing clean? So let's see where that number goes. It'll definitely be a helpful number for him. He needs to get going. It's going to be pretty solid, actually. Good score drop, 6-1-7 for him. So well done to Dakota Walters, and he's got himself right back in this heat with a bang.
Definitely, he's back in the game. So all the competitors just checking on webcast, and we're gonna have another great matchup next heat. Shohei Kato, Roy Kanazawa, Dan Thomas, Kobe Clement coming next. Heat number 6.
Yeah, Kobe sitting there with Nathan Webster getting some counsel from his elder, as he's drawing on all his competitive experience, working in that coaching role, advising the youngsters. Right now out in the water, we're 15.5 just inside that, so down towards that halfway mark. And just with that wave from Dakota, he's got himself involved here. So he's got a solid number in the 6-1-7, and he's breathing down his brother's neck at the moment in terms of that second place position. Hiroto Arai he's in fourth, but he's got that first prio, does Hiroto. So, all right, let's get another look here at Dakota.
Nice off the top. Wow, that's like a really left the air actually, and it well navigated and come out of the section wide for that was a great surfing from Dakota Walters.
Yeah, it's been a day today where those big airs into the right, that wind that's blowing down the coast coming kind of northeast. It's sort of the same wind really that generates the swell, and just kind of the coast kinks around, so it provides clean opportunity here. But that's been a great air wind throughout the day really, and we've seen that multiple times from surfers. They need a score. I mean, I guess they're always looking for that regardless of where they are situation-wise in the heat, but you get the right ramp essentially cooperate. And that'll be something that we can expect to see more and more of throughout the rounds as well. But just with a little bit more size and a little bit more cleanliness in the swell. I mean, surfers can go a bit faster, which makes all of those turns just look better, more dynamic.
Right, but a few waves coming to the lineup now. No takers on this one. It looks like Keijiro is having a look at this one. Probably no one's going.
Yeah, Hiroto needs to get involved, doesn't he, with the priority now. Everyone else has got like a mid-range number. I mean, his is a little under. 4.83 is his high score, but I mean, he really wants to try and just get in this conversation now, kind of get in that rotation, put a score up, maybe try and shuffle up the standings in this and put a bit of pressure back. Just ask a few questions, but right now it's really, the whole pace of everything's just been dictated to him by what's coming through, so he's not really had to make a lot of decisions on whether to go or not. Haven't seen a lot of surfers kind of look at waves and let them go. I think they got a real clear idea. It might even be a bit more obvious from the lineup, just in terms of what the good ones look like, than it is from on the beach. But they do seem to have a pretty good read on what opportunities are, particularly the way things have actually, it did look like blowing a bit the wind, but it's kind of cleaned up a touch, actually looking pretty nice out there. Here's a committed paddle from Dakota Walters on 4th priority, and he's building up some speed here and goes up with a punt, going nice and high pretty easily, very light and sprightly on his feet. He'll just throw that one down and won't get a completion there, but from that 4th priority, getting away, sitting slightly wider inside on that right. Why not? Give it a spin.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you have to do when you're in a 4th priority, and especially when you have 617 in your scoreboard, then you're only needing, 399. You can just get anything because Dakota is really capable of getting good airs. So getting 4's probably kind of not easy, but I would say easy for him. Especially he's in the 4th priority, so probably he's trying to get as many as he can. But now, he was looking for the wave. Having a look at this one, but, being very selective. Just under 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So Keijiro is in the 1st place with 3rd priority. He's waiting for probably the left, but he's spotted something out the back. Gently paddling towards the outside. Looks like he's spotted something. Having a look at this one. さあ西野圭次郎選手、こちらバックサイドで1発、2発、綺麗なターンを入れていきます。その奥ではレッドのダコタ・ウォルター選手もアップ。西選手はここでフィニッシュを入れてプルアウトとなります。残り時間14分44秒。現在、西選手は第1位のポジション。
Yeah, nice split peak there. With Nishi going the right on the backhand, driving with heaps of speed. But on the other side of that, and on screen right now on the paddle back, Dakota Walters also backhand. And so much spray from this. And a lot of this is about timing. He gives that a really good crack, drifts the fins out for the recovery. And then this one just rakes that board through that closeout lip line, just slams that lid shut. Very nice, smooth, speedy, controlled surfing. It's a similar sort of story here for that first turn. Nice drift on it, but a sort of slopey, slightly shorter section here for Keijo.
Wow, really love the beach angle for the Keijo's last wave. It's got a really steep section. He hit the steepest section right there and went vertical and straight into the second good turn. It was a short wave, but still was great combination. The last of Keijiro comes in 377. 西選手再び乗ってきます。フローターで抜けて、ここはテールを抜いて回ってきますが、少しバランスを崩してしまう。We are still waiting for the last of Dakota Walters.
Yeah, I reckon a decent number to come in for Dakota. Let's see where it goes. Other than that, we're caught up with numbers, so judges deliberating on that. Backhand hits from him, like we saw on the replay. Tons of spray. We kind of picked that one up in the background in the drone angle while we were on the right watching Keijo go at it. You can see big spray. Meanwhile, here goes Harley. Backhand from him, blows out the tail, reverses it around and lands, and then up again. Gives it a nice stab. So very composed and stylish surfing.
Wow, there's a little bit of spice in the section. So Hurley Walters needing 6-1 to go into first place. Wow, how's that? That was sick. That was sick kick air reverse right there and gets a bonus 2-turn combo. Really liked it.
Yeah, it wasn't like in terms of the wave, the amount kind of size of that wave and just the kind of how much was there on the section, maybe just a little lacking. So he's kind of giving it his own energy, kind of surfing up the section with that progressive approach, which is really cool to see. I don't know if the judge is going to buy into that massively. Let's see. Thinking of his numbers, 4.83 the backup, 5.33 the high, but we still went for a score to come in for his older brother Dakota. It's going to be a decent one, and he'll maybe jump over Harley right now. Let's see as the numbers just keep coming in. Wait for it. One more judge to stick his number in, and we'll get a score for that. But I think he certainly will go to second. He's not going to go to first, but he could be jumping over. There we go. So the number's in. It's the 4.83. So Dakota in second right now. 11 points for him. So not a long way behind Nishi. The leader is still sitting on that 3 right now. Harley drops down. 5.68 the number. Hiroto Arai, mate, where is he? What's he doing? He's been quiet for a long time.
Well, he's been so quiet for the last 10 minutes or so, but he needs to score. He knows that everyone else getting 5, 6, 7s. So probably just waiting for the right ones. But now Hiroto needs 6-1-7. That is a decent score.
Yeah, you did the priority sit for a little while, and that requirement just kind of nudges up around you. So we mentioned he's got a bit of it. He's been doing this for a number of years. He's got some experience, but that will just kind of start to maybe just kind of niggle away a little bit in the back of your mind, thinking, this is getting away from me a little bit here. Really need to try and get involved. It's not a great deal you can do other than really try and find that opportunity. And it's just a question of whether you stick or whether you twist. He doubled down on being super patient, went for that real quality wave, maybe going, right, I need a 7, or do you go, you know what, let's just try and get myself involved and see what happens, get to my feet and get surfing. I think maybe the latter of those two options might be someone he goes for sooner rather than later. We'll tick down towards 6 minutes. A little bit of interest from, well, it is Harley Waterstone. 4th prio. No one else wanted it. He says, I'll take this. Backhand from him. Quick crack with the speed. And then again, a similar kind of turn by blowing that tail out above the lip. And it'll be an incompletion for him on that particular occasion. He'll make his way back out. He's chasing a number. 5.68 he's after.
Yeah, the last wave comes in 2.23, and the previous wave comes in 3.90. So it was a similar approach from him, just one turn and do kick reverse. But probably, like you said, needed a bigger wave to get those.
Yeah, I mean,
5.88.
that to the point we were sort of talking about earlier, sort of no one really interested in that wave. And with 4th prio, he thought he might as well take it. But you can see why their read is pretty good, and they always kind of knew that he was going to stand up a bit, maybe one section, just go a little soft and inside. And anytime these waves seem to come that much in towards the point, towards the beach, rather than stretch and run sideways laterally, they do really lose energy. It's exactly what happened there, and I think everyone identified that. Meanwhile, here's Nishi.
西選手、こちらの波にテイクオフしていきます。3.77 以上でその差を広げていきます。さあ、2発、きれいに決めてきて、ドライブのあるターンをしてきます。ここからインサイドのセクションが切り立ってくると、さらに技をつなげられますが、ここは少しレールが食ってしまったようです。残り時間4分40秒。Maybe probably it wasn't the wave that he was looking for. It was a good looking wave first, but in the end it just dies out a little bit for him. It's a great 2-turn combo, drivey turns, but from here just flat out a little bit. Probably he was looking for the section to stand up. Unfortunately, there's nothing after that.
Yeah, the 3.77 is what he wants read, right? He just, he's got that real quality scoring, but that'll feel like a while ago now. So let's see, threw down that 7.67. So really just trying to nudge things up. He knows scores around him. He knows that people are dropping numbers and improving. So trying to work on the backup. I think he's pretty safe where he is currently. Well, he is currently in first place in this, but right now, when he gets back to the lineup, 3.5, he won't have a great priority situation. Hiroto Arai is still sitting with priority. Last couple of minutes of that, though, the task hasn't got any more difficult for him. He's still looking for that 6.17, but he needs to go something here, and he needs a little bit from the ocean, he needs a little bit of luck.
But there's not much wave that offers 6 and 5s for like 10 minutes also, so I think he's doing a pretty good job to be a patient.
Yeah,
in here.
couple of things really. You think about that 7.67 Nishi, like multiple searing turns, so you really need a bomb, a runner, like a bigger wave that's steep, or you want an air section. I think what Dakota was able to do with that one punt, go above the lip, stomp the landing, eventually make the landing and get a decent number. So it's like one of those two options. You feel like the air section might be something that you can try to find on any kind of wave, looking for a bomb and trying to do it with speedy rail surfing and by hitting the lip. Well, that needs a special kind of wave, really.
So we have just under 3 minutes remaining now. Dakota Waters up and riding, going to the air, but not able to ride out of it. Still needing a wave to better 4.83 to extend his lead. Well, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. It's battling between brothers and Hiroto Arai for the second place. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, looks like Hiroto spotting something out the back. Is there gonna be a wave for Hiroto? Well, he's さあ西選手、この波セットの波レギュラーの方向へアプローチしていきます。2発3発とここは上手に合わせていきます。荒井宏選手、かなりの時間待った波ですが6点台が必要です。スープに縦へのアプローチ、ここからインサイドが切り立ってくると点数も重ねることができます。どうでしょうか。ここはしっかりと波を見てタイミングを測ってつなげていくが、ここは少し波がなくなってしまったか。1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Probably that wasn't a wave. Hiroto was waiting for like 20 minutes.
He waited a long time for that, and it just went soft. I didn't mind the choice when he paddled into it. You just saw that one section kind of crumble in front of him, and he had to do like a softer maneuver. And from then on in, the wave really did just kind of dissipate and drain in terms of energy. And I think he'll be pretty disappointed. He's a long way down the point here. I'm not sure if he's even paddling back out. We did see him get a little look at the watch, but he needed a bit more. Meanwhile, this is an important wave for Harley. Loading up here on the backhand. And then the wave, again, going to a bit of a hole. He's got a couple like that now, so not exactly what he was after then. He's still chasing the number down now, 5.68. The requirement for him, just 40 seconds on the clock. Nervous moments here, Dai.
Really battling out in between brothers, Dakota and Hurley. So now Dakota has first priority. Well, here is really important wave for him. Whoa. It was a smaller size wave, but it was innovative air reverse, I would say.
Here's Dakota. And just riding fakie for a while, all the way back towards the rocks. He'll spin it around and bring it inside. So a finish there with the progressive approach of the brothers Walters going at it, which is great to see. Technique from them in those maneuvers is really cool to watch prior to all of those waves being ridden. And we're going to get scores for everyone. It was Dakota that was in a position to advance. You know what? We're going to get a break. When we come back, we'll bring you official results of that. Hey, we reckon Nishi's looking pretty good to make it through. Find out if he did when we come back. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Drama in that last heat, an explosive start and a nail-biting, nervy finish. We are still waiting for scores, Vaughan Deadly.
What? Man, more drama than an early episode of Melrose Place.
Whoa.
Anyone remember that show? Anyone? No, it was a good show.
Sounds like you're on your own there, mate.
Yeah, look, I was a big fan. There it is. Kajiro Nishi gets it done. A 7.67 and a 3.7. Wow, he sat on that 7.67 that whole heat. That was really early he got that one. Dakota Walters leapfrogs little bro Harley to progress as well. Bad luck, Harles. Big shout out to the Walters family and everyone back in Yamba and Gary Woolawaya watching this one. Or the last one, I should say. But now it is all about Shohei Kato out there in the red. Roy Kanazawa in the blue. Dom Thomas. Pretty much, what is he? What would you call him? The firecracker from this morning's action.
Yeah.
And Kobe Clements, who is out there as well, representing Long Reef. Hey, Tash. Hey, Carl.
So
hey,
half an hour.
Mike and Merck, Salakis. G'day, everyone at home watching. Sorry, mate, what was that?
No, keep going.
Anyway, look,
keep going with the shout-outs, see?
Yeah, I like shout-outs. They're fun. Make people feel good. I'd like to give a shout-out to Mr. and Mrs. Roy Kanazawa. Lovely people.
Nice part of the world.
Lovely part of the world. And Dom Thomas. So this morning, you may recall, lit this joint up.
Yeah, it went mad.
Bam! Blammo! Big old frontside full rotor with more hang time than Michael Jordan in his prime.
Yeah, that was huge.
The good Jordan years, not those Washington years.
Right.
It was horrible.
All the baseball years.
Ooh, yeah. That's a Jordan we don't like to talk about. Does Slater have like a downtime years, do you think?
No. No?
Oh, Paul.
He hasn't got over
Jeez, mate, he's barely left the tour. You can still feel the sheets are warm from where he got out, where he jumped off, and you're just ripping the boot in.
He hasn't got over a 3 for, I don't know, since 2022.
Oh,
Live
you're one of
action
those
right
guys.
now, Kato. Here he goes, ripping in, looking to get considerably more than 3s in this heat, and he's going all right as he swings, and we won't wait for the score to come in because we're going to go check in with the winner of the last heat, who's with Dai.
最初の1本目しっかりと乗ってスコアしてきたあたりさすがだなという感じなんですが、あの1本目はもう完全に見えてたんですか？
いや見えてなかったです。正直あそこのインサイドのレフトを狙ってたんですけど、ちょっとタイミングよく沖からサイズのある形の稲見来たんで、結構ラッキーな感じでしたね。
練習の時もちろん全然コンディション違うんですけど、右の方でグーフィー乗ってるのを見たので、あそこは間違いなく見てたのかなと思ったんですが、そこは予定外の場所だったんですね。
そうですね、スタートからあそこに当たるライトをちょっとメインで狙ってたんですけど予想外のレフトっていう感じで、グリーンの選手があっちの方でちょっと右の方でレフト乗ってたんで、そっちにも行こうかなと思ったんですけど、やっぱ1本目あれ乗れちゃったんで、もう1本っていう風にちょっと欲が出ちゃいましたね。
なんかこう試合の作戦としてはもうライトという風に今言ってたんですけど、他に気をつけるべき点とかはあったんですか？
あとは時間配分かなっていうところですね。やっぱスコアできる波と数がすっごい少ないんで、自分がどこの位置でこう拾えるかっていうのもかなりキーポイントになってくるのかなって思いました。
Yeah, his original plan was to get right, but lucky enough, he's got that left, and he's got a 767, and now he was looking for the left afterwards, but he was happy with the result, and he was focusing on to managing the time in the heat. 台湾は何度も来ていると思うんですが、今回の旅はいかがですか？
結構快適に過ごさせてもらってます。
この後はもうサーフィンないと思います。今日はどう過ごされますか？この後。
この後稲葉レオがこの後ヒート7に入ってるんで、それを見てちょっといつも通り一緒にご飯でも食べて雑談でもしようかなっていうところですね。
たくさんの方見てくれると思うので、メッセージの方お願いします。
次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。あっちゃった。
次も頑張ってください。Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, wow.
cinematic down here in Jinzun Harbor. Mate, I don't know what's going on. I've been doing so many sit-ups, and I just feel like I'm girthing up.
What are you on? Like, how many reps are we talking? What are you averaging?
I don't know. I would say, I don't know, 30 a day. But it feels like it's not doing anything. What have I got to change? Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Kajiro Nishi, mate, last year, True and I went to the South Korean event, the wave pool.
Yeah.
I didn't see you there, so I don't want to rub your nose in it, but it was awesome.
Yeah, all right.
And Kajiro Nishi won that comp. And it was unreal, mate. He was ripping it so hard.
In a 5 mil?
Such a good surfer. Yeah, it was cold. Actually, pool was nice. Pool was warm. Pool was very good. Oh, yeah, there's the replay of...
bit backwashy this one, wasn't it?
Wave,
Bit of wobble on it.
Yeah.
A wobbly thing going on.
I don't think I'm going to even rate that one. And this is nice. This is Dom Thomas. He's a live wire, isn't he? Oh, I love that. Bit of a head flick, look back snap, a la Tom Curran 1983.
Whoa! Did not see that coming.
Tricky.
Where did that come from?
He's tricky.
Wow.
That was good.
So he did multiple maneuvers then, and then getting a little spicy on the inside of the rev to finish. Don't mind it at all.
Every comp has a little bolter. I think I'm going to earmark Dom Thomas as a bolter. Not to put the commentator's curse on him or anything, but...
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Why would you do that to someone?
Well, did you hear Lennox? Did you hear Lennox before, earlier on?
No.
Oh, he had a beauty. Kobe Clements fires around the corner on his first turn, jams the tail up and over. He's such a compressed unit. And out the back, Shohei, he gets busy again. The Japanese surfers do really well in this event, but oh no.
Ouch.
Was that me or him? No, that was him for sure.
Just checking the board there. Looks like he landed on it. You don't want to do a hipper on one of those, do you? Those are nasty.
I have done that. I have copped the nose of the board in the hip, and it's pain unlike anything. It's really bizarre. Don't you reckon?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, look, childbirth, probably worse, but
I don't know. We don't know that it's worse, mate. We can't say that for sure.
No, we can't.
It's up there.
It's right up there, though. Kobe Clements, how good is the compression on him out of the lip? And then able to get really tight and just squeeze that tail out the back.
Yeah.
Pretty spectacular stuff.
He's sort of ringing every drop, isn't he, in terms of potential? This was the smooth carving, setting up really well, and then he thought he'd throw something a bit more dynamic to finish the Kato and went down a bit orcs. But I think he's okay. He's fine. He's good.
Another really painful surf injury. Doing a floater and then landing on your tailbone on the sand.
Oh.
Yeah, I've done that.
Ouchie.
Another really bad one. Jumping off the back of a wave and landing eyeballs first on a jellyfish. I've done that one too. At Raglan, believe it or not. I was blind. I was actually blind.
Yeah, what happened to your face?
Well, it was pretty solid indicators. I landed face first on a jellyfish. It burnt my eyes shut. And then I just had to paddle out wide and wait till my eyesight came back. And by the time it came back, the wind had gone a little bit onshore, so I'd missed a whole hour of just pumping waves. And then I took off on this wave, hit a bit of chop, and snapped my leggy, and my board got washed up on the rocks. One of the great sessions. Kobe Clements gets a little tail release, and up and over here, Roy Kanazawa.
Yeah, good heat this. No one getting stung in the eyeball by a jellyfish. You're just ripping in. So cool exchange. Clements, again, wasting no time to get involved. Getting sort of physical. The board does a lot. It's really dynamic with the turns. And you think 5-5 for his previous wave. That was a wave. I mean, it was a pretty good wave, but he really is just ringing every drop of potential. You see surfers, some of them play it cool and kind of drift out of the turns a little bit.
Yep.
I feel like Kobe's like really giving it some. He's sticking it to it. And I think it's a pretty good call because it is a bit soft and occasionally a bit gutless out there. And sometimes you just got to bring your own mojo.
I think he just knows how to wring every last little bit of power out of these waves too. There's not a whole lot there. So if you can connect with it, which he's doing really well.
Yeah, Kanazawa with the finish there.
Nice. Just a little finishing note on that story of the worst surf I ever had. Once my leggy snapped and I was just watching my board just get bashed on the smooth rocks there at Indicators, I was so angry that I just swam in straight over the rocks and ran up the rocks, left my board there, and just went up and sat in a cave for like an hour and a half. Had to just really decompress after that one, man.
How's that sometimes when the leash breaks and the board...
Surfing, they said. Great fun, they said.
The board floats in, it's near the rocks, it's not quite there, and you're swimming and you're doing okay, and it's, it's not been a set for a while, and you're like, I think I'm sweet, I think I'm good. It hasn't got in there, and just before you get there, the sort of the 7-wave set comes, so it's yeah, nasty. All right, live action, here we go. Kato, backhand from him. First turn gives it a good old swing again, kicking up spray, compresses super low, and he's nimble, he's athletic, and he's a coiled spring, so... Decent work, nice and crisp on the backhand. Not a massive wave. There'll be a number for him. Judges will deliberate exactly where it puts him. Let's get another look here, Vaughan.
Stayed busy. I reckon it's got a little whiff of the Milkies about it. You know, he's surfing it extremely well, as you said. Very nimble. But just the wave gave nothing. So, like, he's constantly forcing the turn there. And, you know, I think that might nudge a 4. I can't see it going much better. If you think about Kobe Clement's attack, a 5.5, and it was, you know, there's a lot more going on.
When you came out of that cave in Raglan, New Zealand, how did you turn your life around? What did you do? Did you sacrifice anything? Did you what did you offer up to the universe?
Yeah. Well, often in those scenarios, mate, I just sacrifice myself. It's the only way. You know, surfing, they said, you'll never come in from the surf in a worse mood than you paddled out in, they said. But let me tell you, mate, I've had plenty of surfs where I've come in just ready to snap over a board over my knee and burn all my wetsuits and rip all my photos of Tom Carroll off the wall and, I don't know, take up golf or something. Mind you, I don't do much better. I don't fare much better on the golf course.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite good for getting frustrated, isn't it, that sport?
Shout out to Steve Clements, dear friend of mine from way back in the day, a dear friend of the Starlings, Papa. And, that's his son out there, Kobe. Great surfer. Steve was a great surfer, or is a great surfer, but was a great surfer on the Kiwi back in the day. You know what they called it back in the day, mate? Just grinding the queue, mate. Hey, Ben, yeah, not bad, just grinding the queue. Tell you what, there's not much grinding going on in this regional queue, though. Jack Thomas goes for the repeat. He won't land that one. Yeah, it's been anything but a grind, really, man. Like, Crewy was cooking. Nias, cooking. Xavier Huxtable got a perfect heat.
It's like dream surf trips, and people just happen to be wearing a singlet, basically.
That's right. For Cloud9, pumping.
Yes, please.
So this regional queue is delivering the goods for these young upstarts looking to create magic like this guy. And this is the replay.
Oh, man, that made my ankles twinge quite a lot there, both of them. Ouch.
You could feel the calcified cuttlefish bones where your ankle cartilage used to be.
Oh, yeah, just sort of like rusty bed springs in there. Just sort of Coke cans sort of grinding and being crushed. Clunking, clicking.
That's it,
Not
mate.
in a good way. Ouch. Now, he's fine, though. They're young. He's sprightly.
Here we go. This is Kobe Clements. He's loading up now. Heaps of speed. Goes for the full rotor, but he'll just do the land on the lid right out backwards. Oh, he's on his way, and he slipped there. So Roy Kanazawa now. Just a couple of taps. Unusual from Kobe. He clicked the air rev pretty well. Didn't get a whole heap of height, but kind of like rode out of it with plenty of speed. I thought, oh yeah, he'll put some more points on this.
Maybe he was adjusting the feet. How maybe he was sliding the feet back on the board, and that's when he went down. Possibly. Don't know. Under 16 minutes to go. It is Kobe Clements with the lead in this. Got that 5-5 early on. That was his first wave. And he's just looking to back that now. Let's see where he goes. He will get a number for the portion of the wave, which complete included that slightly flatter spin in the air. It was complete, though, before he went down. So a number will come in for him. And he does get a little improvement, actually. 4 points in for Kobe. So just nudging the score up and extending his lead down towards that halfway mark. Now priority is with Kato, who after trying to milk a bit of a softer left. Still looking, try and make his mark in this. And we don't have huge numbers as we go down the order. Both Thomas and Kanazawa looking to try and fire up Vaughan. And we're just staying warm here in the booth, aren't we? Just vibing on the action.
Well, what people don't realise, and why would they, but we're in the same box as all the gear used to do the broadcast, which gets quite hot. So the room has to stay at -3 degrees constantly. And, fair enough, mate. The machines matter.
Yeah, well, if we do a QS event at the North Pole, at least we'll be prepared.
True. Did an event in the snow last year, and it was pretty much exactly the same as this. Cabe Clements, 5.5 and a 4. Keito with a 3.47 and a 2.5. And here he goes. Springy, light, fast, searing off the bottom. Cute air rev. But cute, it's one of those words, isn't it? If someone said, yeah, you're cute. Like say the girl you had a crush on went, yeah, you're cute. It doesn't.
You'd take it, wouldn't you?
Well, I'd rather have dangerous or, I don't know, bad.
Sus.
Oh, not sus. Definitely not sus. Cute, yeah, it's just one of those words,
I think...
let me say it like this then. Like if someone went up to say you got a mad crush on someone, and they go, hey, Paul, he's got a crush on you, and they go, yeah, he's cute. Yeah, he's cute. See? Cute.
I got a different word. I'm going to say polish for Keito. I thought that was really smooth.
It was smooth, but it was still cute.
What
did he get? 3.17?
It was smoot.
Yeah, he got a 3.17. So I think I am justified in calling that
no, fair enough. You've nailed that, mate. You got that. I just think a better way from him, that kind of surfing, just a bit more critical, bit more of the danger element.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's cute. I'm saying that air was cute.
Just let it go now, mate. just let it go. It's 13 minutes to go.
Oh, please, can we?
Kanazawa is only looking for a modest number. The 3.14 is still with Keito sitting on those threes. The surfer in red, Thomas as well, only looking for 3.64. So those three surfers looking to fire up here. It's Clements has shown us the best of it. And he's picked opportunities from the get-go here and just got himself in front. He's got a few points on the rest of the board. He'll be feeling better about the way things are going, although still in single figures and still under threat. Vaughan.
Wow, that's amazing. Kobe's last wave, the one with the air rev where he rode out and then bobbled and fell, that was a 4.
Yeah, he got a little improvement on that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I reckon that's nice. So Kobe is in the lead. He'll be so happy that that wind isn't blowing like it was yesterday, because he's been growing that moustache for at least 4 years and the wind would have just blown it straight off yesterday. Oh, here he is, Jack Thomas. Not Jack Thomas, Dom Thomas. And Kobe going for the corrupt flip. He's a weapon at that move. I think if he gets the section, keep an eye out for it. Oh, strong finish here from Roy Kanazawa. This is a great heat, isn't it? These guys are all in really good form.
Yeah, I think the level of the surfing's not really been matched by the Ocean so far in this one. The Ocean needs to step up a little bit. We've had a few opportunities come through, but not really enough. And I think everyone's kind of shown flashes of their skill set. We know about how electrifying Dom Thomas can be. Even in this one, he's shown, he's had a couple of attempts. We just need to get more waves. Is that being greedy? Am I asking for too much?
I don't know, mate. Are you having a crack at the Ocean here? That's what it sounds like. Sounds like you're having a crack at the Ocean.
I'm just saying, if it fires up, it would be a period of sort of energy would be greatly appreciated, is what I'm saying. This is nice.
That was a sick finish. Wow, Roy Kanazawa. When he whacks it, that ability to just tweak and sort of pivot on the tail, but board slide at the same time.
Yeah.
I love that turn. That's so cool.
Yeah, I think that's been kind of an important manoeuvre at this event, I'll say. Seen lots of those, haven't we?
We have.
Those little drifty kind of shifties. Looking a bit ominous out there, mate. Quite steely, kind of grey look to things.
Do you reckon Josh Kerr, so we saw Kobe Clements just try a corrupt flip before. Do you reckon he is stoked, like a proud dad, when he sees a move that he invented getting done by competitors? Or do you think he goes, well, I patented that.
Yeah,
So
what are you doing?
Show me the money.
I reckon he's fine if it's not in a heat with him, but imagine if someone did one in a heat that he's in.
Oh, that's
great. I think then it could get fiery, couldn't it?
Love that, yeah, for sure. You just cursied me. 10 minutes remaining, so time ticking away. Who's in this next one? Carota, John Mark Tukong, Rio Naba, Eden Hassan coming up next. And it looks like Dom Thomas just holding off there. Down the beach. Kobe jams it. Throws some tail for good measure. Yeah, I love his style. Kobe Clements. He's full attack dog mode all the time.
Yeah, he's enjoying the challenge, I think, out there at the moment. It's you can just see even from his sort of paddle style, he's got some sort of physical intensity about him. Matches that with that mental approach as well. And in a heat where, maybe not incredible pulsing sets, he's generating good score coming through for him.
So there must have been something at the start of that wave. We kind of joined it about halfway through. Let's have a look.
Numbers in, mate.
Whoa, 6.1, Kobe Clements. Really starting to flex on the opposition here. Roy Kanazawa now needing a 6.43 to take the lead. Shohei Kato, he needs a 5.2, and Dom Thomas, 5.67. I think for Dom, the temptation's going to be there to try and get that in a single move. And fair enough, if the wave produces itself. However, if he doesn't get the section, I don't know. What do you think? Does he go for the Hail Mary at this stage with 8 minutes to go, or does he just try and put together a good wave and just keep his composure?
I think go Hail Mary.
No, good on you,
Entertain the crowd, stick with the winning formula.
Yeah.
He's up there on those best waves of the event for a reason, and we want to see more of it. He might have a go here. He's paddling.
Okay, this looks like a clean little face. Off the bottom for Dom. First snap, nice. Second, just a little bit of a tap. He's hoping for a section on the inside. Has he got one? He does. It's a massive full rotation, but no. Oh. So close to nailing the score he needed there.
Yeah, it was. That was the score all day long. Great wave, great surfing. So close to stomping that. Love the way he built up the speed. And he just makes it look so effortless and easy. And even when you kind of know it's coming, it doesn't sort of diminish from how cool it looks. Eden Hassan getting down to biz, jogging down. Got the bit between his teeth. He's ready to go. 7 on the clock here. Vaughan Clements still leading this on that 6-1 and the 5-5. They're pretty solid numbers.
Here's Axel Carota. Northern Beaches represent. Lots of Northern Beaches surfers in this fan, actually. Northern Beaches of Sydney, that is. At one stage, there was like 7 world champions hanging around the beaches.
Who's going to be the next one from that?
Oh, from the Northern Beaches?
Who's the best bet?
I think if she goes all the way, maybe Miller Brown. If she goes that route, she could quite easily go down like a bit of a Dane Reynoldsy free surfing route, though. She is really good. George Pittar, maybe.
How excited are you about next year's tour? Hey, on a scale of to frothing, where you're at?
I'm at pretty much premium. Redlining froth.
You're that excited, you're sort of struggling to do the zip on your weddy because your fingers are trembling.
That's right, yeah. It's really up there for me. This is the best looking tour I've seen in so long. We've got all the big dogs in good form, healthy, fit. John on the back of his 3rd world title. That'll re-engage Medina, you'd think, because Medina's going to go I only have eyes for John, and John only has eyes for Gabe. And meanwhile, you've got
Felipe Toledo coming back. You got Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing, and Jack Robbo have all been in 3 WSL finals days. It's madness how stacked the top of the pot tree is at the moment, and the tour, the schedule is the best it's been since the real old days of the Dream Tour when the great Bhagwan Rabbit Bartholomew was orchestrating all of that. So,
and
I would say I'm the most excited, and that's just on the men's. Like the women's is even more crazy because you got Erin Brooks coming at this youngest women's world title, or one of the youngest ever. It's incredible. Shohei Kato, here he goes, up and over. He throws it late. He'll get the spin. See, he's going to go close for sure. But what I really love about that wave was just how hard he went after that first turn.
Yeah, he's got a sort of slight cheekiness to his surfing that I really like. He just kind of cruises through, and then all of a sudden, he does stuff like this and just fires up. Look at this. So, you got no real idea as he's coming off the bottom what he's going to do.
Nah.
And maybe a late decision, just staying in terms of keeping his options open, and then being really innovative off the top, so just giving it loads of extra pepper. Love it.
Yeah. I actually thought he'd blown that in section. I thought he's hit this a little late.
So technical.
Next thing you know.
Yeah, make that look pretty easy. That's not easy to do at all.
Tail blow.
And it's kind of risky as well because you're already on your way to a reasonable number. He knows the scores aren't great around it. He probably doesn't not going to need 2 8s to get through. So you could forgive him for being conservative. But he says, no, I'm not going to be. I'm going to go for it.
No, I will not be conservative. I will do a big turn here. You know what's funny is he's getting rid of a 3.5 here. This is a real catastrophic wave for Shohei and Dom.
Yeah, not what they wanted.
I think Roy is going to be feeling pretty good after that one.
Yeah, let's see where it is numbers-wise for him. Dom's paddling back out here. Saw him, we mentioned, just blowing up in the early rounds, but he's going to have to try and keep it going. He's going to have an opportunity.
This? Oh, this is a solid wave. It's clean too. Off the bottom. First turn is searing. A beautiful pocket snap. He really does need this thing to stand up, but that cutty was nice. And he'll stick with it. And he's pushing this thing right through onto the inside. Larry, 5.67. It's a really significant score. We still,
and that's going to go up as well.
Yeah, we still haven't seen it. Look, I reckon that might have gone into that world, maybe. Let's have a look. First turn's nice.
Not sure myself, mate. I don't think so.
Nah, it's a bit too hard, isn't it?
I think he's going to need more than that anyway, but even that 5.67, I'm not sure we really saw that there.
No, you're right. Bummer. Good wave, good surfing. He might have enough time to...
Kanazawa's numbers drop, mate. 617.
Yeah, well, that one was going to hurt when it dropped, and it did. Full dead arm. Crow peck. Blue Mountain.
So Thomas now is struggling. 771 what he's after. He's going to get a number to come through. Kato's looking for 744. And that really has just kind of put a significant gap now on the chasing pack. Final minute, though. We're not going to count anything out. We know how big Thomas, for one, has gone already. He's going to need to try and do that again here. Numbers in. He gets a small one. It'll be a backup score for him, a 337. So 771's the number, but to get that, it's just get a wave.
Well, time's the enemy. Always has been, always will be. Poets wrote about it. Scholars philosophise about it. Time. And here goes Kobe Clements. Well, he's having a good time.
He's having a hell time.
Yeah. Time isn't his enemy. Time's just a concept, mate, for Kobe.
It's 20 seconds time. He's going to be heading through to the round of 32, barring something crazy happening. Meanwhile, nice wrap, smooth, incisive, sharp, shiny. Kato, not enough.
No, and he screams to the heavens. I don't speak much Japanese, but I can get the gist of it. Oh, what is this? What is this?
Wowzers.
Before the hooter, and Dom Thomas has thrown down what is without question, the turn of this heat.
What do we
Will
watch?
it be enough?
What's happening here, Vaughan? 7-7-1 is the number. That's the requirement. Found himself a wave.
They're going to go close, mate. This is easily the best wave of the heat. So the top scoring rider of this heat so far is a 6-1-7. Let's have a look. It's a massive full rotation. And I think really, he'll be unlucky not to get the score here. This is really huge high-risk surfing under pressure. The buzzer beater. Will we see it come into play here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing? Look at him, he's frothing. Go the Grom. Scores are waiting. Look at that headshot. What, was that his preschool photo? Maybe time for an update. Hey, this is amazing. Got to put your hands together for this kid. Wow. Port Stephens? Or Newey? He's a Newey boy. Score's about to drop. He needs a pretty significant one. Oh, it is right there. He needs a 7-7-1.
Not going to get it. Not enough.
A 7.33. Oh, that stings after making something so good. Yeah, we feel you, mate. We feel you. That was a huge effort. But you got to hold your head up high. That was like,
respect.
do not say die. Fight to the very death, and he will, he'll have to sort of have a think about it, I guess, and consider what he could have done different. But he gave it everything. Great effort. But, mate, it's Kobe Clements and Roy Kanazawa who will get it done. We're going to have Jean-Marc Lecong up and over. The Philippines' finest. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more from the Taiwan Open of Surfing in just a moment. Great heats. Welcome back, folks. It's the Taiwan Open of Surfing 2024, the last regional QS 5000 of the year. And what a heat we just saw. Fireworks from Dom Thomas, but not enough to progress. Kobe Clements and Roy Kanazawa of Japan getting it done. Out in the water right now, Heat 7 in the round of 64. Rio Inaba from Japan, Jean-Marc Taitung, everyone's favourite surfer from the Philippines, Axel Kuroda from Australia on the Northern Beaches, and Eden Hassan out there as well. Vaughan Blakey, true starling, calling the action. What do you like about this heat, True? I know that you're a big fan of these surfers.
Yeah, I definitely am. I think this heat's one of the heats where you just don't know what's going to happen. I feel like all afternoon there's been so much going on. There's been good surfing. There's been some upsets. I feel like that last one with Dom Thomas, he was unlucky to not get the score. This is Axel Kuroda up and riding. Nice opening turn. Oh, solid second turn there from Axel.
Vicious turns. Really putting some sting in it. We've seen a lot of that, but let's throw it down to Paul Evans with the winner of the last heat, Kobe Clements.
Yes, thank you, Deadly. Kobe, a bit of drama at the end of that one, but by that stage, you were kind of out of that because of your strong start. Tell us how you found that fast start.
Oh yeah, it was pretty fun, super slow out there, but glad I got some good waves in my heat, and yeah, it's so playful out there.
Got a bit of chance to watch it today. We've seen a lot of heats go down already up until now. Like, what exactly are you looking for? What are your tactics going into a heat like that?
I was just trying to push through my turns and hopefully go in the air. I thought my 6-point ride I was going to try and going to have to go in the air, but I'm glad I kind of just finished it off, and yeah, super excited for the next heat.
Yeah, interesting hearing you say you're pushing through your turns, because the wave sometimes looks a little bit soft, but it feels like your board's doing a little extra and it's working really well. It looks like you don't necessarily need all the bombs to get really good scores. It's working for you, that approach.
Yeah, I just got a new chili design with like a little bit more hip, and I just tried it out in the free surf and it goes pretty good, but yeah, it's good.
And a lot of the Aussie boys down here watching on at the moment, another important heat in the water. Are you loving that squad energy? Is that something you draw a bit of inspiration from?
Yeah, I love the team energy. It's so good. Everyone cheering for each other and having a good time, and yeah, it's sick.
All right, mate, keep it going. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Paulie. Thanks, Cobes.
Merci, Kobe.
Congrats, mate. Yep. Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
Très bien.
His mum, Sophie, is from Capriton in France.
How cool is that? And flying down the line and into the air with a beautiful little make. That is Eden Hassan. And Jean-Marc does the same out the back. Ooh. Doesn't get the right out. So I believe Eden is coming about 19th on the rankings at the moment.
Eden had a quarterfinals. Okay, fun fact.
Give it to me. I love fun.
Yes.
Love facts and I love fun facts.
Okay. Eden Hassan and Marama were matched together in the quarterfinals at Shagao, where Marama actually got the win over Eden and knocked Eden out, who was actually, in my opinion, looking really good for a final finish. This was Marama's first wave, which was a 3. We're going to go through a few replays, so we'll come back. But this first wave, a 5.5 for Rio Inaba.
Look at the power on him. He is huge.
Solid backside surfing from Rio. He kicks out. Axel's first wave came in at a 3. This turn, bang, gets it. Perfectly timed for that end section, and then Eden Hassan's first one as well. Goes to the air, gets a reverse, and driving through a couple more turns, jams it for another one. So, yeah, looks like Eden Hassan getting a good one, and then Rio Inaba also getting another wave to back up the 5.5. Rio just waiting for this one to stand back up again, gets another connection, and like you said, Vaughan, Rio, he's a thicker set guy. He's very strong, and Eden Hassan, he's just looking so at ease out there, especially in the air. So many waves have gone down. Marama up on this one as well. Gets a rotation, but just wasn't able to bring it back around.
We all know how strong he is in Cloud 9, Philippines. He's won that event 3 or 4 times, and he always puts himself in the frame to qualify for the Challenger Series. He's sitting in 10th at the moment. So it'd be so great to see Jean-Marc get into that qualifying position and represent the Philippines on the Challenger Series. There's nothing better than seeing, a wide range of countries represented. He's a great surfer, incredible tube rider. Mm-hmm. And there's so many surfers who you feel like if they actually made it onto the tour, especially with waves that, are heavy and barreling, he could sort of cause quite a few upsets if he got there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Great wave. And again, from Axel Kuroda. What other fun facts have you got for me? I've got one for you.
Okay.
Axel's coming 9th at the moment on the Australia Oceanic ratings.
Okay.
So he can really, with a good result here, put himself in that conversation for qualification for the Challenger Series.
It's not really a fun fact, but Axel got knocked out in his first heat in Chagao. So in Cloud 9. So that kind of makes a little bit more pressure for this event, maybe for Axel to kind of perform and definitely, I think, get into the quarterfinals and above, because they take top 7 plus a wild card for the Australia region. It's, Axel, I'm gonna get it wrong, so I'm not gonna guess, but he's from the Northern Beaches region. He's working with Noodles and Duke Kelleher as well, up in that Manly zone, either North Stain or Queen's Cliff. I'm not gonna guess. I always get it wrong. I feel like
you do not want to get the Queenscliff North Stain thing wrong.
Never. North Stain. Yeah. Originally North Stain for Axel Kuroda. And with 20 and a little bit minutes, he's got a couple of good scores. I feel like there's been so many waves in this heat already. Rio's had the best of it though, 5.5 for Rio Inaba. And he's going to have another look here. Up and riding on his backhand. Gets a nice first connection, but just coming off the back. And Eden Hassan, the young gun, jams it vertically. Gets another connection. This wave dies off, so he kicks out. Eden Hassan was actually a part of the Australia Team ISA team who went to El Salvador and we won gold.
Oh, that's awesome.
There. He got an equal 7th from memory, and he's just looking smooth right now, Vaughn.
Oh, he's got a beautiful rhythm, hasn't he? I love the way he can pivot out of the lip, snap it. Yeah, Kuroda, North Stain board riders who celebrated having a representative on tour.
Yes.
This year with Georgie Pittard. So that's pretty huge. And Queenscliff have a potential CT surfer in Winter Vincent doing the rounds as well. So look out. Those north side of Manly Beaches, they're starting to perform again. And this guy, mate, I reckon he would brush his teeth with logs. He is huge. Just full-grown trees. Rip them out of the ground, brush your teeth with.
Yeah, Rio's such a powerhouse, that's for sure. He's just started off so well in this heat and kind of building from there. Let's take a look at this replay for Rio Inaba. Bit of a smaller looking wave to start, but it just builds. Really nice first turn. Gets that second one in as well. Rio smooth on his backhand. And you can see just ditches the fins a little bit, but that was a bit of a nothing section.
I find it a bit surprising. He's way down the rankings. He's sitting at 17th. That's in the Asia region. He's always been a standout throughout all of these events. So I wonder what's happening this year. Injuries
he did
or
good
something?
last year, right?
Of course, he surfed in the Olympics. That's what happened. There was the small matter of the Olympics where he went off. Oh, my God. Yeah, he was spectacular. What did he end up there? Fifth? Just missed the medals. Just missed them. That was amazing, that side of the draw, the way it was playing out. That's what makes the Olympics so great. All of a sudden, you've just got, one side of the draw with 1,000 heavyweights, the other side of the draw with these just gritty tube pigs who wanted to get it done for their country. It's fantastic. Yeah, he provided some other real highlights from those Paris Olympics. There's the Aussie crew. Zave Harks, Tully Wiley, Dill Moffat. Who else is there? Kobe up the back.
Yep, Kobe's there. Saxon Reba.
Saxon.
Nudes.
The great Nathan Webster, the Masters World Champ a few years ago.
Yeah.
Remember that? 2012.
Wow.
Masters World Champ.
A few years. 12 years.
12 years, was it?
12 years ago.
Well,
2012.
what does that make him now?
I don't want to know.
Probably like an old wizard or something. He looks like a wizard.
Mate, he is giving such great support here for the Northern Beaches crew, that's for sure. He's just making sure that they're getting everything they need.
He's a fashion wizard, that's what he is.
Oh, yeah.
Good. Always got
great
impeccable style. Always has. Always has. One of the real heroes post-momentum era for Australian surfing. He, along with Jake Patterson and Richie Lovett, were the sort of the first surfers to crack the CT in the wake of that sort of American domination and the rise of Kelly Slater. And he was just on every single mag cover all over the world. But in Australia, he was just so photogenic, such a live wire surfer, so fast.
Yeah.
You surf with him in different teams challenges. He's from your Board Riders Club.
Yes.
What am I telling you for? You know everything about nerds.
Definitely watch him surf and I'm like, wow, he never falls
Look at this,
off.
Rio.
And, oh, wow. Just landing off the back of that wave. But, yeah, Noodles never falls off. Ever. I don't think I've ever seen him fall off. He goes out and surfs with no leggy on. I actually remember doing a team ABB training. And I think Noodles was there and the Hog and we're just like doing mock heats or something like that. Maddie Cattle was on the beach filming and Noodles went out. It was like 4 feet. Good. Like it was proper good northy. And he went out with no leggy, got 2 waves, didn't fall off, lose his board at all and got 2 really good ones. And that was super unlucky for Marama. Yeah, and Maddie was like, and that's how it's done.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
fantastic surfer, and now leading the way with this new crew out of New South Wales. And out the back, it looks like Eden Hassan. Just an in and out.
In and out for Eden. He's from Port Stephens, that region there in like the Newcastle kind of zone. And he, like I said, got to quarterfinals at Cloud9. Had a really great event. He was super impressive. Honestly, I was thinking that Eden was going to be going to the finals. That was how good he was looking throughout the whole event. He was getting excellent or near excellent scores every heat. It was amazing.
And just a young guy?
Yeah, I think he's around 17, 18. So he's still pretty young, come off the... he'd be 17 because he went to ISA World Juniors this year. So he's still a junior, still has so much to learn, but he's just very poised in heats, very calculated as well. But kind of just hides it under this real, like, hey, how's it going? Happy-go-lucky kind of energy.
I call that the Katie Simmers.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
I'm just cruising. I don't really care too much, whatever.
yeah.
And next thing you know, you're comboed, you're copping full rotators in your face, you're getting sprayed every time they paddle past you. Yeah, I like that. It's a tactic.
Yeah, it's cool.
Were you chirpy in a heat? Would you talk to people or would you just mind your own business and have a bit of a poker face?
I guess it depends, like, who's in the heat. Sometimes I'd chat, more often than not, I'd just mind my own business. Kind of just sit out there and sing to myself, really. What about you? Would you be chatty?
I always like to talk in a heat, and some people just shut it down. They can't hack it at all. But it's been a long time since I've surfed heats, so don't know. Oh, here we are. This is Takong. Oh, how did he pull that out? Thought he was long gone.
Wow.
This has been a tricky heat, hasn't it? No one's really getting any momentum here. I think Rio Naba has actually gone out to the lead. Eden Hassan had a good early start, but since then, there hasn't been a whole lot going on. Takong gets a make out of that without, a great deal of control. I don't see the judges rewarding it very highly. Spectacular looking, but, if you know surfing, you know that was a bit of a recovery.
Yeah, well, the judges definitely, criticising any fumbles if it's not a clean finish, for sure. So, I mean, it was sick for Marama, but... just not quite the score that he was probably looking for.
You know who's super chirpy in heats, apparently?
Oh, tell me.
Goat.
Yeah.
He just bleats and bleats and bleats the entire heat. And, Fanning always tells the story. Well, Fanning is the complete opposite. He's famously, the guy who people would try and say something to, and he was just ice cold. He actually got that from his hero growing up, Danny Wills.
No way.
Yeah, well, he got a wild card to Bells in 2001 when he was just a 19-year-old. And he ended up winning the comp, but he paddled out in the final against his childhood hero, the best surfer from the North Coast, Danny Wills, who I believe came third in the world maybe in 98. And, so they're paddling out there for Bells, and Mick was like, man, this is so cool. I can't believe it. Danny didn't even look at him. Didn't say a thing. Gave him nothing. ice cold shoulder. Have a slurp on that, Fanning.
Heartbreak.
But that's where Mick learned it.
Yeah.
He employed that for the rest of his career, and 3 world titles later, it's hard to argue.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do to win. That's for sure. Get the job done.
Where do you draw the line? Soaping up someone's wax.
Oh, yeah, I would never do anything like that.
Like putting a little nick in their leggy.
Yeah, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
What about these ones? What about these ones, though? If someone's walking out and you're about to paddle out with them and you look at their board and you're like, oh, are you riding that? Just drop one of those on them.
No. I can't psych people out. I feel like bad karma is going to come back around.
Hassan flying down the line, no options. Yeah, see, the thing I love about Eden is I love it when someone just pops up on your socials who you might not have been paying much attention to. Like, having commentated junior events and all that sort of thing, you see the names, I'm pretty familiar with them, but then one day you're just scrolling through your socials and you just see, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 clips in a row where they're just completely lighting up in all these different sorts of conditions. And Eden's kind of had one of those years.
Yeah.
I think he's really sort of making a name for himself with some spectacular free surfing. So he's doing it out of the Rashi, which is great too.
Yeah, I just love how he's able to transfer it into events, and there's not really, you know how sometimes you watch people kind of free surf different to how they surf a heat? There's not that much difference, like maybe he'll start off being a little bit he'll turn the dial down a little bit, get a couple of completions, but then as soon as he's got that, he just turns it up and it's amazing to watch.
Quick look from Rio Inaba, holding on to first place with a 5.5. He wants to get rid of that 3.27. Really, everyone is within range here. 4.28 will get Eden into first. And Axel, Jean-Marc to Kong, they're not really needing anything to get into second either. So it's one of those grindy ones, isn't it? This is the heats where you're not getting a lot of opportunities. You might kind of get sucked into going for a wave that you normally wouldn't go for, and then you lose priority, and you got to be so on top of your tactics in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like as well, when there's not many waves coming through, you just need to be more aware of what's going on around you, and kind of where you're at too, and keeping an eye on what the scores you are, where you're sitting, maybe even where everyone else is, because it's quite slow out there. Considering like how fun it is, the good ones are few and far between, that's for sure. And I just think, keeping an eye on everything and being aware of it all is so important on a day like today.
It is. It's been nice that the wind has not really fired up today. Ever since we got here, it's just been a blasting us in the face.
Yep. It's been crazy.
Today's been very glassy, lots of opportunities, some good pulses throughout the day as Hassan takes off. Bit of speed, nothing there, way down the priority tree, so any low-hanging fruit, he's just going to snap onto it.
Yeah, he really will. I mean, he's no harm, no foul, right? He can kind of just paddle around, try and better the 3.6, but just seems like he can't get rid of it right now. There's not much going on, and Marama looking for a 5.1.
Oh, those wobbly ones.
Yeah, that was uncharacteristic from Marama. I mean, he's usually quite a smooth surfer, and it was just the wave had a bit of bubble, maybe trying to force it a little bit too much. It's a pretty big score, 5.1. It's difficult to get on a day like today, but definitely not out of reach. One huge air, and he's got the score.
On the flip side of that coin, Axel Carrotta holding on to priority. He's in third. He needs a score. Not a huge one. A 3.98 will get him into second, but I think he'll be aiming to get himself into the lead if he can. So I can't see him really making a move for anything other than a set wave.
Yep.
It'd be pointless too. We know that the in-betweeners just aren't really lining up on this tide at the moment. Inaba, big powerful gaff off the top. Gets a second hit in, so the combination is complete. He'll flang down the line and throw the tail up and over. Great finish.
Yeah, that was solid from Rio. He was just looking smooth, and you can see Keijiro Nishi there supporting on Taichi Hagita. And I think that was Daiki Tanaka as well. And a couple of others. But this last wave of Rio, smooth surfing, really crisp. And they're also watching fellow teammate here, Rio, tags it for a finish.
Yeah, well, all he's really looking for is anything better than 3.27, and
I think
job
he's got
done.
that. I reckon he's better to 3.27 for sure on that last wave.
Well, I think the last turn just put it beyond doubt because the first 2 turns were pretty nice.
Yep.
But the last turn, he was able to kind of get a bit of a really decent crack at it and throw a bit of flair into it as well. 4.83. So he increases the lead. And now things start to become, the pressure game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chess match now. And Eden Hassan scratches onto this one. It's a good-looking wall, Vaughan.
Lots of speed, big flat frontside air rev. Not a huge section. And the judges will be paying close attention to that. Pretty cool first turn, though, as he tries to get some little bonus on the inside. He gets a little Larry in. And I really think that's worth doing. Look at that. He's finishing right on the rocks. But, sometimes you think, well, is it worth going all the way in for that? And I think in this occasion it probably doesn't hurt because he's looking to get better than a 4.5. Oh, there's a lot of downtime.
Yeah. It was a nice end turn. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think it might come up short. Just under 5 minutes remaining. The Aussie crew down on the rocks. The Japanese crew on the chairs behind. There's all sorts of crew around. Actually, there was a massive contingent of competitors just all hanging in that first little space on your left. There's the Japanese surfers as we zoom along the rocks. That's your little paddle out zone. Those rocks, for want of a better description, kind of suck.
Yeah.
They're not very big, so they're constantly moving under your feet when you're trying to get a solid launch pad to get out over them.
And they're so slippery.
Oh, they're so slippery.
I was actually coming in and I was way down and I slipped and fell on the rocks.
Well, we saw a competitor come in on day one, soaked in blood.
Oh, yeah. That was scary.
It's just a tiny little, you know how head cuts, quite often you just get a tiny nick, but it just looks hectic.
Yeah. That was one of those moments.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's okay.
Ryaru Itu in the next heat.
Can you read that, Vaughan?
I actually cannot read it.
I got you.
Help me out.
All right, so we got Ryaru Itu in that next heat. Sung Lin Han, as well. Ollie Rissenbeck and Taichi Hagita.
A Taiwanese server?
Yes.
Oh, that is all time.
Seeded into the round of 64.
How great.
Yeah, that's exciting. But, okay, that last wave of Eden didn't go into the top two, Vaughan.
No, I had a feeling. You had a feeling. One judge gave it a 4.4, but once you averaged it all out, it came down to a 3.6. But he's in second, so he's holding that down. But Axel Kuroda is chomping at his heels. A 3.98 is all the North Stain surfer needs. He's been waiting out there for a good 10 minutes, maybe longer. He has not moved for ages. He's just locked onto that priority. He's like a little remora hanging onto the bottom of a shark. And he's just hoping that the opportunity comes in this last 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Jean-Marc Tukong needing a 5.1. Rio and Arbor trying to stay busy on the inside. This is going to be a tense 2 minutes.
Yeah. Do you feel like 2 minutes is when, I don't know like Vaughan, we've watched a lot of heats. I feel like 2 minutes is when people start to scrap around and paddle for things that maybe aren't the score. And Marimar's doing that now, using second priority on this one. He's flying down the line, needs a 5.1, goes to the air, but unfortunately can't ride out. And this is kind of the same version of Marimar that we saw in the semi-finals of him against Xavier Huxtable. He just wasn't able to land anything. And it's just really unusual from him.
It is, but as you say, pressure can do weird things to people. It's especially in these sorts of waves, because you just don't really know what's going to open up and what's not. I think deep down you do know what a good wave looks like out here. So like that little bit of uncertainty of if something's coming and you're going a minute to go. Oh, should I go it? Should I not go it?
Yeah.
Well, this is pressure now though for Kuroda, because he is in a good position on the rankings at the moment, but he can't have another early round exit. He has got to conjure something out of the ocean here.
Yeah, 3.98 as well. It's well within reach for Axel, and he's just hoping that a set is going to come through. Is there a couple of lines with 45 seconds? He's been holding on to priority for a while, and I honestly don't think there's been a wave.
There hasn't been. No,
with a 4 that's come
look
through.
at where everyone's scores are. Everyone got their scores on their first 2 waves, except for Rio, who got a score just a moment ago. But this is it. This is Axel Kuroda's chance. He needs a pretty meagre effort here. He goes for the air rev and he rides out of it. So automatically there's points to be had. Is there enough, though? It's a bit of a chop hop. You know, it wasn't a clean sort of driving down the line with speed aerial. I think it was a pretty manufactured one, but we'll get a better idea when we look at the front angle. 8 seconds left. A 3.98. So it's going to have a little bit of something about it, because they haven't been given big scores for frontside airs, even half decent ones. Oh, it is good. I like it. I just wonder if there's enough meat on the bone for the judges. I don't think there's going to be.
No, it gets him, unfortunately, doesn't get the score for Axel.
Oh, that's a heavy loss for Axel Kuroda, but you got to put your hands together for Rito Inaba. He keeps a magic year going, and Eden Hassan will hold down and lock in second place. Congrats to Eden. A really strong start there. Bad luck to Axel and Jean-Marc Takong. Stay tuned. Plenty more coming from the Taiwan Open of Surfing after this.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is the last heat of the day. Out there in the lineup we have Ryaru Itu, taking on Su Lin Han, Oliver Rissenbeck, and Taichi Hagita. And True Starling joined in the booth with Dai Wacko. Dai, did I absolutely butcher Riaru's last name then?
Yes, you did.
Oh, no.
It's actually...
I knew it as soon as I said it. It's Ito, isn't it?
It's Ito, not an Itu. It's Riaru Ito.
I hate myself right now.
That's all right. It's now, well, he's back, huh? Riaru is back in the competition. He wasn't in a Cloud9, Xiaogao, but now he's in Taiwan.
Yeah, where's he been?
He's probably been doing screenings of his new film.
Whoa.
In Japan, yep. You know, he's sitting second in the Asia ranking, so he's sitting in a good place.
Yeah, well, we'll come back to that while there's a little bit of a break in the action. It looks like Vaughan Blakey is down there with the winner of the last heat, Rio Inaba.
Thanks, True. Yeah, Rio, congratulations. A bit of a slow heat, tricky one.
Yeah, it was the tide was high and it was low, so that was hard. But first wave was good, so I was pretty comfortable.
That's good, mate. I was just checking the rankings before, and I was going, where are you? Normally in the top 5, and you kind of slid down, but then Di reminded me that you were surfing in the Olympics this year. Kind of a big deal. A magic performance there, but how good has it been to sort of come back to the queue and get back into the grind with these sorts of waves?
It's really hard. Like, surfing this kind of wave is hard, and everyone's leaping, so it's hard to beat those guys. Yeah.
It is hard, mate. I guess you'll take West Bowl chopes any day of the week.
Yeah, that's way better.
Mate, how would you like to finish this comp? You look fantastic out there. The waves that you did get, you know, you were really surfing so well on them. Where are you at with your surfing at the moment?
I'm not doing really good in the QS, so I hope to get good points here and be in the Challenger next year.
Unreal, man. Well, I think after what you did at Chopu, everyone knows that you're a CT quality surfer, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the comp.
Thank you. このまま調子上げて頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Thanks very much, Rio. Catch you in the next round. Back to you guys. Thanks, mate.
Thank you so much, Vaughan, and thank you, Rio. Pretty magic performance there for him over in the Paris Olympics.
Right.
Di, it would have been pretty special for you to watch that.
Definitely. But unfortunately, I was in Bali and I couldn't watch the whole thing. But I always follow the results, and I was, cheering him from Bali. But all the action he did in Paris was amazing, inspiring all the Japanese, especially kid surfers, definitely, because he lives in Chiba, the Japanese Gold Coast.
Yes.
So
love that.
Everyone loves real surfing. So hopefully he's getting through a couple rounds and to get decent points. And I would love to see him on the CS Tour as well.
Yeah, for sure. Be amazing to see him on there. And Riaru had the third priority, but Ollie Rissenbeck had second. So he uses it on this wave, a bit of a foamy one towards the end. Ollie's in the lead with a pair of twos, needs to finish this off strong, which he does. And, I don't know. Is that a wave you would have used your priority on?
No, not probably trying to block him, or it wasn't the wave, definitely not, for him, just because that wave didn't offer pretty much zero potential after this. Yeah, I would say kind of a little bit of mistake.
Yeah. I mean, that wave did not go into his top 2. It's the same, a 2.23 as one of his other scores, so doesn't increase the scoreline for Ollie. But we also have a local Taiwanese surfer in this heat, Sung Lin Han, who has opened up his account with a small score. But he holds first priority and has a little bit of local knowledge out in this lineup.
Definitely, that works really well here.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, what are your thoughts on local knowledge?
Definitely.
Do you think it's a hindrance or a help?
Help a lot. I would probably, if I was in this comp, probably watching this heat now and try to figure out what kind of wave I should catch through these local surfers. Yeah, so definitely the knowledge will help this situation because it looks really super fun out there, but everyone's, saying that it's kind of tricky to pick right ones. The pick that one has a lot of walls to gives you a lot of opportunities for the turns. So definitely local knowledge comes in play, but looks like there's something on the horizon.
Ooh, a little bit of motion in the ocean, Dai. This is the last heat of the day, and it's been a big day of surfing. 20 heats we've gone through today, but it's been exciting. We've had some magic moments.
Yes, we did actually. We got here by like 6:15 and it was firing.
Yeah. You got here at 6:15?
Yeah.
What time did you leave?
5:30.
Whoa, that's early. I was still in bed. Well, Sung Lin Han, unfortunately, that wave just runs off without him. Did you surf?
Nah, I just watched everyone's action. It was great to watch.
Fair enough. I'm surprised that you didn't surf. You're usually out there early.
Yeah.
So crowded?
Yeah, that's pretty much the reason.
Yeah.
It was crowded because probably today is one of the best conditions so far for the last, compared to the last 4 days, I think. So everyone was just frothing to go out.
Yeah.
Be ready. Everyone was hustling, so
yeah.
Probably I just should stay away, just watching.
Yeah, just watch. Talk through the surfing in your head.
Yes.
Well, 20 minutes to go. Ollie, you could see him waving his arms, asking for a situation. Some really small scores right now. The best wave of it was Taichi's at 3.33. And he's actually holding priority right now. He does not need a lot to go to second, which means he doesn't need much more to get to first. And you were telling me we haven't seen Ryaru in quite a while. The last time I saw Ryaru surf a heat, he was wearing a hat.
Right,
Remember?
Korean years.
Yeah, he
right?
would always wear that hat. So first question is, where's Ryaru been? Second, not so much as a question. I don't know if you haven't. We'll get back to that. This is live action, though. Ollie.
Oh, a little bit missed time.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, where's Ryaru been? What do you know what's going on in his life? And my second, I don't know if it's much of a question, but more of just like a investigation that maybe we can take on is, where's the hat?
Well, like a while ago, I asked him about hat, and he was saying, "Well, it's just because of the sun." So because there's no sun here today, that's why pretty much.
It's like a superstition thing for me now. Obviously not for him, but
maybe tomorrow if the sun's out,
Yeah.
maybe he'll bring it. Definitely, he's got it here.
yeah, for sure.
To me, like it's like lucky charm for him wearing a hat.
Yeah, that's what I think, because he was just, not that he's not surfing good now, I'm not taking that away from him at all, but it was more just like every time I'm just used to having him in a hat in heats. This is Taichi Hagita. Having a look at this one.
萩田大志選手、これは2本目乗ってきましたが、少しレールが引っかかってしまいました。Yeah, Rial has been actually traveling in Japan, just searching for the waves, as well as, like I said before, he recently released his new film called Freebird. If I'm right, yeah. Freebird. He was screening all over the Japan, doing that screening tour a lot. Yeah, that's pretty much why I believe he skipped the Cloud9 comp.
Sick. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's you know what? That's a very good reason. We'll allow it because he would have been amazing out at Cloud9. Definitely wearing his hat, and someone who's up and into this one. Sung Lin Han gets another connection there. Wow, a couple of nice backhand belts on that left, but it's just the completion that might cost him.
Right, but that was a great choice of waves. Great looking. It was a smaller wave, but still, it's got a great wall to work on. Managed to put a couple turns in. Unfortunately, on the last turn, couldn't quite ride out of it. But still, it was a great surfing from our local surfer, Chun Ling Han.
Yeah. That was Ollie. We'll catch back up with that one with 17 minutes to go. Bit of a nothing wave. You can see the scores coming in. It looks like it's not going to go into the top two, just a quick takeoff and pull off. So priority will go to Ryaru Ito. Thank you, Dai. Still
Ryaru Ito.
Fuming about my horrible pronunciation. But yeah, this is that last wave of Ollie. Just quick in and out.
Quick in and out. So there's not many waves, coming through that has a lot of potential in it. It's kind of tricky out there. We are nearly marking halfway in this heat, but still, not big actions coming in.
Yeah, not much going on. It's been a little bit of a slow heat for waves and for scores. And 16 minutes to go. We're almost halfway through, hoping that the ocean will just breathe out and send a couple of good waves for the rest of this heat. Dai, you film and edit yourself.
Yes, I do.
Great.
Yes.
You film and edit yourself. You kind of would travel. You travel around Japan too, like touring and screening and stuff. How different is that, I guess? And what do you think Ryaru would be getting from that, in the sense of does he want to go down that road?
Probably in some of his plan, probably there's path towards that area, but probably his main focus is in our competition. But I'm not too sure because I never asked him about it. But by looking at Instagrams and that, but here is Hagita Taichi up and riding. Wow, that was great 2 combo from Hagita Taichi. Still going. But the recent film that he released was really insane because all the footage come from Tahiti, Hawaii, and Miyazaki. Always he's surfing at Miyazaki and scoring some insane barreling waves. So I think it's a really great opportunity for him to showcase what he is capable of, other than just competition scene, because he's got a really good skills in barrel and the air game as well. So I think it's a great opportunity for him.
Yeah. It's really cool, and I actually love seeing competitive surfers kind of embrace that part as well, and get excited for that. Yeah, I love it. I think it's really cool. So it's Firebird. Freebird.
You have to watch the teaser. It's
really
pretty sick.
Can you find the teaser on his Instagram? Okay,
definitely.
cool.
You gotta check it out.
Freebird from Ryaru Ito.
I gotta make sure the name is right.
Yeah. We'll make sure. But that last wave of Taichi Hagita 353, he goes to first place. Ollie Rissenbeek going down to second. Ryaru chasing a 2.03 to go to second. And Sung Lin Han looking for a 2.06. We've got just over 13 minutes to go in this heat. And Freebird.
Yeah, Freebird it is.
Great. Love that. Well, I'm excited to check that out. Yeah, that's really cool. I love that, and I think the no hat is throwing me, Dai. The no hat is throwing me. I'm used to, I've commentated so many of his heats in the last, year, and every single heat he's worn a hat.
Always with the hat.
There's he could still get sunburn out there, even though it's overcast and not much sun. Oh, yeah, it's really throwing me.
But you know what? His hair has changed.
Really?
Looking from the screen, probably his hair is now pink. So that's
I've never seen his hair before.
Yeah. Right.
I've just seen the hat. Wow, that's so.
Maybe
Must be
that's
hanging
why.
out with
Yeah.
Keijiro. That's pretty cool. Well, just over 12 minutes to go. Really not much going on.
Really not much. Ocean has been just quiet for 20 minutes almost.
Yeah, it's been really slow. Not a lot of good waves coming through. The 353 is the best wave of this heat. If this heat was to end now, they'd be getting through with 2s and 3s. But
Right.
luckily we have another 12 minutes to go. So hopefully the ocean starts to ramp up soon. It was, we had a bit of an unfortunate heat in that last one with Axel Kuroda just coming just not getting the score in the end. And also Marama, he just wasn't able to stick anything. But right now, Taichi gets out of that one. Ollie up and riding on his backhand. He's looking to better a 2.23 and jams that second turn, or maybe that was even a third for Ollie with just over 11 minutes to go. Hopefully that increases his scoreline. We'll see, because Rio and Sung only need small scores to go to second.
Well, only 2.03 for Ryaru and 2.06 for Chunlin Han. But this is a reply of Oliver. It kind of has a unique shape to it, but still managed to put 3 turns in. And here is 伊藤リアル選手、形のいい波に抵抗してきました。大きなカービングをしましたが、これはレールが引っかかってしまったようです。Well, that was really unfortunate for Ryaru. It's a really great looking big carve. Unfortunately broke the rail a little bit. Here's the reply. Really loved the first time, throwing a lot of buckets of spray, but this one unfortunately got stuck or catching a rail. He just went down, but definitely it's gonna be his best score. The first section was solid.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. And this is Sunglin Han up and riding on his backhand. He got a 2.4 and jams it there to get a better backup. That last wave of Ollie, 2.67, but few scores to lock in for Ryaru and one for Sung. His last wave a 1.8. He's still looking for a 2.51. This is a replay of that one die.
It's kind of smaller waves, not really stand up for him, but still gets a finish right there. That one comes in 1.80. We're still waiting for the last of Ryaru. Comes in 2.13. Ryaru needs 2.48 going to second. Just over 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so 9 minutes to go. That last one, a 2.13, and Ollie tagging away on his backhand once again, getting a nice connection.
That was a much better looking wave.
Yeah, it was. A little bit more spray, a bit more flow and power from the Novocastrian. Ollie from Newcastle, Sunglin Han, nice first turn, giving shades of Oni Anwar a little bit on that one, just the spice and that fan spray.
Right.
Reminds me of Oni's backside, and 8.5 minutes to go. This was a good wave die.
It's a good looking wave and throw a lot of sprays. Managed to put a couple turns in. It's great second turn and third turn, and just kicked out. And really love the first, attack from Han, throwing a bucket of sprays. Yes, he does. Reminds me Oni on his backhand.
Yeah, just that really smooth style, that just specific connection to me. I was like, whoa, that reminds me so much of Oni's backhand. We saw him have a buzzer beater a little bit earlier on today, which was super exciting for Oni. But yeah, with just over 7.5 minutes to go, this last score locking in for Ollie. He needs a 4.19 to go to first place. We'll see if that's it. First indications say no, but anything can happen. And looks like everyone's getting ready to make their way out into the lineup. Annie Dos Santos, Sai Maniwa on screen there. Looks like that might be Macklin Flynn, Alistair Reginato, Jarvis Earl, Dane Henry.
Oh, everyone's getting
Everyone.
ready.
They're all out there. Reef Hazelwood.
Probably I'll stay out of the water.
Yeah. They won't be going out there with that crew. It's going to be hard to catch waves.
Right. So 2 more scores lock in for Oliver's last wave comes in 3.30。伊藤リアル選手、さあこの波はしっかりと3発きれいに縦のアクションをしてきました。Wow.
How is the style? Oh
How
my
is that
goodness,
style?
that wetsuit.
I really
yes.
love that pink wetsuit.
That is the sickest wetsuit ever. Caius King,
Definitely.
style lord. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This is that last wave of Riadu. Nice connection there. Gets a good combo.
Definitely.
Liked it.
Really liked it.
That's the score.
That's the score, yep.
He's going to first. No, maybe second.
4-0-0. That put him into the second place now. Now Oliver needs 3.14 with just over 6 minutes remaining.
You won't miss that pink wetsuit anyway.
No, but that was so stylish. I really loved
It
the
was
wetsuit.
sick.
It was
Yeah.
sick.
That was really cool.
Wow.
Love that. Okay, we've got just under 6 minutes to go. Last wave of Riaru at 4, so Riaru goes to second place. Ollie now looking for a 3.14 to go back to second. Sung Lin a 4.03. Oh, Riaru gets a nice connection there. And once again, just styling out right now. That was a good wave, Dai.
Just trying to get the backup score. Trying to, better the 2-4-3, but I think he's done that. So he needs 2.86 to go into the lead with this 3 maneuver. It was great surfing. There's not much steep section, but still he managed to put 3 tons in. So it was great surfing from Riaru.
Yeah, it was smooth. It was stylish. I liked it. Who else have we got there? We got Joshua Levy, Ellie Lampkin, Oceana Rogers, Arch Whiteman. None other than Adam Duffner. Big love to Duffy. He's down here morning and afternoon pretty much all the time.
All day.
Ollie's mum is there just nervously watching on. You can see Ellie also kind of being like, help, what's going on? But that last wave of Riaru at 3.77, so he goes to first. Taichi down to second. Ollie now needs a 3.56. And Sung Lin Han looking for a 4.46 to go to second with 4 minutes to go. Taichi has the priority right now, Dai. Oh, nervous times.
Probably he's gonna, hold on to the first priority because we're just hitting a 4 minutes mark. Probably sit on the Oliver. Wow, this is a very tense moment. The requirement is not a big score, but still in this condition, it's kind of hard to get mid threes and mid fours. But here is Han up and riding back, quick in and up. The other side, Riaru is up and riding.
Goes over the handlebars. That was unlucky for Riaru, but he's just getting better and better each wave.
Right.
Finding them a little bit more. I feel like he's having a better approach towards the back end of this one. We'll stick with Riaru for the replay. Nice opening turn. Gets a second one in. That two-turn combo was sick. But just doesn't quite ride out.
Right. Even though he went down on the third section, the first one and second one was great. Great combination from Riaru. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Taichi is holding on to the fast priority. And quick in and out. Looking for 4.46 to go into second.
Wow, so 2.5 minutes to go. Pretty tight stuff towards end of this heat. Not big scores required for Ollie and Sunglin Han.
Yeah, that is a definitely stylish wetsuit.
Yeah, that's so cool. Kais is going to make his way out there with just over 2 minutes left in this heat. We'll see a flock of free surfers making their way out into the lineup. They're eager to make the most of the fun waves that we have today. Yesterday was windy all day, but 2 minutes to go. Let's see what happens. Taichi still holding on to that first priority. Ollie has second priority, so he's not in a bad spot. And wow, Taichi uses his priority on this one die.
萩田太一選手、こちらプライオリティを使って乗ってきたこの波で3ターンしっかり入れてきました。3.33 以上出すとその差を広げます。Well, it's now Oliver has first priority, just under 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Is there gonna be another wave for Oliver and Han?
Wow, so time is ticking away right now with 1:20 to go. We will have a 7 a.m. call for a potential 7:30 a.m. start tomorrow for the completion of this round. Women's and men's round of 32 will be on standby. And with 1 minute remaining, you can see Ryaru making his way out. That last wave of Taichi did not go into his top two, and nice carve from Ryaru.
Just one turn, but still the carve is sick. So last 15 seconds remaining. It's pretty much all eyes on Oliver and Han. Oliver needing 3.56, Han needing 4.46.
Ollie just holding his priority with 30 seconds to go. Will there be an opportunity? Who knows, but he is standing by, just having faith in the ocean. But we're coming down to 15 seconds. Doesn't look like there's much going on out there. It looks like the ocean's gone pretty flat. And I don't want to speak too soon, but with 5 seconds to go and not really any paddles from anyone, it looks like it will be Ryaru Ito. Thank you, Dai. And Taichi Hagita making it through to the men's round of 32. Unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Oliver Rissenbeck and Sunglin Han. And it's been an exciting day. We've had some really great moments, Dai. It's always a pleasure to commentate with you.
Oh, me too. It's always a pleasure to commentate with you guys.
All right, well, don't go anywhere because we do have highlights from an amazing day of surfing today. We've got a call at 7 a.m. for a potential 7:30 a.m. start tomorrow. We'll see you guys in the morning.
Bye.